Chapter 18. Within and about the forest of Tantravallis existed 100 or more fairy shes, each the castle of a fairy tribe. Thripsy She, on Madling Meadow, little more than a mile within the precincts of the forest, was ruled by King Throbius and his spouse, Queen Bossum. His realm included Madling Meadow and as much of the forest surrounding as was consistent with his dignity. The fairies at Thripsy numbered 86. Among them were Boab, who used the semblance of a pale green youth with grasshopper wings and antennae. He carried a black quill pen plucked from the tail of a raven, and recorded all the events and transactions of the tribe on sheets pressed from lily petals. Tutterwit, an imp who liked to visit human houses and tease the cats. He also liked to peer through windows, moaning and grimacing until someone's attention was engaged, then jerk quickly from sight. Gundolin, a slender maiden of enchanting charm, with flowing lavender hair and green fingernails. She mimed, preened, cut capers, but never spoke, and no one knew her well. She licked saffron from poppy pistils with quick darts of her pointed green tongue. Wone, she liked to rise early before dawn and flavor dewdrops with assorted flower nectars. Murdoch, a fat brown goblin who tanned mouse skins and wove the down of baby owls into soft gray blankets for fairy children. Flink, who forged fairy swords using techniques of antique force. He was a great braggart, and often sang the ballad celebrating the famous duel he had fought with the goblin Dangot. Shimmer, audaciously she had mocked Queen Bossum and capered silently behind her, mimicking the queen's flouncing gait, while all the fairies sat hunched, hands pressed to mouths, to stop their laughter. In punishment, Queen Bossum turned her feet backward and put a carbuncle on her nose. Falail, who manifested himself as a pale brown imp, with the body of a boy and the face of a girl. Falail was incessantly mischievous, and when villagers came to the forest to gather berries and nuts, it was usually Falail who caused their nuts to explode and transformed their strawberries to toads and beetles. And then there was Twisk, who usually appeared as an orange-haired maiden wearing a gown of grey gauze. One day, while wading in the shallows of Tilhilvelly Pond, she was surprised by the troll Mangion. He seized her about the waist, carried her to the bank, ripped away the grey gauze gown, and prepared to make an erotic junction. At the sight of his priapic instrument, which was grotesquely large and covered with warts, Twisk became frantic with fear. By dint of jerks, twists, and contortions, she foiled the best efforts of the sweating Mangion. But her strength waned, and Mangion's weight began to grow oppressive. She tried to protect herself with magic, but in her excitement she could remember only a spell used to relieve dropsy in farm animals, which, lacking better, she uttered, and it proved efficacious. Mangion's massive organs shriveled to the size of a small acorn and became lost in the folds of his great grey belly. Mangion uttered a scream of dismay, but Twisk showed no remorse. Mangion cried out in fury, "Vixen, you have done me a double mischief, and you shall do appropriate penance." He took her to a road which skirted the forest. At a crossroads he fashioned a kind of pillory and affixed her to this construction. Over her head he posted a sign, "Do what you will with me," and stood back. "Here you stay until 3 passers-by, be they dolts, lickpennies, or great earls, have their way with you, and that is the spell I invoke upon you, so that in the future you may choose to be more accommodating to those who accost you beside Tilhilvelly Pond." Mangion sauntered away, and Twisk was left alone. The first to pass was the knight Sir Josinet of Castle Cloud in Dahote. He halted his horse and appraised the situation with a wondering glance. "Do what you will with me," he read. "Lady, why do you suffer this indignity?" "Sir Knight, I do not suffer so by choice," said Twisk. "I did not attach myself to the pillory in this position, and I did not display the sign." "Who then is responsible?" "The troll Mangion, for his revenge." "Then surely I will help you escape in any way possible." Sir Jocelyn dismounted, removed his helmet, showing himself as a flaxen-haired gentleman with long moustaches and of good aspect. He attempted to loosen the bonds which confined Twisk, but to no avail. He said at last, "Lady, these bonds are proof against my efforts." "In that case," sighed Twisk, "please obey the instruction implicit in the sign. Only after 3 such encounters will the bonds loosen." "It is not a gallant act," said Sir Jocelyn. "Still, I will abide by my promise." So saying, he did what he could to assist in her release. Sir Jocelyn would have stayed to share her vigil and assist her further if need be, but she begged him to leave. "Other travellers might be discouraged from stopping if they saw you here, so you must go, and at once, for the day is waning, and I would hope to be home before night." "This is a lonely road," said Sir Jocelyn. "Still, it is occasionally used by vagabonds and lepers, and good luck may attend you. Lady, I bid you good day." Sir Jocelyn adjusted his helm, mounted his horse, and departed. An hour passed while the sun sank into the west. At this time Twisk heard a whistling, and presently saw a peasant boy on his way home after a day's work in the fields. Like Sir Jocelyn, he stopped short in amazement, then slowly approached. Twisk smiled at him ruefully. "As you see, sir, I am bound here. I cannot leave, and I cannot resist you, no matter what might be your impulse." "My impulse is simple enough," said the ploughboy, "but I wasn't born yesterday, and I want to know how the sign reads." "It says, 'Do what you will.'" "Ah, then that's all right. I was fearing it might be either a price or a quarantine." With no more ado, he raised his smock and conjoined to Twisk with rude zest. "And now, madam, if you will excuse me, I must hurry home, as there'll be bacon tonight with the turnips, and you've given me a hunger." The ploughboy disappeared into the evening, while Twisk in disquiet contemplated the coming of night. With darkness a chill crept through the air, and an overcast blotted out the stars, so that the night was black. Twisk huddled, shivering and miserable, and listened to the sounds of the night with fearful attention. The hours passed slowly. At midnight Twisk heard a soft sound, the pad of slow footsteps along the road. The footsteps halted, and something which could see through the dark paused to inspect her. It approached, and even with her fairy vision Twisk could see only a tall outline. It stood before her and touched her with cold fingers. Twisk spoke in a trembling voice. "Sir, who are you? May I know your identity?" The creature made no response. In tremulous terror, Twisk held out her hand and felt a garment like a cloak, which when disturbed wafted forth an unsettling odor. The creature came close and subjected Twisk to a cold embrace, which left her only half conscious. The creature departed along the road, and Twisk fell to the ground, soiled but free. She ran through the dark toward Thripsy She. The clouds broke, starlight helped her on her way, and so she arrived home. She cleansed herself as best she could, then went to her green velvet chamber to rest. Fairies, though they never forget an injury, are resilient to misfortune, and Twisk quickly put the experience out of mind, and was only reminded of the event when she found herself large with child. In her turn she gave birth to a red-haired girl, which even in its willow basket under its owl's-down quilt surveyed the world with a precocious wisdom. Who, or what, was the father? The uncertainty caused Twisk a nagging vexation, and she took no pleasure in her child. One day, Winnis, the woodcutter's wife, brought a baby boy into the forest. Without a second thought, Twisk took the blonde baby and left in its place the strangely wise girl. In such fashion did Thrun, son of Ailus and Suldrun, come to Thripsy She, and so in due course did Madook, of uncertain parentage, enter the palace Hydian. Fairy babies are often guilty of peevishness, tantrums, and malice. Thrun, a merry baby with a dozen endearing traits, charmed the fairies with his amiability, as well as his glossy blonde curls, dark blue eyes, and a mouth always pursed and crooked as if on the verge of a grin. He was named Tippet, showered with kisses, and fed nuts, flower nectar, and grass seed bread. Fairies are impatient with awkwardness. Thrun's education proceeded quickly. He learned flower lore and the sentiments of herbs. He climbed trees and explored all of Madling Meadow, from grassy knoll to Twankbow Water. He learned the language of the land, as well as the secret language of the fairies, which so often is mistaken for bird calls. Time in a fairy fort moves at a rapid rate, and a sidereal year was 8 years in the life of Thrun. The first half of this time was happy and uncomplicated. When he might be said to have reached the age of 5, such determinations being rather indefinite, he put the question to Twisk, toward whom he felt as he might toward an indulgent if flighty sister. "Why can't I have wings like Digby and fly? It's something, if you please, that I would like to do." Twisk, sitting in the grass with a plate of cowslips, made a large gesture. "Flying is for fairy children. You are not quite a fairy, though you're my adorable Tippet, and I shall weave these cowslips into your hair, and you will seem ever so handsome, far more than Digby with his sly fox face." Thrun persisted. "Still, if I am not quite a fairy, what am I?" "Well, you are something very grand, that is sure. Perhaps a prince of the royal court, and your name is really Thrun." She had learned this fact in a strange fashion. Curious as to the condition of her red-haired daughter, Twisk had visited the cottage of Graith and Winnis, and had witnessed the coming of King Casmire's deputation. Afterwards she lay hidden in the thatch, listening to the lamentations of Winnis for the lost baby Thrun. Thrun was not entirely pleased with the information. "I think that I would rather be a fairy." "We shall have to see about that," said Twisk, jumping to her feet. "For now you are Prince Tippet, lord of all cowslips." For a period all was as before, and Thrun put the unwelcome knowledge to the back of his mind. King Throbius, after all, wielded marvelous magic. In due course, if asked nicely, King Throbius would make him a fairy. A single individual of the Sidhe showed him animosity. This was Falael, with the girl's face and the boy's body, whose mind seethed with ingenious mischief. He marshaled 2 armies of mice and dressed them in splendid uniforms. The first army wore red and gold, the second wore blue and white with silver helmets. They marched bravely upon each other from opposite sides of the meadow and fought a great battle, while the fairies of Thripsy Sidhe applauded deeds of valor and wept for dead heroes. Falael also had a gift for music. He assembled an orchestra of hedgehogs, weasels, crows, and lizards, and trained them in the use of musical instruments. So skillfully did they play, and so melodious were their tunes, that King Throbius allowed them to play at the great pavan of the vernal equinox. Falael thereupon tired of the orchestra. The crows took flight, 2 weasel bassoonists attacked a hedgehog who had been beating his drum with too much zeal, and the orchestra dissolved. Falael, from boredom, next transformed Thrun's nose into a long green eel, which, by swinging about, was able to transfix Thrun with a quizzical stare. Thrun ran to Twisk for succor. She indignantly complained to King Throbius, who set matters right, and for punishment condemned Falael to utter silence for a week and a day, a sad penalty for the verbose Falael. Upon conclusion of his punishment, Falael remained silent 3 more days for sheer perversity. On the 4th day he approached Thrun. "Through your spite I incurred humiliation. I, Falael of the many excellences. Are you now puzzled by my displeasure?" Thrun spoke with dignity. "I attached no eel to your nose. Remember that." "I acted only in fun, and why should you wish to blight my beautiful face? In contrast, your face is like a handful of dough, with 2 prunes for eyes. It is a coarse face, an arena for stupid thoughts. Who could expect better of a mortal?" In triumph, Falael leapt in the air, turned a triple somersault, and striking a pose, drifted away across the meadow. Thrun sought out Twisk. "Am I truly a mortal? Can I never be a fairy?" Twisk inspected him a moment. "You are a mortal, yes. You never will be a fairy." Thereafter Thrun's life insensibly altered. The easy innocence of the old ways became strained. The fairies looked at him sidelong. Every day he felt more isolated. Summer came to Madling Meadow. One morning Twisk approached Thrun, and in a voice like the tinkle of silver bells said, "The time has come. You must leave the Sidhe and make your own way in the world." Thrun stood heartbroken, with tears running down his cheeks. Twisk said, "Your name now is Thrun. You are the son of a prince and a princess. Your mother disappeared from the living, and of your father I know nothing, but it will serve no purpose to seek him out." "But where shall I go?" "Follow the wind. Go where fortune leads you." Thrun turned away, and with tears blinding his eyes, started to leave. "Wait!" called Twisk. "All are gathered to bid you farewell. You shall not go without our gifts." The fairies of Thripsy Sidhe, unwontedly subdued, bade Thrun farewell. King Throbius spoke. "Tippet, or Thrun, as you must now be known, the time has come. Now you grieve at the parting because we are real and true and dear, but soon you will forget us, and we will become like flickers in the fire. When you are old, you will wonder at the strange dreams of your childhood." The fairies of the Sidhe came crowding around Thrun, crying and laughing together. They dressed him in fine clothes, a dark green doublet with silver buttons, blue breeches of stout linen twill, green stockings, black shoes, a black cap with a rolled brim, pointed bill, and scarlet plume. The blacksmith Flink gave Thrun a fairy sword. "The name of this sword is Dasanach. It will grow as you grow, and always match your stature. Its edge will never fail, and it will come to your hand whenever you call its name." Boab placed a locket around his neck. "This is a talisman against fear. Wear this black stone always, and you will never lack courage." Nismus brought him a set of pipes. "Here is music. When you play, heels will fly, and you will never lack jolly companionship." King Throbius and Queen Bossum both kissed Thrun on the forehead. The queen gave him a small purse containing a gold crown, a silver florin, and a copper penny. "This is a magic purse," she told him. "It will never go empty, and better, if you ever give a coin and want it back, you need only tap the purse and the coin will fly back to you." "Now step bravely forth," said King Throbius. "Go your way, and do not look back, on pain of 7 years' bad luck, for such is the manner one must leave a fairy Sidhe." Thrun turned away and marched across Madling Meadow, eyes steadfastly fixed on the way he must go. Faliel, sitting somewhat aside, had taken no part in the farewells. Now he sent after Thrun a bubble of sound, which no one could hear. It wafted across the meadow and burst upon Thrun's ear to startle him. "Thrun! Thrun! One moment!" Thrun halted and looked back, only to discover an empty meadow echoing with Faliel's taunting laughter. Where was the Sidhe? Where the pavilions, the proud standards with the billowing gonfalons? All to be seen was a low mound in the center of the meadow, with a stunted oak tree growing from the top. Troubled, Thrun turned away from the meadow. Would King Throbius truly visit 7 years' bad luck upon him when the fault lay with Faliel? Fairy law was often inflexible. A flotilla of summer clouds covered the sun, and the forest became gloomy. Thrun lost his sense of direction, and instead of traveling south to the edge of the forest, he wandered first west, then gradually around to the north, and ever deeper into the woods. under ancient oaks with gnarled boles and great outflung branches, across mossy outcrops of stone, beside quiet streams fringed by ferns. And so the day passed. Toward sunset he made a bed of fern and bracken, and when darkness came he bedded himself under the ferns. For a long while he lay awake, listening to the sounds of the forest. Of animals he felt no fear. They would sense the presence of fairy stuff, and give him a wide berth. Other creatures wandered the woods, and if one should scent him, what then? Drun refused to consider the possibilities. He touched the talisman which hung around his neck. A great relief to be protected from fear, he told himself. Otherwise I might not be able to sleep for anxiety. At last his eyes grew heavy, and he slept. The clouds broke. A half-moon sailed the sky, and moonlight filtered through the leaves to the forest floor, and so passed the night. At dawn, Drun stirred and sat up in his nest of fronds. He stared here and there, then remembered his banishment from the Sidhe. He sat disconsolate, arms around knees, feeling lonely and lost. Far off through the forest he heard a bird call, and listened attentively. It was a bird only, not fairy speech. Drun took himself from his couch and brushed himself clean. Nearby he found a ledge growing thick with strawberries, and he made a good breakfast, and presently his spirits rose. Perhaps it was all for the best. Since he was not a fairy, it was high time that he should be making his way in the world of men. Was he not, after all, the son of a prince and princess? He need only discover his parents, and all would be well. He pondered the forest. Yesterday he undoubtedly had taken the wrong turning. Which direction, then, was correct? Drun knew little of the lands surrounding the forest, nor had he learned to read directions by the sun. He set off at a slant, and presently came to a stream with the semblance of a path along its bank. Drun halted, to look and listen. Paths meant traffic. In the forest such traffic might well be baleful. It might be the better part of wisdom to cross the stream and continue through the untraveled forest. On the other hand, a path must lead somewhere, and if he conducted himself with caution, he could surely avoid danger. And after all, where was the danger which he could not face down and conquer with the aid of his talisman and his good sword, Dasenach? Drun threw back his shoulders, set off along the path, which, slanting into the northeast, took him ever deeper into the forest. He walked 2 hours, discovering along the way a clearing planted with plum and apricot trees, which had long gone wild. Drun inspected the clearing. It seemed deserted and quiet. Bees flew among buttercups, red clover, and purslane. Nowhere was there a sign of habitation. Still, Drun stood back, deterred by a whole host of subconscious warnings. He called out, "Whoever owns this fruit, please listen to me. I am hungry. I would like to pick 10 apricots and 10 plums. Please, may I do so?" Silence. Drun called, "If you do not forbid me, I will consider the fruit to be a gift, for which my thanks." From behind a tree not 30 feet away hopped a troll, with a narrow forehead and a great red nose from which sprouted a mustache of nose hairs. He carried a net and a wooden pitchfork. "Thief! I forbid you my fruit. Had you plucked a single apricot, your life would have been mine. I would have captured you and fattened you on apricots and sold you to the ogre Arbogast. For 10 apricots and 10 plums, I demand a copper penny." "A good price, for fruit otherwise going to waste," said Drun. "Will you not be paid with my thanks?" "Thanks, put no turnips in the pot. A copper coin, or dine on grass." "Very well," said Drun. He took the copper coin from his purse and tossed it to the troll, who gave a grunt of satisfaction. 10 apricots, 10 plums, no more, and it would be an act of greed to select only the choicest." Drun picked 10 good apricots and 10 plums, while the troll counted the score. When he plucked the last plum, the troll shouted, "No more! Be off with you!" Thrun sauntered along the trail, eating the fruit. When he had finished, he drank water from the stream and continued along the way. After half a mile, he stopped, tapped the purse. When he looked inside, the penny had returned. The stream widened to become a pond, shaded under 4 majestic oaks. Thrun pulled some young rushes, washed their crisp white roots. He found cress and wild lettuce and made a meal of the fresh, sharp salad, then continued along the path. The stream joined a river. Thrun could proceed no further without crossing one or the other. He noticed a neat wooden bridge spanning the stream, but again, impelled by caution, he halted before setting foot on the structure. No one could be seen, nor could he discover any evidence that passage might be restricted. If not, well and good, Thrun told himself. Still, it is better that first I ask permission. He called out, "Bridge-keeper, ho! I want to use the bridge." There was no response. Thrun, however, thought he heard rustling sounds from under the bridge. "Bridge-keeper, if you forbid my passage, make yourself known. Otherwise I will cross the bridge and pay you with my thanks." From the deep shade under the bridge hopped a furious troll, wearing purple fustian. He was even more ugly than the previous troll, with warts and wens protruding from his forehead, which hung like a crag over a little red nose with the nostrils turned forward. "What is all this yammer? Why do you disturb my rest?" "I want to cross the bridge." "Set a single foot upon my valuable bridge, and I will put you in my basket. To cross this bridge, you must pay a silver florin." "That is a very dear toll." "No matter. Pay as do all decent folk, or turn back the way you have come." "If I must, I must." Thrun opened his purse, took out the silver florin, and tossed it to the troll, who bit at it and thrust it into his pouch. "Go your way, and in the future make less noise about it." Thrun crossed the bridge and continued along the path. For a space the trees thinned and sunlight warmed his shoulders to cheerful effect. It was not so bad after all, being footloose and independent, especially with a purse which retrieved money spent unwillingly. Thrun now tapped the purse, and the coin returned, marked by the troll's teeth. Thrun went on his way, whistling a tune. Trees again shrouded the path. To one side a knoll rose steeply above the path from a thicket of flowering myrtle and white dimble-flower. A sudden startling outcry. Out on the path behind him sprang 2 great black dogs, slavering and snarling. Chains constrained them. They lunged against the chains, jerking, rearing, gnashing their teeth. Appalled, Thrun jumped around, Dasenach in hand, ready to defend himself. Cautiously he backed away, but with a great roar 2 more dogs, as savage as the first pair, lunged at his back, and Thrun had to jump for his life. He found himself trapped between 2 pairs of raving beasts, each more anxious than his fellows to snap the chain and hurl himself at Thrun's throat. Thrun bethought himself of his talisman. "Remarkable that I am not terrified," he told himself in a quavering voice. "Well, then, I must prove my mettle and kill these horrid creatures." He flourished his sword, Dasenach. "Dogs, beware! I am ready to end your evil lives." From above came a peremptory call. The dogs fell silent and stood rigid in ferocious attitudes. Thrun looked up to see a small house built of timbers on a ledge 10 feet above the road. On the porch stood a troll who seemed to combine all the repulsive aspects of the first 2. He wore snuff-brown garments, black boots with iron buckles, and an odd conical hat tilted to one side. He called out furiously, "Harm my dogs at your peril, so much as a scratch, and I will truss you in ropes and deliver you to Arbogast." "Order the dogs from the path," cried Thrun. "I will gladly go my way in peace." "It is not so easy. You disturb their rest, and mine as well, with your whistling and chirrups. You should have passed more quietly. Now you must pay a stern penalty, a gold crown at the very least." "It is far too much," said Thrun, "but my time is valuable, and I am forced to pay." He extracted the gold crown from his purse and tossed it up to the troll, who hefted it in his hand to test its weight. "Well, then, I suppose I must relent. Dogs, away!" The dogs slunk into the shrubbery, and Drun slipped past with a tingling skin. He ran at full speed down the trail for as long as he was able, then halted, tapped the purse, and went his way. A mile passed, and the path joined a road paved with brown bricks. Odd to find such a fine road in the depths of the forest, thought Drun. With one direction as good as the other, Drun turned left. For an hour Drun marched along the road, while rays of sunlight slanted through the foliage at an ever lower angle. He stopped short. A vibration in the air. Thud, thud, thud. Drun jumped from the road and hid behind a tree. Along the road came an ogre, rocking from side to side on heavy bowed legs. He stood 15 feet tall. His arms and torso, like his legs, were knotted with wads of muscle. His belly thrust forward in a paunch. A great crush hat sheltered a gray face of surpassing ugliness. On his back he carried a wicker basket containing a pair of children. Away down the road marched the ogre, and the thud, thud, thud of his footsteps became muffled in the distance. Drun returned to the road beset by a dozen emotions, the strongest a strange sentiment which caused him a loose feeling in the bowels and a drooping of the jaw. Fear? Certainly not. His talisman protected him from so unmanly an emotion. What then? Rage, evidently, that Arbogast the ogre should so persecute human children. Drun set out after the ogre. There was not far to go. The road rose over a little hill, then dipped down into a meadow. At the center stood Arbogast's hall, a great grim structure of gray stone with a roof of green copper plates. Before the hall the ground had been tilled and planted with cabbage, leeks, turnips, and onions, with currant bushes growing to the side. A dozen children, aged from 6 to 12, worked in the garden under the vigilant eye of an overseer boy, perhaps 14 years old. He was black-haired and thick-bodied, with an odd face, heavy and square above, then slanting into a foxy mouth and a small sharp chin. He carried a rude whip, fashioned from a willow switch, with a cord tied to the end. From time to time he cracked the whip to urge greater zeal upon his charges. As he stalked around the garden he issued orders and threats. "Now then, Arville, get your hands dirty. Don't be shy. Every weed must be pulled today. Gertrude, do you have problems? Do the weeds evade you? Quick now, the task must be done. Not so hard on that cabbage pod. Cultivate the soil, don't destroy the plant." He pretended to notice Arbogast, and saluted. "Good day, Your Honor. All goes well here. No fear as to that, when Nerulf is on the job." Arbogast turned up the basket, to tumble a pair of girls out on the turf. One was blonde, the other dark, and each about 12 years old. Arbogast pinched an iron ring around each girl's neck. He spoke in a rumbling bellow. "Now run away as you like and learn what the others learned." "Quite right, sir, quite right," called Nerulf from the garden. "No one dares to leave you, sir, and if they did, trust me to catch them." Arbogast paid him no heed. "To work," he bellowed at the girls. "I like fine cabbages. See to it." He lumbered across the meadow to his hall. The great portal opened. He entered, and the portal remained open behind him. The sun sank low. The children worked more slowly. Even Nerulf's threats and whip-snappings took on a listless quality. Presently the children stopped work altogether and stood in a huddle, darting furtive looks toward the hall. Nerulf raised his whip on high. "Formation now, neat and orderly. March!" The children formed themselves into a straggling double line and marched into the hall. The portal closed behind them with a fateful clang that echoed across the meadow. Twilight blurred the landscape. From windows high at the side of the hall came the yellow light of lamps. Drun cautiously approached the hall, and after touching his talisman climbed the rough stone wall to one of the windows, using cracks and crevices as a ladder. He drew himself up to the broad stone sill. The shutters stood ajar. Inching forward, Drun looked across the entire main hall. which was illuminated by 6 lamps in wall brackets and flames in the great fireplace. Arbogast sat at a table, drinking wine from a pewter stoup. At the far end of the room, the children sat against the wall, watching Arbogast with horrified fascination. At the hearth, the carcass of a child, stuffed with onions, trussed and spitted, roasted over the fire. Nerulf turned the spit, and from time to time basted the meat with oil and drippings. Cabbages and turnips boiled in a great black cauldron. Arbogast drank wine and belched. Then, taking up a diabolo, he spread his massive legs and rolled the spindle back and forth, chortling at the motion. The children sat huddled, watching with wide eyes and lax mouths. One of the small boys began to whimper. Arbogast turned him a cold glance. Nerulf called out in a voice pointedly soft and melodious, "Silence, Daffin." In due course Arbogast made his meal, throwing bones into the fire, while the children dined on cabbage soup. For a few minutes Arbogast drank wine, dozed, and belched. Then he swung around in his chair and regarded the children, who at once pressed closer together. Again Daffin whimpered, and again he was chided by Nerulf, who nevertheless seemed as uneasy as any of the others. Arbogast reached into a high cabinet and brought 2 bottles down to the table, the first tall and green, the second squat and black-purple. Next he set out 2 mugs, one green, the other purple, and into each he poured a dollop of wine. To the green mug he carefully added a drop from the green bottle, and into the purple mug a drop from the black-purple bottle. Arbogast now rose to his feet. Wheezing and grunting, he hunched across the room. He kicked Nerulf into the corner, then stood inspecting the group. He pointed a finger. "You 2, step forward!" Trembling, the 2 girls he had captured that day moved away from the wall. Thrun, watching from the window, thought them both very pretty, especially the blonde girl, though the dark-haired girl was perhaps half a year closer to womanhood. Arbogast spoke in a voice now foolishly arch and jovial. "So, here, a pair of fine young pullets, choice and tasty. How do you call yourselves? You!" He pointed at the blonde girl. "Your name?"
"Glyneth."
"And you?"
"Farrance."
"Lovely, lovely, both charming. Who is to be the lucky one? Tonight it shall be Farrance." He seized the dark-haired girl, hoisted her up to his great 20-foot bed. "Off with your clothes!" Farrance started to cry and beg for mercy. Arbogast gave a ferocious snort of mingled annoyance and pleasure. "Hurry, or I'll tear them from your back, and then you'll have no clothes to wear." Stifling her sobs, Farrance stepped from her smock. Arbogast chattered in delight. "A pretty sight. What is so toothsome as a nude maiden, shy and delicate?" He went to the table and drank the contents of the purple cup. At once he dwindled in stature to become a squat, powerful troll, no taller than Nerulf. Without delay he hopped up on the bed, discarded his own garments, and busied himself with erotic activities. Thrun watched all from the window, his knees limp, the blood pulsing in his throat. Disgust? Horror? Naturally not fear, and he touched the talisman gratefully. Nonetheless, the emotion, whatever its nature, had a curiously debilitating effect. Arbogast was indefatigable. Long after Farrance became limp, he continued his activity. Finally he collapsed upon the couch with a groan of satisfaction, and instantly fell asleep. Thrun was visited by an amusing notion, and, insulated from fear, was not thereby deterred. He lowered himself to the top of Arbogast's high-backed chair, and jumped down to the table. He poured the contents of the green cup out on the floor, added new wine and 2 drops from the purple bottle. He then climbed back to the window and hid behind the curtain. The night passed, and the fire burned low. Arbogast snored. The children were silent save for an occasional whimper. The grey light of morning seeped through the windows. Arbogast awoke. He lay for a minute, then hopped to the floor. He visited the privy, voided, and returning went to the hearth, where he blew up the fire and piled on fresh fuel. When the flames roared and crackled, he went to his table and climbing upon the chair, took up the green mug and swallowed its contents. Instantly, by virtue of the drops which Thrun had mixed into the wine, he shrank in size until he was only a foot tall. Thrun at once leapt down from the window, to chair, to table, to floor. He drew his sword and cut the scurrying, squawking creature into pieces. These pieces squirmed and struggled and sought to join themselves, and Thrun could not relax from his work. Glyneth ran forward, and seizing the fresh-cut pieces, threw them into the fire, where they burnt to ash, and so were destroyed. Meanwhile, Thrun placed the head into a pot and clapped on the cover, whereupon the head tried to pull itself out by means of tongue and teeth. The remaining children came forward. Thrun, wiping his sword on Arbogast's greasy crush hat, said, "You need fear no more harm. Arbogast is helpless." Nerulf licked his lips and stalked forward. "And who, may I ask, are you?" "My name is Thrun. I am a chance passer-by." "I see." Nerulf drew a deep breath and squared his meaty shoulders. He was, thought Thrun, a person not at all prepossessing, with his coarse features, thick mouth, pointed chin, and narrow black eyes. "Well then," said Nerulf, "please accept our compliments. It was exactly the plan I was about to carry out myself, as a matter of fact. Still, you made quite a decent job of it. Now, let me think. We've got to reorganize. How shall we proceed? First, this mess must be cleaned. Pod and Hlud, mops and buckets. A good job now. I don't want to see a single smear when you're done. Thrun, you can help them. Gretina, Zoel, Glyneth, Bertrude, explore the larder, bring out the best, and prepare us all a fine breakfast. Lossamy and Fulp, carry all of Arbogast's clothes outside, also the blankets, and perhaps the place will smell better." While Nerulf issued further orders, Thrun climbed to the tabletop. He poured an ounce of wine into both green and purple mugs, and added to each a drop from the appropriate bottle. He swallowed the green potion, and at once became 12 feet tall. He jumped to the floor and seized the astonished Nerulf by the iron ring around his neck. From the table, Thrun brought the purple potion and thrust it into Nerulf's mouth. "Drink!" Nerulf attempted to protest, but was allowed no choice. "Drink!" Nerulf gulped the potion and shrank to become a burly imp about 2 feet tall. Thrun prepared to resume his ordinary size, but Glyneth stopped him. "First, remove the iron rings from about our necks." One by one, the children filed past Thrun. He nicked the metal with his blade Dasanach, then twisted once, twice, and broke the rings apart. When all had been liberated, Thrun reduced to his normal height. With great care he wrapped the 2 bottles and tucked them into his pouch. The other children, meanwhile, had found sticks and were beating Nerulf with intense satisfaction. Nerulf howled, danced, and begged for mercy, but found none, and was beaten until he was black and blue. For a few moments Nerulf was allowed surcease, until one of the children was reminded anew of some past cruelty, and Nerulf was beaten again. The girls declared themselves willing to prepare a bountiful feast of ham and sausages, candied currants, partridge pie, fine bread and butter, and gallons of Arbogast's best wine, but they refused to start until the fireplace was cleared of ash and bones, all too vivid mementos of their servitude. Everyone worked with a will, and soon the hall was comparatively clean. At noon a great banquet was served. By some means Arbogast's head had managed to raise itself to the rim of the pot, to which it hooked its teeth and pressed up the lid with its forehead, and with its 2 eyes watched from the darkness inside the pot as the children revelled in the best the castle's larder could afford. When they had finished their meal, Thrun noticed that the lid had fallen from the pot, which now was empty. He set up a shout, and all ran looking for the missing head. Pod and Daffin discovered it halfway across the meadow, pulling itself forward by snapping at the ground with its teeth. They knocked it back toward the hall, and in the front yard built a kind of gallows, from which they suspended the head by an iron wire tied to the mud-colored hair. At the insistence of all, the better that they could regard their erstwhile captor, Thrun forced a drop of green potion into the red mouth, and the head resumed its natural size, and even issued a set of rasping orders, which were joyfully ignored. While the head watched, aghast, the children piled faggots below and brought fire from the hearth to set the faggots ablaze. Thrun brought out his pipes and played while the children danced in a circle. The head roared and supplicated, but was allowed no mercy. At last the head was reduced to ash, and Arbogast the ogre was no more. Fatigued by the day's events, the children trooped back into the hall. They supped on porridge and soup of cabbage, with good crusty bread and more of Arbogast's wine. Then they prepared to sleep. A few of the more hardy climbed up on Arbogast's bed, despite the rancid stench. The others sprawled before the fire. Thrun, weary in every bone from his vigil of the night before, not to mention his deeds of the day, nonetheless found himself unable to sleep. He lay before the fire, head propped on his hands, and considered his adventures. He had not fared too badly. Perhaps 7 years of bad luck had not been inflicted upon him after all. The fire burned low. Thrun went to the woodbox for logs. He dropped them upon the coals to send showers of red sparks veering up the chimney. The flames flared high and glinted back from the eyes of Glyneth, who also sat awake. She joined Thrun in front of the fireplace. The two sat clasping their knees and looking into the flames. Glyneth spoke in a husky half-whisper.
"No one has troubled to thank you for saving our lives. I do so now. Thank you, dear Thrun. You are gallant and kind, and remarkably brave."
Thrun said in a wistful voice, "I would hope to be gallant and kind, since I am the son of a prince and a princess, but as for bravery, I can honorably claim none."
"Sheer nonsense. Only a person of great bravery would have done as you did."
Thrun gave a bitter laugh. He touched his talisman. "The fairies knew my fearfulness, and gave me this amulet of courage. Without it, I could have dared nothing."
"I'm not at all certain of that," said Glyneth. "Amulet or none, I consider you very brave."
"That is good to hear," said Thrun mournfully. "I wish it were so."
"All this to the side, why would the fairies give you such a gift, or any gift whatever? They are not ordinarily so generous."
"I lived with the fairies all my days at Thripsy on Madling Meadow. 3 days ago they cast me out, though many of them loved me and gave me gifts. There were 1 or 2 who wished me ill, and tricked me so that when I looked back I incurred 7 years of bad luck." Glyneth took Thrun's hand and held it against her cheek.
"How could they be so cruel?"
"It was strictly the fault of Thaliel, who lives for such mischief. And what of you? Why are you here?"
Glyneth smiled sadly into the fire. "It's a dreary tale. Are you sure you want to hear it?"
"If you want to tell it."
"I'll leave out the worst parts. I lived in North Elfland, at the town Throckshaw. My father was a squire. We lived in a fine house, with glass windows and feather beds, and a rug on the parlour floor. There were eggs and porridge for breakfast, sausages and roasted pullets at noon dinner, and a good soup for supper, with a salad of garden greens. Count Julk ruled the land from Castle Sveg. He was at war with the Ska, who already had settled the foreshore. To the south of Throckshaw is Poelet Tetz, a pass through the Tich Tak Tich into the Hout, and a place coveted by the Ska. Always the Ska put pressure on us. Always Count Julk drove them back. One day 100 Ska knights on black horses raided Throckshaw. The men of the town took up arms and drove them away. A week later an army of 500 Ska riding black horses drove up from the foreshore and reduced Throckshaw. They killed my father and mother and burnt our house. I hid under the hay with my cat, Pettis, and watched while they rode back and forth screaming like demons. Count Julk appeared with his knights, but the Ska killed him, conquered the countryside, and perhaps Poelet Tetz as well. When the Ska left Throckshaw, I took a few silver coins and ran away with Pettis. Twice I was almost captured by vagabonds. One night I ventured into an old barn. A great dog came roaring at me. Rather than running, my brave Pettis attacked the beast and was killed. The farmer came to investigate and discovered me. He and his wife were kind folk and gave me a home. I was almost content, though I worked hard in the buttery and also during the threshing. But one of the sons began to molest me and to suggest careless behavior. I dared no longer walk alone to the barn for fear he would find me. One day a procession came by. They called themselves Relicts of Old Gomar and were on pilgrimage to a celebration at Fairies, the ruins of old Gomar's capital at the edge of the great forest, over the Tich and into Dahot. Footnote: Gomar, ancient kingdom comprising all of North Hybris and the Hesperian Islands. End of footnote. I joined them, and so left the farmhouse. We crossed the mountains in safety and came to Fairies. We camped at the edge of the ruins, and all was well until the day before Midsummer's Eve, when I learned of the celebrations and what would be expected of me. The men wear the horns of goats and elk, nothing more. They paint their faces blue and their legs brown. The women plait the leaves of ash trees into their hair and wear cinctures of 24 rowan berries about their waists. Each time a woman consorts with a man, he breaks one of her berries, and whichever woman first breaks all her berries is declared the incarnation of the love goddess Sob. I was told that at least 6 of the men were planning to lay hands on me at once, even though I am not yet truly a woman. I left the camp that very night and hid in the forest. I had a dozen frights and a dozen close escapes, and finally a witch trapped me under her hat and sold me to Arbogast. And you know the rest. The two sat silently, looking into the fire. Thrun said, I wish I could travel with you and protect you, but I am burdened with 7 years' bad luck, or so I fear, which I would not share with you. Glyneth leaned her head on Thrun's shoulder. I would gladly take the chance. They sat talking long into the night, while the fire once again lapsed to coals. There was quiet inside and outside the hall, disturbed only by a pitter-patter from above, caused, according to Glyneth, by the ghosts of dead children running along the roof. In the morning the children breakfasted, then broke into Arbogast's strong-room, where they found a chest of jewels, 5 baskets full of gold crowns, a set of precious silver punch-bowls, intricately carved to depict events of the mythical ages, and dozens of other treasures. For a time the children frolicked and played with the riches, imagining themselves lords of vast estates, and even Ference took a wan pleasure in the game. Throughout the afternoon the wealth was shared out equally among the children, all save Nerulf, who was allowed nothing. After a supper of leeks, preserved goose, white bread and butter, and a rich plum duff with wine sauce, the children gathered around the fireplace to crack nuts and sip cordials. Daffin, Pode, Fulp, Arvil, Clwyd, Lossamy, and Thrun were the boys, along with the morose imp Nerulf. The girls were Gretina, Zoel, Bertrude, Ference, Wiedelin, and Glyneth. The youngest were Arvil and Zoel. The oldest, aside from Nerulf, were Lossamy and Ference. For hours they discussed their circumstances and the best route through the forest of Tantravallis into civilized countryside. Pode and Clwyd seemed best acquainted with the terrain. Optimally, so they declared, the group should follow the brick road north to the first river, which would necessarily join the Mermail. They should follow the Mermail out into the open lands of Dahot, or perhaps by some stroke of luck they might find or purchase a boat, or even build a raft. Indeed, with our wealth we can easily obtain a boat and float in ease and comfort downstream to Gahadian Towers, or, should we choose, all the way to Avalon. Such was Pode's opinion. Finally, an hour before midnight, all stretched out and slept. All except Nerulf, who sat another 2 hours scowling into the dying embers. Chapter 19. In preparation for their journey, the children brought the ogre's cart around to the front door of the hall, greased the axles well with tallow, and loaded their treasures aboard. Across the shafts they tied poles so that 9 of them could pull and another 3 push from behind. Only Nerulf was unable to assist, but no one thought that he would help in any case, since the cart carried no property of his own. The children bade farewell to Arbogast Hall
and set off along the brown brick road. The day was fresh. The wind herded 100 clouds from the Atlantic high across the forest. The children pulled and pushed with a will, and the cart trundled along the brick road at a good rate, while Nerulf ran at best speed behind in the dust. At noon the party stopped to dine on bread, meat, and heavy brown beer, then continued north and east. During the late afternoon the road entered a clearing, grown over with rank grass and a half-dozen crippled apple trees. To one side stood a small ruined abbey, built by Christian missionaries of the first fervent wave. Though the roof had fallen in, the structure offered at least the semblance of shelter. The children built a fire and made a meal of withered apples, bread and cheese, with cress and water from a nearby stream. They made beds of grass and rested gratefully after the labors of the day. All were happy and confident. Luck seemed to have turned their way. The night passed without incident. In the morning the group prepared to set off along the road. Nerulf approached Drun, head bowed and hands clasped across his chest. "Sir Drun, let me say that the punishment you have visited upon me was well deserved. I never realized my arrogance until I was forced to do so, but now my faults have been revealed to me in sharpest detail. I believe that I have learned my lesson, and that I am a new person, decent and honorable. Therefore I ask that you restore me to my natural condition so that I may push the cart. I want none of the treasure, I deserve none, but I want to help the others arrive to safety with their valuables. If you see fit not to grant my request, I shall understand, and harbor no ill feelings. After all, the fault was mine alone. Still, I am heartily tired of running full speed all day in the dust, tripping over pebbles, fearful of drowning in puddles. What will you tell me, Sir Drun?" Drun listened without sympathy. "Wait until we reach civilized safety, then I'll restore you to size." "Ah, Sir Drun, do you not trust me?" cried Nerulf. "In that case let us part company here and now, since I cannot survive another day of running and bounding behind the cart. Proceed along the road to the Great Mermail, and follow its banks to Gahadian Towers. The best of luck to all of you. I will follow at my own pace." Nerulf wiped his eyes with a dirty knuckle. "Sometime you may be sauntering through a carnival in your fine clothes and chance to notice a mannikin beating a drum or performing ludicrous antics. If so, please spare the poor fellow a penny, as it might be your old companion Nerulf. If, of course, I survive the beasts of Tantravallis." Drun considered a long moment. "You have truly repented of your past conduct?" "I despise myself," cried Nerulf. "I look back upon the old Nerulf with disdain." "In that case there is no point in prolonging your punishment." Drun poured a drop from the green bottle into a cup of water. "Drink this, resume your proper condition, become a true comrade to the rest of us, and perhaps you will profit in the end." "Thank you, Sir Drun." Nerulf drank the potion, and expanded to become his old burly self. Quick as a wink he leapt upon Drun, threw him to the ground, tore away his sword, Dasanach, and buckled it around his own thick waist. Then he took the green bottle and the purple bottle and flung them against a stone, so that they shattered, and all their contents were lost. "There will be no more of that foolishness," declared Nerulf. "I am the largest and strongest, and once again I am in power." He kicked Drun. "To your feet." "You told me that you had repented your old ways," cried Drun indignantly. "True, I was not severe enough. I allowed too much ease. Things will now be different. Out to the cart, everyone." The frightened children gathered at the cart and waited while Nerulf cut an alder switch and tied 3 cords to the end to make a crude but serviceable whip. "Line up," barked Nerulf. "Quick then. Toad, Daffin, do you taunt me? Would you care to taste the whip? Silence. All attend my words with great care. They will not be repeated. First, I am your master, and you live by my command. Second, the treasure is mine. Every gem, every coin, every last tittle and scrap. Third, our destination is Clogach in Godilia. The Celts ask far fewer questions than the Dots, and interfere not at all in anyone's business. Fourth," here Nerulf paused and smiled unpleasantly, "when I was helpless, you took up sticks and beat me. I recall each and every blow, and if those who struck me now find their skins tingling, the premonition is sound. Bare bottoms will turn to the sky, switches will whistle, and welts will appear." That is all I wish to say, but I will gladly answer questions." No one spoke, though a morose thought passed through Drun's mind. 7 years had barely started, but already bad luck had struck with vindictive force. "Then take your places at the cart. Today we move fast. Our style is brisk, not like yesterday when you eased and ambled." Nerulf climbed aboard the cart and made himself comfortable. "Be away, smartly, heads back, heels in the air." He cracked the whip. "Pode, less pumping of the elbows. Deafin, open your eyes, you'll have us all in the ditch. Drun, more gracefully, show us a fine, smart stride, and off we go through the beautiful morning, and it's a happy time for all. Here now, why the slackening? You girls especially, you're running like hens."
"We're tired," gasped Glyneth.
"So soon? Well, perhaps I overestimated your strength, as it seems so easy from here. And you in particular, I don't want you too limp, as tonight I shall put you to another kind of exertion. Ha! Pleasure for him who holds the whip. Forward once more, at half speed."
Drun took occasion to whisper to Glyneth, "Don't worry, he won't harm you. Mine is a magic sword, and comes to my command. At the proper time I will call it to my hand and hold him helpless." Glyneth nodded despondently. During the middle afternoon, the road rose into a line of low hills, and the children failed against the weight of cart, treasure, and Nerulf. First using his whip, then dismounting, and finally helping to push, Nerulf assisted in bringing the cart to the high ridge. A short but steep stretch of road intervened between the cart and the shores of Lake Lingolen. Nerulf cut down a 40-foot pine tree with Drun's sword, and tied it as a drag to the rear of the cart, and the slope was negotiated safely. They found themselves on a marshy margin between lake and the dark hills upon which the sun was declining. Up from the marsh thrust a number of islands. One of them served as refuge for a gang of bandits. Their lookouts had already taken note of the cart. Now they sprang from ambush. The children, for an instant paralyzed, fled in all directions. As soon as the bandits discovered the nature of their booty, they gave up all thought of pursuit. Drun and Glyneth fled together, along the road to the east. They ran until their chests hurt and cramps bound their legs. Then they threw themselves into the tall grass behind the road to rest. An instant later, another fugitive flung himself down beside them. Nerulf. Drun sighed. 7 years bad luck, will it always be this bad? "Stop that insolence," hissed Nerulf. "I am still in command, in case you are uncertain. Now stand up." "What for? I'm tired." "No matter. My great treasure has been lost. Still, it's just possible that a few gems are hidden about your person. On your feet. You too, Glyneth." Drun and Glyneth rose slowly. In Drun's pouch, Nerulf discovered the old purse, and turned it out into his hand. He grunted in disgust. A crown, a florin, a penny, just barely better than nothing. He cast the old purse to the ground. With quiet dignity, Drun picked it up and restored it to his pouch. Nerulf searched Glyneth's person, his hands lingering along the contours of her fresh young body, but he found no objects of value. "Well, let's go on for a bit. Perhaps we'll find shelter for the night." The three walked along the road, watching over their shoulders for signs of pursuit, but none appeared. The woodland became extremely heavy and dark. The three, despite fatigue, moved along the road at good speed, and presently emerged once again on open lands beside the marsh. The setting sun shone from behind the hills along the underside of clouds sailing across the lake. They cast an unreal dark golden light over the marsh. Nerulf noticed a small promontory, almost an island, protruding 50 yards into the marsh, with a weeping willow tree at its highest point. Nerulf turned upon Drun a look of lowering menace. "Glyneth and I will spend the night here," he announced. "You go elsewhere, starting now, and never come back, and consider yourself lucky since I have you to thank for my beatings. Go!" With that he went to the edge of the marsh, and using Drun's sword began to cut rushes for a bed. Drun went off a few yards, and stopped to think. He could recover Dasanach at any time, but to no great effect. Nerulf could run away until he found a weapon.
large stones, a long cudgel, or he could merely step behind a tree and challenge Thrun to come at him. In all cases, Nerulf, with his size and strength, could overpower Thrun and kill him if he so chose. Nerulf, looking up, saw Thrun and cried out, "Did I not order you to go?" He made a run at Thrun, who quickly retreated into the dense woods. Here he found a dead branch and broke it to make a stout cudgel 4 feet long. Then he returned to the marsh. Nerulf had waded out to where the reeds grew thick and soft. Thrun signaled to Glyneth. She ran to join him, and Thrun gave her quick instructions. Nerulf looked up and saw the two standing together. He called out to Thrun, "What are you doing here? I told you to leave and never return. You disobeyed me, and I now sentence you to death." Glyneth saw something rise from the marsh behind Nerulf. She shrieked and pointed her finger. Nerulf uttered a scornful laugh. "Do you think you can fool me with that old trick? I am somewhat more—" He felt a soft touch on his arm, and looking down saw a long-fingered gray hand with knobby knuckles and a clammy skin. Nerulf stood rigid. Then, as if forced against his will, he looked around to discover himself face to face with a Hesepter. He uttered a strangled yell and, staggering backward, flourished the sword Dasanach, with which he had been cutting reeds. Thrun and Glyneth fled away from the lakeshore to the road, where they halted and looked back. Out on the marsh, Nerulf backed slowly away from the advancing Hesepter, who menaced him with arms on high, hands and fingers angled downwards. Nerulf tried to make play with the sword, and pierced the Hesepter's shoulder to elicit a hiss of sad reproach. The time had come. Thrun called, "Dasanach, to me!" The sword jerked from Nerulf's fingers and flew across the marsh to Thrun's hand. Somberly he tucked it into its scabbard. The Hesepter lurched forward, enfolded Nerulf, and bore him screaming down into the muck. With darkness upon them and the stars appearing in profusion, Thrun and Glyneth climbed to the top of a grassy knoll a few yards from the road. They gathered armfuls of grass, made a pleasant bed, and stretched out their weary bodies. For half an hour they watched the stars, big and softly white. Presently they became drowsy, and huddled together slept soundly until morning. After 2 comparatively uneventful days of travel, Thrun and Glyneth arrived at a broad river, which Glyneth felt must surely be the Mermail itself. A massive stone bridge spanned the river, and here the ancient brick road came to an end. Before setting foot on the bridge, Thrun called out 3 times for the toll-taker, but none showed himself, and they crossed the bridge unchallenged. Now there were 3 roads from which to choose. One led east along the river bank, another proceeded upstream beside the river, a third wandered away to the north, as if it had no particular destination in mind. Thrun and Glyneth set off to the east, and for 2 days followed the river through landscapes and riverscapes of wonderful beauty. Glyneth rejoiced at the fine weather. "Think, Thrun, if you were truly cursed with bad luck, the rain would drench our skins, and there would be snow to freeze our bones." "I wish I could believe so." "There's no doubt at all. And look yonder at the beautiful berries, just in time for our lunch. Isn't that good luck?" Thrun was willing to be convinced. It would seem so. "Of course. We'll talk no more of curses." Glyneth ran to the thicket which bordered a small stream near where it tumbled down a declivity into the Mermail. "Wait!" cried Thrun, "or we'll know bad luck for sure." He called out, "Does anyone forbid us these berries?" There was no response, and the 2 ate their fill of ripe blackberries. For a space they lay resting in the shade. "Now that we're almost out of the forest, it's time to make plans," said Glyneth. "Have you thought of what we should do?" "Yes, indeed. We will travel here and there and try to discover my father and mother. If I am truly a prince, then we will live in a castle, and I shall insist that you be made a princess as well. You shall have fine clothes, a carriage, and also another cat like Pettis." Glyneth, laughing, kissed Thrun's cheek. "I'd like to live in a castle. We're sure to find your father and mother, since there are not all that many princes and princesses." Glyneth became drowsy. Her eyelids drooped, and she dozed. Thrun, becoming restless, went to explore a path which bordered the stream. He walked 100 feet and looked back. Glyneth still lay asleep. He walked another 100 feet, and another. The forest seemed very still. The trees rose majestically high, taller than any Drun had seen before, to create a luminous green canopy far overhead. The path crossed a rocky little hummock. Drun, climbing up to the top, found himself overlooking a tarn shaded beneath the great trees. 5 nude dryads waded in the shallows of the tarn, slender creatures with rose-pink mouths and long brown hair, small breasts, slim thighs, and unutterably lovely faces. Like fairies, they showed no pubic hair. Like fairies, they seemed made of stuff less gross than blood and meat and bone. For a minute, Drun stared entranced. Then he took sudden fright and slowly backed away. He was seen. Tinkling little outcries of dismay reached his ears. Carelessly strewn along the bank, almost at Drun's feet, were the fillets which bound their brown hair. A mortal seizing such a fillet held the dryad in power, to serve his caprice forever. But Drun knew nothing of this. One of the dryads splashed water toward Drun. He saw the drops rise into the air and sparkle in the sunlight, whereupon they became small golden bees, which darted into Drun's eyes and buzzed in circles, blotting out his sight. Drun screamed in shock and fell to his knees. "Fairies, you have blinded me! I only chanced on you by mistake. Do you hear me?" Silence. Only the sound of leaves stirring in the afternoon airs. "Fairies," cried Drun, tears running down his cheeks, "would you blind me for so small an offense?" Silence, definite and final. Drun groped back along the trail, guided by the sound of the little stream. Halfway along the trail he met Glyneth, who, awakening and seeing no Drun, had come to find him. Instantly she recognized his distress and ran forward. "Drun, what is the trouble?" Drun took a deep breath and tried to speak in a courageous voice, which, despite his efforts, quavered and cracked. "I went along the trail. I saw 5 dryads bathing in a pool. They splashed bees into my eyes, and now I can't see." In spite of his talisman, Drun could barely restrain his grief. "Oh, Drun," Glyneth came close, "open your eyes wide. Let me look." Drun stared toward her face. "What do you see?" Glyneth said haltingly, "Very strange. I see circles of golden light, one around the other, with brown in between." "It's the bees. They've filled my eyes with buzzing and dark honey." "Drun, dearest Drun." Glyneth hugged him and kissed him and used every endearment she knew. "How could they be so wicked?" "I know why," he said bleakly. 7 years bad luck. I wonder what will happen next. You had better go away and leave me." "Drun, how can you say such a thing?" "So that if I fall in a hole, you need not fall in too." "Never would I leave you." "That is foolishness. This is a terrible world, so I am discovering. It is all you can do to care for yourself, let alone me." "But you are the one I love most in all the world. Somehow we'll survive. When the 7 years is over, there'll be nothing left but good luck forever." "But I'll be blind," cried Drun, again with a quaver in his voice. "Well, that's not sure, either. Magic blinded you. Magic will cure you. What do you think of that?" "I hope that you're right." Drun clutched his talisman. "How grateful I am for my bravery, even though I can't be proud of it. I suspect that I am a fearful coward at heart." "Amulet or none, you are the brave Drun, and one way or another we shall get on in the world." Drun reflected a moment, then brought out his magic purse. "Best that you carry this. With my luck, a crow will swoop down and carry it away." Glyneth looked into the purse and cried out in amazement. "Nerulf emptied it. Now I see gold and silver and copper." "It is a magic purse, and we never need fear poverty so long as the purse is safe." Glyneth tucked the purse into her bodice. "I'll be as careful can be." She looked up the trail. "Perhaps I should go to the pool and tell the dryads what a terrible mistake they made." "You'd never find them. They are as heartless as fairies, or worse. They might even do mischief on you. Let's leave this place." Late in the afternoon they came upon the ruins of a Christian chapel, constructed by a missionary now long forgotten. To the side grew a plum tree and a quince tree, both heavy with fruit. The plums were ripe. The quince, though of a fine color, tasted acrid and bitter. Glyneth picked a gallon of plums, upon which they made a somewhat meagre supper. Glyneth piled up grass for a soft bed among the toppled stones, while Drun sat staring out across the river. "I think the forest is thinning," Glyneth told Drun. "It won't be long before we're safe among civilized folk. Then we'll have bread and meat to eat, milk to drink, and beds to sleep in." Sunset flared over the forest of Tantravallis, then faded to dusk. Drun and Glyneth went to their bed. They became drowsy and slept. Somewhat before midnight the half-moon rose, cast a reflection on the river, and shone in Glyneth's face, awakening her. She lay, warm and drowsy, listening to the crickets and frogs. A far drumming sound caught her ear. It grew louder, and with it the jingle of chain and the squeak of saddle leather. Glyneth raised up on her elbow to see a dozen horsemen come pounding along the river road. They crouched low in their saddles, with cloaks flapping behind. Moonlight illuminated their antique gear and black leather helmets with flaring earpieces. One of the riders, head almost into his horse's mane, turned to look toward Glyneth. Moonlight shone into his pallid face. Then the ghostly cavalcade was away. The drumming died into the distance and was gone. Glyneth sank back into the grass and at last slept. At dawn, Glyneth roused herself quietly and tried to strike a hot spark from a piece of flint she had found, and so to blow up a fire, but met no success. Drun awoke. He gave a startled cry, which he quickly stifled. Then, after a moment, he said, "It's not a dream after all." Glyneth looked in Drun's eyes. "I still see the golden circles." She kissed Drun. "But don't brood. We'll find some way to cure you. Remember what I said yesterday? Magic gives, magic takes." "I'm sure that you are right." Drun's voice was hollow. "In any case, there's no help for it." He rose to his feet and almost immediately tripped on a root and fell. Throwing out his arms, he caught the chain where hung his amulet and sent both chain and amulet flying. Glyneth came on the run. "Are you hurt? Oh, your poor knee! It's all bleeding from the sharp stone." "Never mind the knee," croaked Drun. "I've lost my talisman. I broke the chain, and now it's gone." "It won't run away," said Glyneth in a practical voice. "First I'll bandage your knee, and then I'll find your talisman." She tore a strip from her petticoat and washed the scratch with water from a little spring. "We'll just let that dry. Then I'll wrap it nicely in a bandage, and you'll be as frisky as ever." "Glyneth, find my talisman, please. It's something which must not be put off. Suppose a mouse drags it away." "It would become the bravest of mice. The cats and owls would turn tail and flee." She patted Drun's cheek. "But I'll find it now. It must have gone in this direction." She dropped to her hands and knees and looked here and there. Almost at once she saw the amulet. As luck would have it, the cabochon had fallen hard against a stone and had shattered into a dozen pieces. "Do you see it?" asked Drun anxiously. "I think it's in this clump of grass." Glyneth found a small smooth pebble and pressed it into the setting. With the edge of a larger stone she pushed down the flange so as to secure the pebble in place. "Here it is in the grass. Let me fix the chain." She bent the twisted link back into alignment and hung the amulet around Drun's neck, to his great relief. "There you are, as good as new." The two breakfasted on plums and continued along beside the river. The forest straggled out to become a parkland of copses, separated by meadows of long grasses waving in the wind. They came upon a deserted hut, shelter for those herdsmen who dared forage their flocks so close to the wolves, griswolds, and bears of the forest. Another mile, and another, and they came to a pleasant two-story stone cottage with flower boxes under the upper windows. A stone fence surrounded a garden of forget-me-not wallflower, pansies, and angel's pincushion. A pair of chimneys at either gable supported chimney pots high above the fresh, clean thatch. Further along the road could be seen a village of grey stone cottages huddled in a swale. A crone in black gown and white apron weeded the garden. She paused to watch Drun and Glyneth approach, then gave her head a shake and returned to work. As Glyneth and Drun neared the gate, a plump and pretty woman of mature years stepped out upon the little porch. "Well then, children, what are you doing so far from home?"
Glyneth answered, "I'm afraid, mistress, that we're vagabonds. We have neither home nor family."
In surprise, the woman looked back up the way the two had come. "But this road leads nowhere."
"We've just come through the forest of Tantravallis."
"Then you bear charmed lives. What are your names? You may call me Dame Melissa."
"I am Glyneth, and this is Drun. The fairies sent bees into his eyes, and now he can't see."
"Oh, a pity. They are often cruel. Come here, Drun, let me see your eyes."
Drun stepped forward, and Dame Melissa studied the concentric rings of gold and amber.
"I know one or two trifles of magic, but not so much as a true witch, and I can do nothing for you."
"Perhaps you would sell us a bite of bread and cheese," Glyneth suggested. "We've eaten only plums today and yesterday."
"Of course, and you need not think of payment. Didas, where are you? We have a pair of hungry children here. Bring milk and butter and cheese from the dairy. Come in, dears, go back to the kitchen, and I think we can find something nice."
When Drun and Glyneth had seated themselves at the scrubbed wooden table, Dame Melissa served them first bread and a rich soup of mutton and barley, then a tasty dish of chicken cooked with saffron and walnuts, and finally cheese and juicy green grapes. Dame Melissa sat to the side, sipping a tea brewed from the leaves of lemon verbena, and smiled to watch them eat.
"I see that you are both healthy young persons," she said. "Are you brother and sister?"
"It amounts to that," said Glyneth, "but in truth we're not related. We've both suffered troubles, and we think ourselves lucky to be together, since neither of us has anyone else."
Dame Melissa said soothingly, "You're now in far Dahote, out of the dreadful forest, and I'm sure things will go better for you."
"I hope so. We can't thank you enough for the wonderful dinner, but we mustn't intrude upon you. If you'll excuse us, we'll be on our way."
"Why ever so soon? It's afternoon. I'm sure you're tired. There's a nice room for Glyneth just above, and a good bed in the garret for Drun. You shall have a supper of bread and milk, and a sweet cake or two. Then you may eat apples before the fire and tell me your adventures. Then tomorrow, when you're well rested, you'll be on your way."
Glyneth hesitated and looked at Drun.
"Do stay," pleaded Dame Melissa. "Sometimes it's lonely here with no one but crotchety old Didas." "I don't mind," said Drun. "Perhaps you can tell us where to find a powerful magician to draw the bees from my eyes."
"I'll give the matter thought, and I'll ask Didas as well. She knows a bit of everything." Glyneth sighed. "I'm afraid you'll spoil us. Vagabonds are not supposed to trouble over good food and soft beds."
"Just one night, then a good breakfast, and you can be on your way."
"Then we thank you again for your kindness."
"Not at all. It gives me pleasure to see such pretty children enjoying my house. I ask only that you do not molest Dame Didas. She is very old, and a trifle crabbed. Even, I'm sorry to say, a bit eerie. But if you leave her be, she will not trouble you."
"Naturally, we will treat her with all politeness."
"Thank you, my dear. Now why do you not go outside and enjoy the flower garden until supper time?"
"Thank you, Dame Melissa." The two went out into the garden, where Glyneth led Drun from flower to flower, that he might find pleasure in the fragrance. After an hour of going from plant to plant, sniffing and smelling, Drun became bored, and stretched out on a patch of lawn to doze in the sunshine, while Glyneth went to puzzle out the mystery of a sundial. Someone gestured from the side of the cottage. Looking around, Glyneth saw Dame Didas, who instantly signalled her first to caution and silence, then beckoned her to come. Glyneth slowly approached. Dame Didas, in a fever of impatience, signalled her to haste. Glyneth moved forward more quickly. Dame Didas asked, "What did Dame Melissa tell you about me?" Glyneth hesitated, then spoke out bravely. "She said not to bother you, that you were very old and often irritable, or even a little, well, unpredictable." Dame Didas gave a dry chuckle. "As for that, you'll have a chance to judge for yourself. In the meanwhile, now heed me, girl, heed me. Drink no milk with your supper. I will call to Dame Melissa. While she is distracted, pour the milk into the sink, then pretend to have finished. After supper, say that you are very tired and would like to go to bed. Do you understand?" "Yes, Dame Didas." "Disregard me to your peril. Tonight, when the house is quiet, and Dame Melissa has gone to her workroom, I'll explain. Will you heed me?" Yes, Dame Didas. If I may say so, you seem neither crabbed nor eerie.
That's a good girl. Until tonight, then. Now I must hurry back to the weeds. They grow as fast as I'm able to pull them.
The afternoon passed. At sunset, Dame Melissa called them in to supper. On the kitchen table she placed a fresh, crusty loaf, butter, and a dish of pickled mushrooms. She had already poured mugs of milk for both Glyneth and Drun. There was also a milk jug if they wanted more. "Sit down, children," said Dame Melissa. "Are your hands clean? Good. Eat as much as you wish, and drink your milk. It is fresh and good."
"Thank you, Dame Melissa."
From the drawing-room came the voice of Dame Didas.
"Melissa, come at once. I want a word with you."
"Later, Didas, later." But Melissa rose to her feet and walked to the doorway. Instantly Glyneth poured out the milk from both mugs. She whispered to Drun, "Pretend to drink from the empty mug." When Dame Melissa returned, both Glyneth and Drun were apparently in the act of draining the milk in their mugs. Dame Melissa said nothing, but turned away and paid no more heed to them. Glyneth and Drun ate a slice of crusty bread with butter. Then Glyneth simulated a yawn. "We're both tired, Dame Melissa. If you'll excuse us, we'd like to go to bed."
"Of course. Glyneth, you may help Drun to his bed, and you know your own room."
Glyneth, carrying a candle, took Drun up to the garret. Drun asked dubiously, "Aren't you afraid to be alone?" "A little, but not too much." "I'm no longer a fighter," said Drun wistfully. "Still, if I hear you cry out, I'll be there." Glyneth descended to her room and lay on the bed fully clothed. A few minutes later Didas appeared.
"She's in her workroom now. We have a few moments to talk. To start, let me say that Dame Melissa, as she calls herself, is a dire witch. When I was 15 years old, she gave me drugged milk to drink, then transferred herself into my body, that which she wears today. I, a 15-year-old girl, was housed in the body Melissa had been using, a woman about 40 years old. That was 25 years ago. Tonight she will change my 40-year-old body for yours. You will be Dame Melissa, and she will be Glyneth, only she will wield power, and you will end your days as a serving woman like me. Drun will be put to work carrying water from the river to her orchard. She is in her workroom now, preparing the magic."
"How can we stop her?" asked Glyneth in a shaking voice.
"I want to do more than stop her," spat Didas. "I want to destroy her."
"So do I, but how?"
"Come with me, quick now."
Didas and Glyneth ran out to the pigsty. A young pig lay on a sheet.
"I've washed it and drugged it," said Didas. "Help me carry it upstairs."
Once in Glyneth's room, they dressed the pig in a nightgown and a mob-cap, and lay it in the bed, face to the wall.
"Quick now," whispered Didas. "She'll be on her way. Into the closet."
They had barely shut themselves in when they heard footsteps on the stairs. Dame Melissa, wearing a pink gown and carrying a red candle in each hand, entered the room. Above the bed a pair of censers hung from hooks. Melissa touched fire to them, and, smouldering, they gave off an acrid smoke. Melissa lay down on the bed beside the pig. She placed a black bar across her neck and the neck of the pig, then spoke an incantation. "I into thee, thou into me, straightly and swiftly let the change be. Bezadiah!" There was a sudden startled squealing as the pig discovered itself in the undrugged body of Melissa. Didas sprang from the closet, dragged the pig to the floor, and pushing the erstwhile Melissa to the wall, lay beside her. She arranged the black bar from across her neck to that of Melissa. She inhaled the smoke from the censers and uttered the incantation, "I into thee, thou into me, straightly and swiftly let the change be. Bezadiah!" At once the pig's frightened squealing came from the body of the crone, Didas. Melissa arose from the bed and spoke to Glyneth. "Be calm, child. All is done. I am once more in my own body. I have been cheated of my youth and all my young years, and who can make restitution? But help me now. First we'll take the old Didas down to the sty, where at least it will feel secure. It is a sick old body, and soon will die." "Poor pig," muttered Glyneth.
They led the creature once known as Didas down to the sty and tied her to a post. Then, returning to the bedroom, they carried out the body of the pig, which was beginning to stir. Melissa tied it securely to a tree beside the cottage, then drenched it with a pan of cold water. At once the pig regained consciousness. It tried to speak, but its tongue and oral cavity made the sounds incomprehensible. It began to wail in terror and grief. "So there you are, witch," said the new Dame Melissa. "I don't know how I look to you through a pig's eyes, or how much you can hear through a pig's ear, but your witching days are at an end." Next morning Glyneth awoke Drun with a report of the previous night's events. Drun felt somewhat aggrieved because of his exclusion from the affair, but held his tongue. The legitimate Dame Melissa prepared a breakfast of fried perch fresh from the river. While Drun and Glyneth ate, the butcher's apprentice came to the door. "Dame Melissa, you have stock to sell?" "True, quite true. A fine yearling sow for which I have no need. You'll find her tied to a tree at the back. Ignore the strange sounds it makes. I'll settle accounts with your master on my next visit into town." "Exactly so, Dame Melissa. I noticed the animal as I arrived, and it seems in prime condition. With your permission, I'll be away and about my duties." The butcher's boy departed, and presently could be seen through the window, leading the squealing pig down the road. Almost immediately after, Glyneth said politely, "I think that we also had better be on our way, as we have far to go today." "You must do as you think best," said Dame Melissa. "There is much work to be done. Otherwise I would urge you to visit with me somewhat longer. One moment." She left the room and presently returned with a gold piece for Drun and another for Glyneth. "Please do not thank me. I am overcome with joy to know once more my own body, which has been so misused." For fear of disturbing the magic force resident in the old purse, they tucked the gold coins into the waistband of Drun's trousers. Then, bidding Dame Melissa farewell, they set off along the road. "Now that we're safely out of the forest, we can start to make plans," said Glyneth. "First, we'll find a wise man who'll direct us to one even wiser, who'll take us to the first sage of the kingdom, and he will chase the bees from your eyes. And then—" "And then what?" "We shall learn what we can of princes and princesses, and which might have a son named Drun." "If I can survive 7 years' bad luck, that will be enough." "Well, then, one thing at a time. March now. Forward, step, step, step. Ahead is the village, and if we can believe the signpost, its name is Wookin." On a bench before the village inn, an old man sat whittling long yellow-white curls from a length of green alder. Glyneth approached him somewhat diffidently. "Sir, who is considered the wisest man in Wookin?" The old man ruminated for the space required to shave 2 exquisitely curled shavings of alder wood. "I will vouchsafe an honest response. Mind you now, Wookin appears placid and easy, but the forest of Tantravalis looms nearby. A dire witch lives a mile up the road and casts her shadow across Wookin. The next village along the way is Lumarth, at a distance of 6 miles. Each of these miles is dedicated to the memory of the robber who only a week ago made that mile his own, under the leadership of Janton Throatcut. Last week the 6 gathered to celebrate Janton's name day, and they were captured by Numinanti, the thief-taker. At 3 Mile Crossroad you will still discover our famous and most curious landmark, Old Six at a Gulp. Directly north, barely outside the village, stands a set of dolmens, arranged to form the in-and-out maze, whose origin is unknown. In Wookin reside a vampire, a poison-eater, and a woman who converses with snakes. Wookin must be the most diverse village of Dahot. I have survived here 80 years. Do I then need to do more than declare myself the wisest man of Wookin?" "Sir, you would seem to be the man we seek. This boy is Prince Drun. Fairies sent golden bees to buzz circles in his eyes, and he is blind. Tell us who might cure him, or failing that, whom we might ask." "I can recommend no one near at hand. This is fairy magic and must be lifted by a fairy spell. Seek out Rodion, king of all fairies, who wears a green hat with a red feather. Take his hat, and he must do your bidding."
"How can we find King Rodion? Truly it is most important."
"Even the wisest man of Wukin cannot rive that riddle. He often visits the great fairs, where he buys ribbons and teasels and other such kickshaws. I saw him once at Tinkwood Fair, a merry old gentleman riding a goat."
Glyneth asked, "Does he always ride a goat?"
"Seldom."
"Then how does one know him? At fairs one finds merry gentlemen by the hundreds."
The old man shaved a curl from his alder switch. "There, admittedly, is the weak link in the plan," he said. "Perhaps you might better be served by a sorcerer. There is Tamarello at Feroli, and Quots by Lullwater. Tamarello will demand a toilsome service, which might require a visit to the ends of the earth. Once more, a flaw in the scheme. As for Quots, he is dead. If you could by some means offer to resuscitate him, I dare say he would commit himself to almost anything."
"Perhaps so," said Glyneth in a subdued voice, "but how—"
"Tut, tut, you have noticed the flaw. Still, it well may yield to clever planning. So say I, the wisest man of Wukin."
From the inn came a stern-faced matron. "Come, grandfather, it is time for your nap. Then you may sit up tonight for an hour or two, because the moon rises late."
"Good, good. We are old enemies, the moon and I," he explained to Glyneth. "The wicked moon sends rays of ice to freeze my marrow, and I take pains to avoid them. On yonder hill I plan a great moon trap, and when the moon comes walking and spying and peeping for to find my window, I'll pull the latch, and then there'll be no more of my milk curdled on moony nights."
"And high time, too, eh, grandfather? Well, bid your friends good-bye and come along to your nice neat's-foot soup." In silence, Drun and Glyneth trudged away from Wukin. At last, Drun spoke. Much of what he said made remarkably good sense. "So it seemed to me," said Glyneth. Just beyond Wukin, the Mermail River swung to the south, and the road went through a land partly wooded, partly tilled to barley, oats, and cattle fodder. At intervals, placid farmsteads drowsed in the shade of oaks and elms, all built of the local grey trap and thatched with straw. Drun and Glyneth walked a mile, then another, meeting in all 3 wayfarers, a boy leading a team of horses, a drover with a herd of goats, and a wandering tinker. Upon the fresh country air crept a taint, which grew stronger, first in breaths and whiffs, then in sudden and violent power, so heavy and rich that Glyneth and Drun stopped short in the road. Glyneth took Drun's hand. "Come, we'll move quickly, and so be past the sooner." The two trotted along the road, holding their breaths against the stench. 100 yards further they came to a crossroad, with a gallows to the side. A signboard pointing east-west, north-south, read, "Blandwallow, 3, Tumby, 2, Wukin, 3, Lumarth, 3. From the gallows, gaunt across the sky, dangled 6 dead men. Glyneth and Drun hurried past, to stop short once more. On a low stump sat a tall, thin man with a long, thin face. He wore sombre garments, but went hatless. His hair, dead black and straight, clung to his narrow scalp. Glyneth thought both the circumstances and the man somewhat sinister, and would have passed along the road with no more than a polite greeting, but the man lifted a long arm to stay them. "Please, my dears, what is the news from Wukin? My vigil is now 3 days old, and these gentlemen died with uncommonly stiff necks." "We heard no news, sir, save that regarding the death of 6 bandits, which you must know." "Why are you waiting?" asked Drun with disarming simplicity. "Ha-hee!" The thin man contrived a thin, high-pitched chuckle. "A theory propounded by the savants asserts that every niche in the social structure, no matter how constricted, finds someone to fill it. I admit to a specialized occupation, which in fact
has not so much as acquired a name. Not to put too keen an edge on it, I wait under gallows until the corpse drops, whereupon I assume possession of the clothes and valuables. I find little competition in the field. The work is dull, and I will never become wealthy, but at least it is honest, and I have time to daydream."
"Interesting," said Glyneth. "Good day, sir."
"One moment." He appraised the still shapes above him. "I thought to have number 2 today for sure." He took up an implement which leaned against the gallows, a long pole with a forked end. He pressed the rope immediately above the knot and gave a vigorous shake. The cadaver hung as before. "My name, should you choose to know it, is Nehabod, and sometimes I am known as Nab the Narrow."
"Thank you, sir, and now, if you don't mind, we'll be going."
"Wait! I have an observation to make which you may find interesting. Yonder, number 2 in order, hangs old Tonker the carpenter, who drove 2 nails into his mother's head, stiff-necked to the end. Notice," he pointed with his pole, and his voice became somewhat didactic, "the purple bruise. This is usual at ordinary for the first 4 days. Then a crimson flush sets in, followed by this chalky pallor, and which indicates that the object is about to descend. By these signals I judged Tonker ripe. Well, enough for today. Tonker will fall tomorrow, and after him Pilbane the dancer, who robbed along the highway for 13 years, and would have been robbing today, had not Numinante the thief-taker discovered him asleep, and Pilbane danced one last jig. Next is Cam, the farmer. A leper walked in front of his 6 fine milch cows at this very crossroads, and all 6 went dry. Since it is unlawful to shed a leper's blood, Cam drenched him with oil and set him ablaze. It is said the leper bounded from here to Lumarth using only 14 strides. Numinante read the law over rigorously, and now Cam dangles in mid-air. Number 6 on the end is Bosco, a chef of good repute. For many years he suffered the foibles of old Lord Tremoy. One day, in a spirit of mischief, he urinated into his lordship's soup. Alas, the deed was witnessed by 3 potboys and the pastry chef. Alas, there hangs Bosco."
Glyneth, interested in spite of herself, asked, "And the next?"
Nab the Narrow rapped the dangling feet with his pole. "This is Piriclaw, a robber with an extraordinary set of perceptions. He could stare at a likely prospect, like this." Here Nab shot his head forward and fixed his eyes upon Drun. "And like this." He turned the same penetrating glance upon Glyneth. In that instant he was able to divine the place where his prospect carried his or her valuables, and a useful sleight it was. Nab gave his head a shake of regretful nostalgia for the passing of so marvelous a talent. Drun's hand crept to his neck to ensure the safety of his amulet. Almost without thinking, Glyneth touched her bodice where she had hidden the magic purse. Nab the Narrow, still contemplating the cadaver, seemed not to notice. "Poor Piriclaw! Numinante took him in his prime, and now I wait for his garments. With anticipation, I may add. Piriclaw dressed in only the best, and demanded triple stitching. He is of my general proportion, and perhaps I will wear the garments myself."
"And what of the last corpse?"
He amounts to little. Cloth buskins, clothes thrice mended, and lacking all style. This gallows is known as 6 at a gulp. Both law and custom forbid the hanging of 5 or 4 or 3 or 2 or 1 from the ancient beam. A fleering ne'er-do-well named Yoder Grey-Ears stole eggs from under Widow Hod's black hen, and Numinante decided to make an example of him and also make a 6th for old 6 at a gulp. And for the first time in his life, Yoder Grey-Ears served a useful purpose. He went to his death, if not a happy man, at least a person whose life has yielded a final fulfillment, and not all of us can make this claim." Glyneth nodded dubiously. Nab's remarks were becoming a trifle too rhapsodic, and she wondered if he might be amusing himself at their expense. She took Drun's arm.
"Come along, it's still 3 miles to Lumarth."
"A safe 3 miles, now that Numinante has swept so clean," said Nab the Narrow.
"One last question. Can you direct us to a fair where wise men and magicians gather?
Yes, indeed. 30 miles past Lamarth is the town Hazelwood, where they mark the Druid festivals with a fair. Be there in 2 weeks for l'Ugrasad of the Druids. Glyneth and Drun proceeded along the road. A half-mile they walked, then out from behind a blackberry thicket sprang a tall, thin robber. He wore a long black cloak, a black cloth over all his face save his eyes, and a flat-crowned black hat with an extremely broad brim. In his left hand he brandished a dagger on high. "Stand and deliver," he cried harshly, "else I slit your throats from ear to ear." He advanced on Glyneth, plunged his hand into her bodice, and seized the purse from its snug place between her breasts. Next he turned to Drun and flourished the dagger. "Your valuables, and with a will." "My valuables are no concern of yours." "But they are. I declare that I own the world and all its fruits. Whoever without leave uses my goods incurs my most furious wrath. Is this not justice?"
Drun, bewildered, had no response. Meanwhile the robber deftly lifted the amulet from his neck.
"Pshaw, what is this? Well, we'll sort it out later. Go your ways now in humility, and be more careful in the future."
Glyneth, grimly silent, and Drun, sobbing with rage, continued along the road. Behind them came a fleeing laugh. "Ha-whee!" Then the robber disappeared into the underbrush. An hour later, Glyneth and Drun arrived at the village Lamarth. They went at once to the inn marked by the sign of the Blue Goose, where Glyneth asked where she might find Numinante, the thief-taker. "By the whims of Fortunatus, you'll find Numinante himself in the common room, drinking ale from a pot the size of his head." "Thank you, sir." Glyneth entered the common room with caution. At other inns she had been subjected to indignities, drunken kisses, over-familiar pats on the haunch, leers, and tickles. At the counter sat a man of medium size, with a look of prim sobriety, belied by the stoop from which he drank his ale. Glyneth approached him confidently. Here was no man to take liberties. "Sir Numinante?"
"Well, lass?"
"I have a criminal act to report."
"Say on. This is my business."
"At the crossroads we met a Nahabod, or Nab the Narrow, who waited for the cadavers to drop that he might take their clothes. We talked a bit, then went our way. Not half a mile along, out from the woods, jumped a robber who took all we owned."
Numinante said, "My dear, you were robbed by the great Janton Throat-cut himself. Only last week I hanged high his 6 henchmen. He was in the act of taking their shoes for his collection. He does not care a fig for clothes."
"But he told us of Tonker the carpenter, Bosco the chef, the 2 robbers Piraclaw, and I forget the other—"
"Possibly so. They ranged the countryside with Janton like a pack of wild dogs, but Janton is leaving these parts and will take his business elsewhere. Some day I will hang him as well. But we must take these pleasures as they come."
"Can't you send out to search for him?" asked Drun. "He took my amulet and our purse of money."
"I could send out," said Numinante, "but to what profit? He has bolt-holes everywhere. All I can do at the moment is feed you at the king's expense. Enric, feed these children on your best. One of those fat pullets from the spit, a good slice of beef, and another of suet pudding, with cider to wash it down."
"At once, Sir Numinante." Glyneth said, "One thing more, sir. As you see, Drun here has been blinded by the forest fairies. We have been advised to seek a magician who will set matters straight. Can you suggest someone who might help us?"
Numinante swallowed a good pint of ale. After reflection, he said, "I know of such persons, but by reputation only. In this case, I cannot help you, since I have no magic, and only magicians know other magicians."
"Janton suggested that we visit the fair at Hazelwood and press our inquiries there."
"That would seem sound advice, unless he proposes to meet you along the way and rob you again. I see that Enric has laid you a good meal. Eat with appetite."
With sagging shoulders, Drun and Glyneth followed Enric to the table he had set, and though he had provided his best, the food lacked savour.
A dozen times Glyneth opened her mouth to tell Thrun that he had lost only an ordinary pebble, that his fairy stone had been broken to bits. As many times she closed her mouth, ashamed to admit her deception. Enric showed them the road to Hazelwood. It's up hill and down dale for 15 miles, then through wheery woods, then across the lank lands, up and over the far hills, then follow the Sham River into Hazelwood. You'll be a good 4 days in the going. I take it you carry no great sum of money?
We have 2 gold crowns, sir.
Let me change one into florins and pennies, and you'll have an easier time of it. With 8 silver florins and 20 copper pennies chinking in a small cloth sack, and with a single gold crown secure in the waistband of Thrun's trousers, the 2 set out along the road to Hazelwood. 4 days later, hungry and footsore, Thrun and Glyneth arrived at Hazelwood. The journey had been uneventful, save for an episode late one afternoon near the village Maud. A scant half-mile short of town, they heard moans emanating from the ditch at the side of the road. Running to look, they discovered a crippled old man who had wandered from the road and had fallen into a growth of burdock. With vast effort, Thrun and Glyneth brought him to the road and assisted him into the village, where he collapsed on a bench. "Thank you, my dears," he said. "If dying must be done, better here than in a ditch."
"But why should you die?" asked Glyneth. "I have seen living folk in far worse case than you."
"Perhaps so, but they were surrounded by loved ones, or were able to work. I have not a copper to my name, and no one will hire me, and so I will die."
Glyneth took Thrun aside. "We can't abandon him here."
Thrun spoke in a hollow voice. "We certainly can't take him with us."
"I know. Even less could I walk away and leave him sitting here in despair."
"What do you want to do?"
"I know we can't help everyone we meet, but we can help this particular person."
"The gold crown?"
"Yes."
Wordlessly, Thrun worked the coin from his waistband and gave it to Glyneth. She took it to the old man.
"This is all we can spare, but it will help you for a while."
"My blessings on you both." Thrun and Glyneth continued to the inn, only to discover that all the chambers were occupied. "The loft over the stable is full of fresh hay, and you may sleep there for a penny, and if you'll help me in the kitchen for an hour or so, I'll serve you your supper." In the kitchen, Thrun shelled peas, and Glyneth scoured pots until the innkeeper rushed forward. "No more, no more! I can see my face in them now. Come, you've earned your supper." He took them to a table in the corner of the kitchen, and served them first a soup of leeks and lentils, then slices of pork roasted with apples, bread and gravy, and a fresh peach apiece for dessert. They left the kitchen by way of the common room, where a great festivity seemed in progress. 3 musicians, with drums, a flageolet, and a double lute, played merry quick-steps. Looking through ranked onlookers, Glyneth discovered the old cripple to whom they had given the gold coin, now drunk and dancing a boisterous hornpipe with both legs flying through the air. Then he seized the serving wench, and the 2 danced an extravagant prancing cakewalk up and down the length of the common room, the old man with one arm around the serving wench and the other holding high a great pot of ale. Glyneth spoke to one of the bystanders. "Who is that old man? When I saw him last he appeared to be crippled." "He is Ludolf, the knave, and no more crippled than you or I. He'll saunter out of town, make himself comfortable beside the road. When a traveller passes he starts to moan in a pitiful fashion, and as like as not the traveller helps him into town. Then Ludolf blithers and sniffs, and the traveller usually gives him a coin or 2. Today he must have encountered a bashaw from the Indies." Sadly, Glyneth led Thrun to the stable and up a ladder into the loft. Here she told Thrun of what she had seen in the common room. Thrun became furious. He gritted his teeth and drew back the corners of his mouth. "I despise liars and cheaters." Glyneth laughed mournfully. "Thrun, we mustn't trouble ourselves. I won't say we've learned a lesson, because we might do the same thing again tomorrow." "With many more precautions." "True, but at least we need not feel ashamed of ourselves." From Maud to Hazelwood the road took them through a varied landscape of forest and field, mountain and valley, but they encountered neither harms nor alarms, and arrived in Hazelwood at noon on the 5th day out of Lummarth. The festival had not yet commenced, but already booths, pavilions, platforms, and other furniture of the fair were in the process of construction. Glyneth, holding tight to Drun's hand, appraised the activity. "It looks as if there will be more merchants than ordinary folk. Perhaps they'll all sell to each other. It's truly gay with all the hammering and new bunting." "What is that delightful smell?" asked Drun. "It reminds me of how hungry I am." "About 20 yards to windward, a man in a white hat is frying sausages. I agree that the smell is tantalizing, but we have only 7 florins and a few odd pennies to our name, which I hope will keep us until somehow we can earn more money." "Is the sausage seller doing a brisk business?" "Not really." "Then let's try to win him some trade." "All very well, but how?" "With these." Drun brought out his pipes. "Very good idea." Glyneth led Drun close to the sausage seller's booth. "Now play," she whispered. "Brave tunes, happy tunes, hungry tunes." Drun began to play, at first slowly and carefully. Then his fingers seemed to move of themselves and fairly flew over the stops, and from the instrument came a set of lovely, skirling melodies. Folk stopped to listen. They gathered around the sausage seller's stand, and many bought sausages, so that the vendor became very busy. After a period, Glyneth approached the sausage seller. "Please, sir, may we too have sausages, since we are very hungry? After we eat, we'll play again." "That is a good bargain from my standpoint." The sausage seller fed them a meal of bread and fried sausages. Then Drun played once more, jigs and jump-ups, merry wind-arounds, reels and hornpipes, to set the heels to twitching and the nose to trembling along the aroma of frying sausages, until, inside the hour, the sausage seller had sold all his wares, whereupon Glyneth and Drun sidled inconspicuously away from the stand. In the shadow of a nearby van stood a tall young man with strong, wide shoulders, long legs, a long nose, and clear gray eyes. Lank, sand-colored hair hung to his ears, but he wore neither beard nor moustache. As Glyneth and Drun passed by, he stepped forward and accosted them. "I have enjoyed your music," he told Drun. "Where did you learn such sleight?" "It's a gift, sir, from the Fairies of Thripsy. They gave me the pipes, a purse of money, an amulet of bravery, and 7 years' bad luck. We've lost purse and amulet, but I still keep the pipes and the bad luck which hangs on me like a bad smell." "Thripsy is far away, and Lioness. How did you arrive here?" "We travelled through the great forest," said Glyneth. "Drun discovered some forest fairies. They were bathing and quite naked. They sent magic bees into his eyes, and now he can't see until we drive the bees away." "And how do you propose to do that?" "We have been advised to seek out Rodion, king of the fairies, and seize his hat, which will force him to do our bidding." "That is sound advice as far as it goes, but first you must find King Rodion, which is not at all simple." "He is said to frequent fairs, a merry gentleman in a green hat," said Glyneth. "That is something to start on." "Yes, indeed. Look, there goes one now, and here comes another." Glyneth said dubiously, "I don't think either of them is King Rodion, certainly not the drunken man, even though he is the merrier of the two. In any case, we have other advice, to ask the aid of an arch-magician." "Again, the advice is easier spoken than acted upon. The magicians take pains to isolate themselves from what otherwise would be an endless stream of supplicants." Looking from one somber face to the other, he said, "Still, there may be a way to avoid these difficulties. Let me introduce myself. I am Dr. Fidelius. I travel to Hout in this van, which is drawn by 2 miraculous horses. The placard on the side explains my business." Glyneth read, "Dr. Fidelius, Grand Gnostic, Seer, Magician. Healer of sore knees. Mysteries analyzed and resolved. Incantations uttered in known and unknown languages. Dealer in analgesics, salves, rubbernants, and espumatics. Tinctures to relieve nausea, itch, ache, gripe, scurf, buboes, canker. Sore knees a specialty." Glyneth, looking back to Dr. Fidelius, asked tentatively, "Are you truly a magician?" "Indeed I am," said Dr. Fidelius. "Watch this coin. I hold it in my hand, then presto and hey nonny-no, where does the coin go?" "Into your other hand." "No, it is here on your shoulder. And look, here is another on your other shoulder. What do you say to that?"
"Marvelous! Can you cure Drun's eyes?"
Dr. Fidelius shook his head. "But I know a magician who can, and who, so I believe, will."
"Wonderful! Will you take us to him?"
Dr. Fidelius again shook his head. "Not now. I have urgent business in Hout which must be done. Then I will visit Mergin the magician."
Drun asked, "Could we find this magician without your help?"
"Never. The road is long and dangerous, and he guards his privacy well."
Glyneth asked diffidently, "Is your business in Hout likely to take a very long time?"
"That is hard to say. Sooner or later, a certain man will visit my van, and then—"
"And then?"
"I expect that we will visit Mergin the magician. Meanwhile, you shall join my company. Drun shall play the pipes to attract custom, Glyneth will sell salves, powders, and lucky charms, and I will watch the crowds."
"That is very generous of you," said Glyneth, "but neither Drun nor I have skill in medicine."
"No matter. I am a mountebank. My medicines are useless, but I sell them cheap, and usually they work as well as if prescribed by Hercules Gallienus himself. Dismiss your qualms if you have any. The profits are not large, but always we will eat good food and drink good wine, and when the rain falls we shall be snug inside the van."
Drun said glumly, "I carry a fairy's curse of 7 years' bad luck. It may well infect you in your undertakings." Glyneth explained, "Drun lived most of his life in a fairy castle until they cast him out with the curse on his head."
Drun said, "It was the imp, Faliel, who brought it down on me, just as I departed the Sidhe. I would reflect it back on him if only I could." "The curse must be lifted," declared Dr. Fidelius. "Perhaps we should watch for King Rodion after all. If you are playing the fairy pipes, he'll be sure to step up close to listen."
"Then what?" asked Glyneth.
"You must seize his hat. He will roar and bluster, but in the end he will do your bidding."
Glyneth frowningly considered the program. "It seems rather rude to steal the hat of an utter stranger," she said. "If I made a mistake, the gentleman will no doubt roar and bluster, and then chase me and catch me and give me a fine beating."
Dr. Fidelius agreed. "Of course that is possible. As I pointed out, many merry gentlemen wear green hats. Still, King Rodion can be known by 3 signs. First, his ears show no lobes and are pointed at the top. Second, his feet are long and narrow with long fairy toes. Third, his fingers are webbed like frogs' feet and show green fingernails. Also, so it is said, when you stand close beside him, he gives off a waft not of sweat and garlic, but of saffron and willow catkins. So, Glyneth, you must be ever on the alert. I will also be watching, and between us we may well capture Rodion's hat."
Glyneth hugged Drun and kissed his cheek. "Do you hear that? You must play your best, and sooner or later King Rodion will wander by. Then it's off and away with 7 years' bad luck." "Only good luck will bring him past, so I have 7 years to wait. By then I'll be old and crippled." "Drun, you are ridiculous. Good music always defeats bad luck, and never forget it."
"I endorse that view," said Dr. Fidelius. "Come with me now, both of you. We have a few changes to make."
Dr. Fidelius took the 2 children to a merchant dealing in fine shoes and garments. At the sight of Drun and Glyneth, he threw his hands into the air. "Into the back room with you!" Servants set out tubs of warm water and sweet-scented Byzantine soap. Drun and Glyneth disrobed and washed away the grime and grit of travel. The servants brought them towels and chemises of linen. Then they were dressed in handsome new garments, blue trousers, a white shirt, and a nutmeg-buff tunic for Drun, a frock of pale green lawn for Glyneth, and a dark green ribbon for her hair. Other garments were packed into a case and sent back to the van.
Dr. Fidelius surveyed the 2 with approval. "Where are the 2 ragamuffins? We have here a gallant prince and a beautiful princess."
Glyneth laughed. "My father was only a squire of town Throckshaw in Ulfland, but Drun's father is a prince, and his mother a princess."
Dr. Fidelius' interest was aroused. "Who told you this?" he asked Drun.
"The fairies.
Dr. Fidelius spoke slowly. If this is true, as well it may be, you are a very important person. Your mother may have been Suldrun, Princess of Lyonesse. I am sorry to say that she is dead. And my father? I know nothing of him. He is rather a mysterious figure. Chapter 20. Early in the morning, with the sun low behind the trees, and dew still wet on the grass, Graith the woodcutter took Ailess to Madling Meadow. He indicated a low mound on which grew a small gnarled oak. That is Thripsy She. To mortal eyes it looks like very little, but long ago, when I was young and rash, I stole here through the woods of a midsummer's eve, when the fairies do not trouble to dissemble, and where you now see hummocks of turf and an old tree, I saw pavilions of silk and a million fairy lamps and towers rising one on the other. The fairies ordered musicians for a pavan, and the music began. I felt that I must run out and join them, but I knew that if I danced so much as one step on fairy sward, I must dance without surcease the rest of my life. So I put my hands over my ears and went staggering away like a man bereft. Ailess searched Madling Meadow. He heard bird calls and tinkles which might have been laughter. He walked 3 steps out into the meadow. Fairies, I pray you listen to me. I am Ailess, and the boy Drun is my son. Will someone please come to talk to me? Silence fell across Madling Meadow, except for what might have been another bird call. Near the mound, lupins and larkspur jerked and bobbed, though the morning air was calm. Graith pulled at his sleeve. Come away. They are preparing mischief. If they wished to talk to you, they would have done so at once. Now they are plotting harm. Come away before you suffer their tricks. The 2 returned through the woods. Graith said, They are a strange folk. They think no more of us than we do of a fish. Ailess took his leave of Graith. On the way back to the village, Glimwoad, he turned aside and approached a half-decayed stump. From the wrapping he took Persilian and propped it upright on the stump. For an instant he saw himself in the glass, comely despite the harsh structure of jaw, chin, and cheekbone, with eyes bright as blue lights. Then Persilian, from perversity, altered the image, and Ailess found himself looking into the face of a hedgehog. Ailess spoke. Persilian, I need your help. Do you wish to put a question? Yes. It will be your 3rd. I know. Therefore I want to describe the sense of my question so that you will not return a glib evasion. I am seeking my son Drun, who was taken by the fairies of Thripsy She. I will ask you, how may I bring my son alive and well into my own custody? I want to know exactly how to locate my son, release him from Thripsy She in possession of his health, youth, and mental faculties, without incurring penalty. I want to locate and free my son now, and not in a program involving weeks, months, or years, nor do I want to be fooled or frustrated in some way I haven't considered. Therefore, Persilian, has it occurred to you, asked Persilian, that your manner is most arrogant, that you demand my help as if it were a duty I owed you, and you, like all the others, jealously refuse to free me by asking a 4th question? Do you wonder that I regard your problems with detachment? Have you reflected an instant upon my yearnings? No, you exploit me and my power as you might use a horse to draw a load. You chide and domineer as if by some heroic deed you had earned the right to command me, when in fact you stole me in the most furtive manner from King Casimir. Do you still choose to hector me? After a confused moment, Ailess spoke in a subdued voice. Your complaints for the most part are fair. Still, at this moment, I am driven to find my son to the exclusion of all else. Therefore, Persilian, I must repeat my charge. Give me in full detail a response to this question. How may I bring my son into my care and custody? Persilian spoke in a heavy voice. Ask Mergen. Ailess jumped back from the stump in a fury. With great effort he kept his voice even. That is not a proper response. "It is good enough," said Persilian airily. "Our urgencies drive us in different directions. Should you choose to ask another question, by all means do so." Ailus turned the mirror around to face across the meadow. He pointed. "Look, in the field yonder is an old well. Time may have little meaning to you, but if I drop you in the well, you will sink into the mud. Soon the well will cave in, and you will lie buried, perhaps forever, and that is a duration which must have meaning for you." "It is a subject which you do not understand," said Persilian, still using a lofty tone. "I remind you that brevity is the essence of wisdom. Since you seem dissatisfied, I will expand upon my instructions. The fairies will give you nothing unless they receive a gift in payment. You have nothing to offer them. Murgen is a master magician. He lives at Swersmod under Mount Gaboon in the Tich-Tak-Tich. Along the way are dangers. At Binking's Gap you must pass under a boulder balanced on a pin. You must kill the guardian raven, or he will drop a feather to topple the boulder on your head. At the River Sis, an old woman with a fox's head and a chicken's legs will ask you to carry her across the river. You must act on the instant, cut her in half with your sword, and carry each piece over separately. Where the road strikes up Mount Gaboon, you will encounter a pair of bearded griffs. Give each a comb of honey, coming and going, which you have brought for the purpose. In front of Swersmod, call out 3 times in this fashion. Murgen, it is I, Prince Ailus of Troysinet. When you meet Murgen, be not awed. He is a man like yourself, not genial, but not without justice. Listen to his instructions, obey them exactly. I include a final advice, that I may be spared any more reproaches. Will you ride a horse?
"That is my plan."
Stable your horse at the village Oswy Undervale before you arrive at the River Sis. Otherwise it will eat a maddening herb and throw you into the rocks."
"That is valuable advice." Ailus looked longingly back toward Madling Meadow. "It would seem altogether preferable to deal with the fairies now rather than first visiting Murgen by dangerous ways."
"So it might seem. There are reasons why any advantage lies in visiting Murgen first."
With this, Persilian allowed Ailus' image to reflect once more from the glass. As Ailus watched, his face displayed a set of ludicrous leers and grimaces, then disappeared, and the mirror was blank. At Tawn Timble, Ailus traded a golden brooch set with garnets for a strong roan gelding, furnished with bridle, saddle, and saddlebags. At an armorer's shop, he bought a sword of decent quality, a dagger in the heavy-bladed lioness style, an old bow, brittle and cantankerous, but serviceable, so Ailus estimated, if oiled and drawn with a sensitive touch, along with 12 arrows and a quiver. At a haberdashery, he bought a black cloak, a black forester's cap. The town cobbler fitted him with comfortable black boots. Astride his horse, he once more felt himself a gentleman. Leaving Tawn Timble, Ailus rode south to Little Saffield, then west along Old Street, with the forest of Tantravallis a dark margin across the north landscape. The forest retreated, and ahead the blue shadows of the great Tich-Tak-Tich loomed into the air. At Frogmarsh, Ailus turned north along Bittershaw Road, and in due course arrived at Oswy Undervale, a lethargic settlement of 200 inhabitants. Ailus took lodging at the Peacock Inn, and spent the afternoon honing his sword and testing the flight of his arrows against a straw butt in a field behind the inn. The bow seemed to be sound, but in need of work. The arrows flew adequately true, out to 40 yards, and somewhat beyond. Ailus took a melancholy pleasure from sending arrow after arrow into a 6-inch target. His skills had not deserted him. Early in the morning, with his horse stabled behind the inn, he set off afoot along the trail to the west. He climbed a long rise of sandy waste, strewn with stones and boulders, where grew only thistle and bitter grass. At the top of the rise he overlooked a broad valley. To the west and away to the north, ever higher, crag on crag, rose the mighty Tich-Tak-Tich, blocking passage into the Ulflands. Directly below, the trail dropped by traverses to the floor of the valley, and here flowed the River Sis, down from the Troags, back of Cape Farewell, and away to join the Sweet Yallow. Across the valley he thought to make out Swersmod,
high on the flanks of Mount Gaboon, but the shapes and shadows made for deception, and he could not be sure of what he saw. He started down the way, running light-footed, sliding and jumping, and so in short order reached the valley. He found himself in an orchard of apple trees laden with red fruit, but he marched resolutely past, and so arrived at the river bank. On a stump sat a woman with the mask of a red fox and the legs of a chicken. Ailess gave her a thoughtful inspection. Finally she cried out, "Man, why do you stare so?" "Madam Foxface, you are most unusual." "That is no reason to embarrass me." "I intended no discourtesy, madam. You are as you are." "Notice that I sit here in all dignity. It was not I who came cavorting and romping like a madcap down the hillside. I could never deign such frolics. Folk would think me a hoyden." "I was perhaps a trifle boisterous," Ailess admitted. "Would you allow me a question out of sheer curiosity?" "Provided that it is not impertinent." "You must judge and let it be understood that in asking the question I incur no obligation." "Ask on." "Your face is that of a red fox, your torso that of a woman, your limbs those of a fowl. Which influence guides you as you live your life?" "The question is non-cupatory. Now it is my turn to request a boon." "But I specifically renounced all obligation." "I appeal to your chivalrous training. Would you see a poor frightened creature swept away before your eyes? Carry me across the river, if you please." "That is a request no gentleman could ignore," said Ailess. "Step this way, down to the water's edge, and point out the easiest crossing." "Gladly." The woman strutted down the path toward the river. Ailess drew his sword, and with a single great stroke across the waist, cut the woman in twain. The pieces would not rest. The pelvis and legs ran hither and yon, the upper torso dealt furious blows to the ground, while the head called objurgations to chill Ailess' blood. At last he said, "Quiet, woman! Where is your vaunted dignity?" "Go your way," she screeched. "My retribution will not be long in coming." Ailess thoughtfully caught the back of her tunic, dragged her to the water and across the ford. "With legs on one side and arms on the other, you will be less tempted to do wicked deeds." The woman responded with a new spate of curses, and Ailess went his way. The path led up a hillside. He paused to look back. The woman had raised her head to whistle. The legs bounded across the river. The two parts fitted themselves together, and the creature once again was whole. Ailess went somberly on his way. Up Mount Gaboon, where all the lands to the east lay spread below, for the most part dark green forest, then across a wasteland where lived not so much as a blade of grass. A cliff rose sheer above the area, and the trail apparently had reached its end. 2 steps further, and Ailess saw Binking's Gap, a narrow crevice into the cliff. At the mouth of the gap, a pedestal 10 feet high terminated in a point, on which, in precise balance, rested an enormous boulder. With utmost caution, Ailess approached. Nearby, on the branch of a dead tree, perched a raven, with one red eye attentively fixed upon Ailess. Ailess turned his back, knocked arrow to bow, swung about, drew, and let fly. The raven toppled, and fell in a flapping heap to the ground. As it did so, it brushed the balanced boulder with its wing. The boulder swayed, leaned, and crashed into the passage. Ailess retrieved his arrow, cut the wings and tail from the bird, and tucked the articles into his pack. Some day he would fletch his 12 arrows in black. The trail led up through Binking's Gap to a terrace above the cliff. A mile away, under the jut of Mount Gaboon, Swir Smod overlooked the panorama. A castle of no great size, fortified only by a high wall and a pair of bartizans overlooking the portal. Beside the trail, in the shade of 8 black cypress trees, a pair of bearded griffs 8 feet tall played chess at a stone table. As Ailess approached, they put aside the chess and picked up knives. "Step this way," said one, "to save us the trouble of rising." Ailess took 2 combs of honey from his pack and placed them on the stone table. "Sirs, here is your honey." The griffs emitted dismal groans. "Again honey," said one. "And surely insipid," gloomed the other. Ailess said, One should rejoice upon what one has, rather than lament for that which one has not. The Griffs looked up in displeasure. The first uttered a sinister hiss. The other said, "One becomes sated with platitudes no less than with honey, so that one often breaks another's bones in one's vexation." "Enjoy your meal in leisure and good health," said Ailess, and continued to the main portal. Here a tall woman of advanced years, wearing a white robe, watched Ailess approach. He bowed in full courtesy. "Madam, I am here to confer with Mergen upon a matter of importance. Will you please notify him that Ailess, Prince of Troysinet, awaits his pleasure?" The woman, speaking no word, made a gesture and turned away. Ailess followed her across a court, along a hall, and into a parlor furnished with a carpet, a table, and a pair of heavy chairs. Cases along the back wall displayed hundreds of books, and the room smelled pleasantly of the old leather bindings. The woman pointed to a chair. "Sit!" She went from the room, to return with a tray of nut cakes and a cup of tawny wine, which she placed before Ailess. Then once again she left the room. Into the hall came Mergen, wearing a grey peasant smock. Ailess had expected an older man, or at least a man of sage appearance. Mergen wore no beard. His hair was white from natural tendency rather than age. His blue eyes were as bright as Ailess' own. Mergen spoke. "You are here to consult me?" "Sir, I am Ailess. My father is Prince Ospero of Troysinet. I am prince in direct line to the throne. Something less than 2 years ago, I met the Princess Suldrun of Lyonesse. We loved each other and were married. King Casimir immured me in a deep dungeon. I finally escaped to find that Suldrun had killed herself in despair, and that our son Drun had been taken as a changeling by the fairies of Thripsy. I went to Thripsy, but they remained invisible. I beg that you help me rescue my son." Mergen poured a small quantity of wine into 2 goblets. "You come to me empty-handed. I carry nothing of value save a few bits of jewelry which were once Suldrun's. I am sure you care nothing for these. I can offer you only the mirror Persilian, which I stole from King Casimir. Persilian will answer 3 questions, to your advantage if you phrase the questions correctly. If you ask a 4th question, Persilian goes free. I offer him to you on the condition that you will ask the 4th question, and so liberate him." Mergen held out his hand. "Give me Persilian. I accept your conditions." Ailess relinquished the mirror. Mergen twitched his finger and spoke a quiet syllable. A white porcelain box floated across the room and settled on the table. Mergen threw back the lid and turned the contents out upon the table. 13 gems, cut so it seemed from grey quartz. Mergen watched him with a small smile. "You find these uninteresting?" "I would judge them so." Mergen touched them lovingly with his finger, moving them into patterns. He heaved a sigh. 13 nonpareils, each encompassing a mental universe. Well, I must avoid avarice. There are more where these came from. So be it. Take this one. It is gay and enthralling by the light of sunrise. Go to Thripsy just as the first rays of sunlight sweep down across the meadow. Do not go by moonlight, or you will suffer a death of weird invention. Show the crystal to the sunrise. Let it glint in the rays. Do not let it from your grasp until a bargain has been made. The fairies will honor their word precisely. They are, despite popular belief, a most exact-minded race. They will fulfill their terms, no less, and certainly not an iota more, so bargain with care." Mergen rose to his feet. "I bid you farewell." "A moment, sir. The Griffs are truculent. They are not happy with their honey. I think they would prefer to suck the marrow from my bones." "They are easily diverted," said Mergen. "Offer 2 combs to one, and none to the other." "What of the boulder at Binking's Gap? Will that be poised as before?" "At this very moment the raven balances the stone in place. No mean feat for a bird lacking both wings and tail. It is vengeful, so I suspect." Mergen held out a coil of pale blue rope. "Near the head of the defile, a tree overhangs the cliff. Pass the rope around the tree, make a loop to sit in, and lower yourself down the cliff." "What of the fox-faced woman at the river Sis?" Morgan shrugged. You must find some way to trick her, otherwise she will claw your eyes out with a single kick of her leg. The scratch of her fingernail paralyzes. Do not allow her to approach. Alis rose to his feet. I thank you for your help. Still, I wonder why you make the way so dangerous. Many who visit you must consider themselves your friends. Yes, no doubt. The subject clearly failed to interest Morgan. As a matter of fact, the hazards have been established by my enemies, not by me. With the Griffs so close to Swersmod, that is insolence. Morgan dismissed the matter with a gesture. It is beneath my dignity to notice. And now, Prince Alis, I wish you a safe journey. Morgan departed the room. The woman in the white robes led Alis along the dim halls to the portal. She looked up to the sky where the sun had already passed the zenith. If you hurry, she said, you will reach Oswy Undervale before dusk turns to dark. Alis went briskly back down the trail. He approached the grotto where sat the two Griffs. They turned to observe Alis coming. Will you dare once again to offer us insipid honey? We crave more savory stuff. Apparently you are both famished with hunger, said Alis. That is the way of it. Now then. Alis brought out 2 combs of honey. Ordinarily I would offer 1 comb to each of you, but one must be more hungry than the other, and he should have both. I leave them here, and the decision shall be yours. Alis backed away from the instant altercation, and before he was 50 yards along the trail, the Griffs were pulling each other's beards. Though Alis hurried, sounds of the dispute reached his ears for many minutes. He came to Binking's Gap and warily peered over the edge of the cliff. The great boulder, as before, swayed in precarious balance. The raven stood nearby, still lacking wings and tail, with head cocked and one round red eye staring up the gorge. Its feathers were bedraggled. It half sat, half stood on its bent yellow legs. 50 yards to the east, a twisted old cedar tree extended its crooked trunk over the lip of the cliff. Alis threw the rope over the trunk where a crotch would hold it away from the cliff's face. In one end he tied a loop, arranged it under his haunches, pulled the line taut, swung out over the void, and lowered himself to the base of the cliff. He pulled the tail of the line over the tree trunk, made a coil, and slung it over his shoulder. The raven stood as before, head cocked, ready to thrust at the boulder. Alis silently approached from the opposite side and prodded the boulder with the tip of his sword. It toppled and crashed, while the raven uttered cries of dismay. Alis continued along the trail, down the slopes of Mount Gaboon. Ahead, a line of trees marked the course of the river Sis. Alis halted. Somewhere, so he surmised, the fox-woman lay in ambush. The most likely spot would seem to be a thicket of stunted hazel only 100 yards along the trail. He could make a detour either upstream or down, and swim the river rather than crossing by the ford. Alis drew back, and, keeping to cover as much as possible, made a wide half-circle in a downstream direction to the river bank. A fringe of willows barred him from the water, and he was forced to turn upstream. Nothing stirred, at the thicket or elsewhere. Alis began to feel taut. The silence was unnerving. He stopped to listen again, but heard only the gurgle of the water. Sword in hand, he proceeded upstream, step by step. Approaching the ford, he came to a clump of heavy reed grass, swaying in the wind. In the wind? He turned quickly to look down into the red mask of the fox-woman, sitting hunched like a frog. He swung his sword as she thrust herself high and cut off her head at the neck. The torso and legs tumbled into a heap. The head fell at the water's edge. Alis nudged it out into the stream with his sword. It bobbed and rolled downstream. The torso clawed itself erect and began to run aimlessly here and there, waving its arms, darting and jumping, finally to disappear over the rise toward Mount Gaboon. Alis washed his sword, crossed the ford, and returned to Oswy Undervale, arriving just as dusk became dark. He dined on bread and ham, drank a pint of wine, and went immediately to his chamber. In the dark he brought out the grey gem which Morgan had allowed him. It showed a pale shine, the colour of a misty day. Quite dull, reflected Alis, but when he looked away he thought he sensed a peculiar flash at the corner of his vision, a perception to which he could put no name. He tried several times, but failed to reproduce the sensation, and presently he fell asleep. Chapter 21. 4 uneventful days brought Ailus to Ton Timble. Here he bought 2 plump chickens, a ham, a flitch of bacon, and 4 jugs of red wine. He packed some of the goods in his saddle-bags, tied the rest to his saddle, and rode north through Glimwoad to the cottage of Graith and Winnis. Graith came to meet him. At the sight of the provisions he called back into the cottage, "Woman, start the fire under the spit. Tonight we dine like lords." "We will dine and drink well," said Ailus. "Still I must arrive at Madling Meadow before tomorrow's daybreak." The 3 supped on chickens stuffed with barley and onions, and roasted to a turn, hearth cake set to catch the drippings, a pot of field greens simmered with bacon, a salad of cress. "If I ate so much every night, I would no longer care to chop logs in the morning," declared Graith. "Pray the day will arrive," exclaimed Winnis. "Who knows? Perhaps even before you expect it," said Ailus. "But I am tired, and I must arise before sun-up." Half an hour before sunrise, Ailus stood by Madling Meadow. He waited in the gloom under the trees until the first glint of rising sun showed in the east, then slowly started across the dew-wet grass, the gem in his hand. As he neared the hummock, he began to hear small twitters and warblings in a register almost too high for his ear to perceive. Something slapped at the hand which carried the gem. Ailus only clenched his hand the tighter. Invisible fingers tweaked his ears and pulled his hair. His hat was whisked away and flung high in the air. Ailus spoke in a gentle voice. "Fairies, kind fairies, do not treat me so. I am Ailus, father to my son Drun, whom you loved." There was a moment of breathless silence. Ailus continued toward the hummock, to halt 20 yards short. The hummock suddenly became misty and underwent changes, as of images gathering and going, shifting in and out of focus. From the hummock came a red carpet, unrolling almost to where Ailus stood. Along the carpet came a fairy 5 feet tall, pale brown of skin, with an oversheen of olive green. He wore a scarlet robe trimmed with white weasel heads, a fragile crown of gold strands, and green velvet slippers. To right and left, other fairies showed on the margin of visibility, never totally substantial. "I am King Throbius," stated the fairy. "You are indeed the father of our beloved Drun?" "Yes, your majesty." "In that case our love transfers in part to you, and you will find no harm at Thripsy-She." "I give you my thanks, your majesty." "No thanks are needed. We are honored by your presence. What is that which you hold in your hand?" Another fairy spoke softly. "Oh, the thrilling dazzle." "Your majesty, this is a magic gem of enormous value." Fairy voices murmured, "True, true, a fervent gem of magic hue." "Allow me to hold it," said King Throbius in a peremptory voice. "Your majesty, ordinarily your wishes would command me, but I have been most solemnly instructed. I want my son Drun returned to me alive and well. Then and only then may I relinquish the gem." From the fairies came murmurs of surprise and disapproval. "A naughty fellow! Just so, the mortals. One can never trust their gentility. Pale and coarse as rats." King Throbius spoke. "I regret to state that Drun is no longer resident among us. He grew into boyhood, and we were forced to send him away." Ailus gaped in astonishment. "He is barely a year old." "In the She, time jerks and skips like a mayfly. We never trouble to reckon it out. When Drun left, he was, in your terms, perhaps 9 years old." Ailus stood silent. "Please give me the pretty bauble," coaxed King Throbius, in the voice he might use upon a skittish cow whose milk he hoped to steal. "My position remains the same, only when you give me my son." "That is next to impossible. He departed some time ago. Now then," King Throbius' voice became harsh, "do as I command, or never will you see your son again." Ailus uttered a wild laugh. "I have never seen him yet. What have I to lose?" "We can transform you into a badger," piped a voice, "or a milkweed, Fluff, or a sparrow with the horns of an elk." Ailus asked King Throbius, "You promised me your love and protection. Now I am threatened. Is this fairy honor?" "Our honor is bright," declared King Throbius in a ringing voice. He nodded crisply right and left in satisfaction, as his subjects called out endorsement. "In that case, I return to my offer. This fabulous gem for my son." A shrill voice cried out, "That may not be, since it would bring good luck to Thrun. I hate him most severely. I brought a mordant on him." Footnote: a unit of acrimony and malice, as expressed in the terms of a curse. End of footnote. King Throbius spoke in the silkiest of voices. "And what was the mordant?"
7 years."
"Indeed. I find myself vexed. For 7 years you shall taste not nectar, but tooth-twisting vinegar. For 7 years you will smell bad smells and never find the source. For 7 years your wings will fail you, and your legs will weigh heavy as lead and sink you 4 inches deep into all but the hardest ground. For 7 years you will carry all slops and slimes from the Sidhe. For 7 years you will know an itch on your belly that no scratching will relieve. And for 7 years you will not be allowed to look upon the pretty new bauble." Faliel seemed most distressed by the final injunction.
"Oh, the bauble! Good King Throbius, do not taunt me, so I crave that color. It is my most cherished thing."
"So it must be. Away with you." Ailus asked, "Then you will bring back Thrun?" "Would you take me into a fairy war with Trelawney Sidhe, or Zadie Sidhe, or Misty Valley Sidhe, or any other Sidhe which guards the forest? You must ask a reasonable price for your bit of stone. Flink."
"Here, sir."
"What can we offer Prince Ailus to fulfill his needs?"
"Sir, I might suggest the Never Fail, as carried by Sir Chill, the fairy knight."
"A happy thought! Flink, you are most ingenious. Go prepare the implement on this instant."
"On this instant it shall be, sir."
Ailus ostentatiously put his hand with the gem into his pouch. "What is a never fail?" Flink's voice, breathless and shrill, sounded beside King Throbius.
"I have it here, sir, after great and diligent toil at your order."
"When I require haste, Flink hurries," King Throbius told Ailus. "When I use the word instant, he understands the word to mean now."
"Just so," panted Flink. "Ah, how I have toiled to please Prince Ailus! If he deigns me only one word of praise, I am more than repaid."
"That is the true Flink speaking," King Throbius told Ailus. "Honest and fine is Flink." "I am interested less in Flink than in my son Thrun. You are about to bring him to me." "Better! The Never Fail will serve you all your life long, always to indicate where Lord Thrun may be found. Notice!" King Throbius displayed an irregular object, 3 inches in diameter, carved from a walnut burl and suspended from a chain. A protuberance to the side terminated in a point tipped with a sharp tooth. King Throbius dangled the Never Fail on its chain. "You will note the direction indicated by the white fairy tooth. Along that slant you will find your son Thrun. The Never Fail is failure-proof and warranted forever. Take it. The instrument will guide you infallibly to your son." Ailus indignantly shook his head. "It points north, into the forest, where only fools and fairies go. This Never Fail points the direction of my own death, or it may take me without fail to Thrun's corpse." King Throbius studied the instrument. "He is alive, otherwise the tooth would not snap to direction with such vigor. As for your own safety, I can only say that danger exists everywhere, for you and for me. Would you feel secure walking the streets of Lioness Town? I suspect not. Or even Domrace, where Prince Trelawn hopes to make himself king. Danger is like the air we breathe. Why cavil at the club of an ogre or the maw of an ossip? Death comes to all mortals." "Bah!" muttered Ailus. "Flink is fast on his feet. Let him run out into the forest with the Never Fail and bring back my son." From all sides came titters, quickly stilled when King Throbius, not amused, thrust his arm upward. "The sun stands hot and high, the dew is going, and the bees are first at our flower cups. I'm losing my zest for transactions. What are your final terms?" As before, I want my son sound and safe. That means no mordets of bad luck, and Drun my son in my safe possession. For this, the gem. One can only do the reasonable and convenient, said King Throbius. Faliel shall lift the mordet. As for Drun, here is the never-fail, and with it our warranty. It shall lead you to Drun in life's full vigor. Take it now. He pressed the never-fail into Ailith's hand, who thereupon released his grip on the gem. King Throbius snatched it and held it high. It is ours! From all sides came a suspiration of awe and joy. Ah, see it glow! A lummox! Look what he gave for a trifle. For such a treasure he might have claimed a wind-boat or a palanquin carried by racing griffins, with fairy maids in attendance. Or a castle of 20 towers on Misty Meadow. Oh, the fool, the fool! The illusions flickered. King Throbius began to lose his definition. Wait! Cried Ailith. He caught hold of the scarlet cloak. What of the mordet? It must be lifted. Flink spoke aghast.
Mortal, you have touched the royal garment. That is an irredemptible offence.
Your promises protect me, said Ailith. The mordet of bad luck must be lifted. Tiresome, sighed King Throbius. I suppose I must see to it. Faliel, you yonder so industriously scratching your belly, remove your curse, and I will remove the itch.
Honor is at stake, cried Faliel. Would you have me seem a weathercock?
No one will take the slightest notice.
Let him apologize for his evil side glances.
Ailith said, As his father, I will act as surrogate and tender his profound regrets for those deeds which disturbed you.
After all, it was not kind to treat me so.
Of course not. You are sensitive and just.
In that case, I will remind King Throbius that the mordet was his own. I merely tricked Drun into looking back.
Is that the way of it? Demanded King Throbius.
Flink said, Just so, your majesty.
Then I can do nothing. The royal curse is indelible. Give me back the gem, cried Ailith. You have not held to your bargain. I promised to do all reasonable and convenient. This I have done. Anything more is not convenient. Flink, Ailith becomes tiresome. On which hem did he seize my robe? North, east, south, or west?
On the west, sire.
The west, eh? Well, we cannot harm him, but we can move him. Take him west, since that seems to be his preference, as far as possible. Ailith was whirled up and away through the sky. Windy draughts howled in his ears. Sun, clouds, and earth tumbled across his vision. He lofted high in trajectory, then dropped toward glittering sunlit water, and alighted on sand at the edge of the surf. Here is west as west may be, said a voice choking with merriment. Think kindly of us. Were we rude, west might have been another half-mile. The voice was gone. Ailith, rising shakily to his feet, stood alone on a bleak promontory not far from a town. The never-fail had been tossed on the wet sand at his feet. He picked it up before the surf could carry it away. Ailith organized his thoughts. Apparently he stood at Cape Farewell at the far western edge of Lyonesse. The town would be Pargetta. Ailith held the never-fail suspended. The tooth jerked about to point toward the northeast. Ailith heaved a deep sigh of frustration, then trudged up the beach to Pargetta, hard under the Castle Malice. He ate bread and fried fish at the inn. Then, after an hour's wrangling with the hostler, he bought a hammer-headed grey stallion of mature years, with a wilful disposition and no grace whatever, but still capable of good service if not used too hard, and, no small consideration, of a price relatively low. Never-fail pointed to the northeast. With half the day still ahead, Ailith set off along Old Street, up the valley of the river Syrinx, and into the fastnesses of the Troag, the southern culmination of the Tich-Tak-Tich. Footnote: Old Street, running from the Atlantic to the Gulf of Cantabria, had been laid by the Magdals 2,000 years before the coming of the Danäans. According to popular lore, every step along Old Street overlooked a battlefield. When the full moon shone at Beltane, ghosts of the slain came out to stand along Old Street and stare at their adversaries across the way. End of footnote. He passed the night at a lonely mountain inn, and late the next day he arrived at Knowlesby-Savan, market town, and junction of three important roads: the Spher Arct, leading south to Lioness Town, Old Street, and the Ulf Passway winding north into the Ulflands by way of Coll-Bocach. Ailís took lodging at the White Horse Inn, and next day set off to the north along the Ulf Passway, at the best speed his obstinate mount would allow. His plans were not elaborate, nor, by the nature of things, fully detailed. He would ride up the passway, enter South Ulfland at Coll-Bocach, and proceed into Dahote along the Trampada, somehow giving Tincinfirel a wide berth. At Camperdooley Corners he would leave the Trampada for the east-west road, a route which, according to the Neverfail, should take him more or less directly to Drun, if so much were allowed by the 7-year Mordit. A few miles along the way, Ailís overtook a band of itinerant peddlers bound for Ys and towns along the South Ulf coast. Ailís joined the group to avoid passing Coll-Bocach alone, so perhaps to be an object of suspicion. At Coll-Bocach there was unsettling news, brought by refugees from the north. The Ska had once more erupted across both North and South Ulfland, almost isolating the city Oaldis with King Orianti and his paltry court, and the puzzle remained why the Ska used such forbearance toward the powerless Orianti. In another operation, the Ska had driven east to the Dahote border and beyond to seize the great fortress Poelitets overlooking the Plain of Shadows. Ska strategy presented no mysteries to the day sergeant at Coll-Bocach. They intend to take the Ulflands, north and south, as a pike takes a perch. Can there be any doubt? A bite at a time, a nip here, a gnaw there, and soon the black flag flies from Tawsey Head to Cape Tay, and some day they may be bold enough to try for Ys and Vale Evander, if ever they could take Tincinfirel. He held up his hand. No, don't tell me. That's not the way of a pike with a perch. He takes all at a gulp. But it's all one in the end. Somewhat daunted, the peddlers took counsel in a grove of aspen trees and finally decided to proceed with caution, at least as far as Ys. 5 miles along the road, the peddlers met a straggle of peasant folk, some with horses or donkeys, others driving farm carts loaded with household possessions, others going afoot with infants and children, refugees, so they identified themselves, driven from their steadings by the Ska. One great black army, so they stated, had already stormed across South Ulfland, obliterating resistance, enslaving able men and women, burning the keeps and castles of the Ulfish barons. Again the peddlers, now in distress, took counsel, and once again decided to proceed at least as far as Tincinfirel. But no farther until safety is assured, declared the most sagacious of the group. Remember, 1 step into the Vale, and we must pay the Duke's tolls. On then, said another, to Tincinfirel, and we shall see how the land lies. The group continued along the road, only in short order to meet another band of refugees, who brought news of the most startling sort. The Ska army had reached Tincinfirel, and even now had placed it under attack. There was no more question of going forward. The peddlers turned in their tracks and returned south far more briskly than they had come. Ailís remained alone on the road. Tincinfirel lay yet another 5 miles ahead. He had no choice but to attempt to discover a route to detour Tincinfirel, one which climbed into the mountains, over, then descended once more to the Trampada. At a small steep ravine choked with scrub oak and stunted cedar, Ailís dismounted and led his horse up the faintest of trails toward the skyline. Harsh vegetation blocked the way. Loose rocks rolled underfoot, and the hammer-headed gray horse had no taste for mountain climbing. During the first hour, Ailís progressed only a mile. After another hour, he arrived at the ridge of a spur which splayed out from the central crag. The route became easier and led in a direction parallel to the road below, but always climbing, up toward that flat-topped mountain known as Tac Tor, the highest point within range of vision. Tinzinfeirel could not be far away. Stopping to catch his breath, Ailus thought to hear far, faint shouts. Thoughtfully he continued, keeping as much to cover as possible. Tinzinfeirel, he calculated, stood across Vale Evander, immediately beyond Tac Tor. He was approaching the scene of siege far closer than he had intended. Sunset found him 100 yards below the summit, in a little dell beside a covert of mountain larches. Ailus cut himself a bed of boughs, tied his horse on a long tether near a rivulet seeping from a spring. Foregoing the comfort of a fire, he ate bread and cheese from his saddlebag. From his pouch he brought Neverfail and watched as the tooth swung to the northeast, with perhaps a trifle more easting than before. He tucked Neverfail into his pouch, shoved pouch and saddlebags deep under a laurel bush, and went out on the ridge to look around the landscape. Afterglow had not yet left the sky, and a full moon of enormous dimensions rose from the black loom of Forest Tantravalis. Nowhere could be seen gleam of candle or lamp, nor the flicker of fire. Ailus considered the flat summit, only 100 yards above. In the half-light he noticed a trail. Others had fared this way before, though not by the route he had come. Ailus followed the path to the summit, to find a flat area of 3 or 4 acres, with a stone altar and 5 dolmens at the center, standing stark and quiet in the moonlight. Giving wide berth to the altar, Ailus crossed the flat summit to where the opposite brink dropped away in a cliff. Tinzinfeirel seemed so close that he might have flung a stone across and down to the roof of the highest tower. The castle was illuminated as if for a gala, windows aglow with golden light. Along the ridge behind the castle, hundreds of small fires flickered red and orange. Among them moved a company of tall, somber warriors, to a number Ailus could not estimate. At their back, dim in the firelight, stood the gaunt frames of 4 large siege engines. Clearly here was no chance or capricious escapade. The chasm at Ailus' feet dropped sheer to the floor of Vale Evander. Below the castle, torches lit a parade ground, now unoccupied. Other torches, in parallel rows, marked the parapets of a wall across the narrow neck of the vale, like the parade ground, devoid of defenders. A mile to the west, along the ridge, another spatter of campfires indicated a second encampment, presumably Ska. The scene was one of weird grandeur, which affected Ailus with awe. He watched for a period, then turned away, and descended through the moonlight to his own camp. The night was unseasonably cool. Ailus lay on his bed of boughs, shivering under cloak and saddle-blanket. Presently he slept, but only fitfully, waking from time to watch the progress of the moon across the sky. Once, with the moon halfway down in the west, he heard a far contralto cry of misery, something between a howl and a moan, which brought up the hairs at the back of his neck. He huddled deep into his bed. Minutes passed. The call was not repeated. At last he fell into a torpor which kept him asleep somewhat longer than he had intended, and he awoke only when rays from the rising sun shone into his face. He rose lethargically, washed his face in the stream, and considered how best to proceed. The trail to the summit might well lead down to join the Trompada, a convenient route if it avoided the Ska. He decided to return to the summit, the better to spy out the lay of the land. Taking a crust of bread and a knob of cheese to eat along the way, he climbed to the top. The mountains below and behind fell away in humping spurs, gulches, and wallowing folds almost to the verge of the forest. As best he could determine, the trail descended to the Trompada, and so would serve him well. On this clear sunny morning, the air smelled sweet of mountain herbs, heather, gorse, rosemary, cedar. Ailus crossed the summit to see how went the siege of Tinzinfeirel. It was, he reflected, an episode of great significance. If the Ska commanded both Poelitets and Tinzinfeirel, they effectively controlled the Ulflands. Approaching the brink, he dropped to his hands and knees to avoid impinging his silhouette on the skyline. Nearing the brink, he went flat and crawled, and at last peered out across the gorge. Almost below, Tinzinfeirel reared high on its tall crag. Close, but not so close as it had seemed the night before, when he thought he could fling a stone across the chasm to the roof. Now it was clear that the castle lay beyond all but the strongest arrow flight. The uppermost tower culminated in a terrace guarded by parapets. A swayback saddle or ridge joined the castle to the heights beyond, where the closest vantage area, reinforced from below by a retaining wall of stone blocks, overlooked the castle well within bowshot range. Remarkable, thought Ailess, the foolish arrogance of Ford Carfilhiot to allow so convenient a platform to remain unguarded. The area now swarmed with Ska troops. They wore steel caps and long-sleeved black surcoats. They moved with a grim and agile purpose, which suggested an army of black killer ants. If King Casimir had hoped to create an alliance, or at the very least a truce with the Ska, his hopes now were blasted, since by the attack the Ska had declared themselves his adversaries. Both the castle and Vale Evander seemed lethargic this bright morning. No peasant tilled his field nor walked the road, nor were Carfilhiot's troops anywhere visible. By dint of great exertion the Ska had transported 4 large catapults across the moors, up the mountainside, and along the ridge which commanded Tinsinfirel. As Ailess watched, they dragged the engines forward. They were, so he saw, heavily built devices, capable of tossing a 100-pound boulder the distance to Tinsinfirel, to knock down a merlin, break open an embrasure, rupture a wall, and eventually, after repeated blows, to demolish the high tower itself. Worked by competent engineers and with uniform missiles, their accuracy could be almost exact. As Ailess watched, they worked the catapults forward to the edge of that vantage overlooking Tinsinfirel. Carfilhiot himself strolled out upon the terrace, wearing a pale blue morning gown. Apparently he had just risen from bed. Ska archers immediately ran forward and sent a flight of arrows singing across the gorge. Carfilhiot stepped behind a merlin with a frown of annoyance for the interruption of his promenade. 3 of his retainers appeared on the roof and quickly erected sections of metal mesh along the parapets so as to ward away Ska arrows, and Carfilhiot was again able to take the morning air. The Ska watched him with perplexity and exchanged ironic comments, meanwhile proceeding to ballast their catapults. Ailess knew that he must depart, but could not bring himself to leave. The stage was set, the curtains drawn, the actors had appeared. The drama was about to begin. The Ska manned the windlasses. The massive propulsion beams bent backward, groaning and creaking. Stone missiles were placed into the projection chutes. The master archers turned screws, perfecting their aim. All was ready for the first volley. Carfilhiot suddenly seemed to take cognizance of the threat to his tower. He made an annoyed gesture and spoke a word over his shoulder. Underneath the catapults, the stone abutments supporting the vantage collapsed. Down toppled catapults, missiles, rubble, archers, engineers, and ordinary troops. They fell a long way with hallucinatory slowness, down, down, twisting, wheeling, bounding, and sliding the last 100 feet, to stop in an unpleasant tangle of stone, timbers, and broken bodies. Carfilhiot took a final turn around the terrace and went into the castle. The Ska assessed the situation, stern rather than angry. Ailess drew back beyond the Ska range of vision. High time for him to be on his way, as far and as fast as possible. He looked toward the stone altar in a new spirit of speculation. Carfilhiot was clearly a man of wily tricks. Would he leave so tempting a lookout point for presumptive enemies unprotected? Ailess, suddenly nervous, took a final look toward Tinsinfirel. Ska work gangs, evidently slaves, were dragging timbers along the ridge. The Ska, though bereft of their catapults, were not yet abandoning the siege. Ailess watched for a minute, 2 minutes. He turned away from the edge of the cliff and found, confronting him, a patrol of 7 men wearing Ska black, a corporal and 6 warriors, 2 standing with bows drawn. Ailess held up his hands. "I'm a traveler only. Let me go my way." The corporal, a tall man with a strange, wild face, gave a guttural croak of derision. "Up here on the mountain. You are a spy." "A spy? For what purpose? What could I tell anyone? That the Ska are attacking Tinsinfirel? I came up here to find a safe route around the battle." "You are quite safe now. Come along. Even 2 legs have their uses." Footnote: 2 leg. a semi-contemptuous term applied by the ska to all other men than themselves, a contraction of two-legged animal, to designate a middle category between ska and four-leg. Another common pejorative, nial, horse smell, made reference to the difference in body odor between ska and other races, the ska seeming to smell not unpleasantly of camphor, turpentine, a trace of musk. End of footnote. The ska took Ailith's sword and tied a rope around his neck. He was led down from Tak Tor, across the gorge and up to the ska encampment. He was stripped of his garments, shorn bald, forced to wash using yellow soap and water. Then he was given new garments of grey linsey-woolsey, and finally a smith riveted an iron collar around his neck with a ring to which a chain might be attached. Ailith was seized by 4 men in grey tunics and bent face down over a log. His trousers were dropped. The smith brought a red-hot iron and brandished his right buttock. He heard the sizzle of burning flesh and smelled the subsequent odor, which prompted him to droop his head and vomit, inducing those who held him to curse and jump aside, but they continued to hold him while a bandage was slapped down over the burn. Then he was hoisted to his feet. The ska sergeant called to him, "Pull up your trousers and come over here." Ailith obeyed. "Name?" "Ailith." The sergeant wrote in a ledger, "Place of birth?" "I don't know." Again the sergeant wrote, then he looked up. "Today luck is your friend. You now may call yourself Skaling, inferior only to a natural ska. Acts of violence against ska or skaling, sexual perversion, lack of cleanliness, insubordination, sullen, insolent, truculent, or disorderly behavior are not tolerated. Forget your past. It is a dream. You are now Skaling, and the ska way is your way. You are assigned to group leader Tossig. Obey him. Work faithfully. You shall have no cause for complaint. Yonder is Tossig. Report to him immediately." Tossig, a short, grizzled skaling, half walked and half hopped on one straight and one crooked leg, making tense gestures and squinting through narrow, pale blue eyes as if in a state of chronic anger. He gave Ailith a brief inspection and clipped a long, light chain to Ailith's collar. "I am Tossig. Whatever your name, forget it. You are now Tossig 6. When I yell 6, I mean you. I run a tight squad. I compete in production. To please me, you must compete and try to outdo all the other squads. Do you understand?" "I understand your words," said Ailith. "That is not proper. Say, 'Yes, sir.'" "Yes, sir." "Already I feel resentment and resistance in you. Be wary. I am fair but not forgiving. Work your best, or better than your best, so that we all make grade. Slack and shirk, and I suffer as well as you, and this must not be. Come now, to work." Tossig's platoon, with the addition of Ailith, was now at its full complement of 6. Tossig took them down into a stony, sun-baked gully, and put them to work dragging timbers up to the ridge and downslope to where ska and skaling worked together to build a timber tunnel along the saddle toward Tinzinfirel, through which a battering ram might then be swung against the castle gate. On the parapets, Carfiliot's archers watched for targets, ska or skaling alike. Whenever one such exposed himself, an arrow instantly darted down from above. When the timber passage reached halfway across the saddle, Carfiliot raised an onager to the turret and began to launch 100-pound stones at the timber structure. To no avail. The timbers were elastic and cunningly joined. The stones, striking the timbers, crushed bark, splintered the surface, then tumbled away down into the gulch. Ailith quickly discovered that his fellows in Tossig's platoon were no more anxious to elevate Tossig's grade than himself. Tossig hence ran bobbing and limping back and forth in a state of frenzy, calling exhortations, threats, and abuse. "Shoulders into it, 5! Pull, pull! Are you all sick? 3, you corpse! Pull now! 6, I'm watching you. I know your kind. You're dogging it already." So far as Ailith could determine, Tossig's squad achieved as much as the other, and he heard Tossig's outcries with indifference. The morning's calamity had left him numb. The full scope was only just beginning to make itself felt. At noon the skalings were fed bread and soup. Ailith sat on his left buttock in a state of numb reverie. During the morning, Ailess had been teamed with Yane, a taciturn North Ulf, perhaps 40 years old. Yane was of no great stature, sinewy and long-armed, with dark, coarse hair and a pinched, leathery face. Yane watched Ailess a few minutes, then said gruffly, "Eat, lad. Keep up your strength. No good comes of brooding. I have affairs which I can't neglect. Forget them. Your new life has started." Ailess shook his head. "Not for me." Yane grunted. "If you try to escape, everyone in your squad is flogged and drops in grade, including Taussig, so everyone watches everyone else. No one escapes? Seldom. What of yourself? Have you never attempted to escape?" "Escape is more difficult than you might think. It is a subject no one discusses." "And no one is freed?" "After your stint, you are pensioned. They don't care what you do then." "How long is a stint?" 30 years. Ailess groaned. "Who here is chief among the Ska?" "He is Duke Murtaz. There he stands yonder." "Where are you going?" "I must speak to him." Ailess rose painfully to his feet and crossed to where a tall Ska stood brooding down upon Tinzinfiro. Ailess halted in front of him. "Sir, you are Duke Murtaz?" "I am he." The Ska surveyed Ailess with grey-green eyes. Ailess spoke in a reasonable voice. "Sir, this morning your soldiers captured me and clamped this collar around my neck." "Indeed. In my own country I'm a nobleman. I see no reason why I should be treated this way. Our countries are not at war." "The Ska are at war with all the world. We expect no mercy from our enemies. We give none." "Then I ask that you abide by the rules of warfare and allow me to ransom my freedom." "We are not a numerous people. Our need is labor, not gold. Today you are branded with a date mark. 30 years you must serve. Then you will be freed, with a generous pension. If you attempt to escape, you will be maimed or killed. We expect such attempts, and are alert. Our laws are simple, and admit of no ambiguity. Obey them. Go back to your work." Ailess returned to where Yane sat watching. "Well?" "He told me I must work 30 years. Yane chuckled and rose to his feet. "Taussig summons us." Across the downs, convoys of bullock carts brought timbers from the mountains. Scaling squads dragged the timbers up the ridge. Foot by foot the timber tunnel thrust across the saddle toward Tinzinfiro. The construction approached the castle walls. Carfiliot's warriors on the parapets dropped bladders of oil upon the timbers and sent down fire arrows. Orange flames roared high. At the same time, drops of blazing oil seeped through cracks. Those who worked below were forced to retreat. Special contrivances fabricated of sheet copper were brought forward by a trained squad and fitted over the timbers to form a protective roof. Flaming oil thereupon flowed off to burn harmlessly on the ground. Foot by foot the tunnel approached the castle walls. The defenders displayed a rather sinister lassitude. The tunnel reached the castle walls. A heavy battering ram shod with iron was carried forward. Ska warriors crowded the tunnel, ready to surge through the ruptured portal. From somewhere high on the tower, a massive ball of iron swung down and around at the end of a chain to strike the timber construction fairly at a spot 30 feet from the tower wall, to sweep timbers, ram, and warriors over the edge of the saddle and down into the gully. Another tangle of timbers and crushed bodies on top of the tangle already there. From the ridge, the Ska commanders stood in the light of sunset, contemplating the destruction of their works. There was a pause in the business of the siege. The Skalings gathered in a hollow to evade the steady wind from the west. Ailess, like the others, crouched in the wan light, back to the wind, watching sidelong the Ska silhouettes along the skyline. There would be no further action against Tinzinfiro on this night. The Skalings trooped downhill to the camp, where they were fed porridge boiled with dried cod. The corporals marched their platoons to a latrine trench where they crouched and voided in unison. Then they filed past a cart where each took a coarse woolen blanket and bedded himself on the ground. Ailess slept the sleep of exhaustion. 2 hours after midnight he awoke. His surroundings confused him. He sat up with a jerk, only to feel a sharp tug on the chain at his collar. "Stop short," growled Taussig. It's on the first night that the new ones try to run free, and I know all the tricks." Ailess fell back into the blanket. He lay listening to the cold wind blowing across the rocks, to a mutter of voices from ska sentries and fire tenders, to snores and dream sounds from the skarlings. He thought of his son, Drun, possibly alone and unprotected, possibly at this very instant in pain or danger. He thought of Neverfail under a laurel bush on the slope of Taktor. The horse would break its tether and wander off to find fodder. He thought of Trewan and stone-hearted Casimir. Requital, revenge. His palms sweated in a passion of hatred. Half an hour passed, and again he fell asleep. Somewhat before dawn, at that most dismal hour of the night, a far rumbling and crashing sound, as of a large tree falling, awoke Ailess for the second time. He lay motionless, listening to staccato calls among the ska. At dawn the skarlings were aroused from their rest by the clangor of a bell. Sullen and torpid, they took their blankets to the cart, visited the latrine, and those who elected to do so washed at a rivulet of chilly water. Their breakfast was like their supper, porridge and dried cod, with bread and a cup of hot peppermint tea mixed with pepper and wine to stimulate their energies. Tausig took his platoon up to the ridge, and there the source of the pre-dawn sounds was revealed. During the night, defenders from the castle had fixed hooks into that portion which still remained of the timber tunnel. A windlass high above had tightened the line. The passage had been overturned and toppled 300 feet into the gulch. All the ska effort had gone for naught. Worse, their materials had been wasted, and their energies destroyed. Tinsinfirel had suffered nothing. The ska now were intent not on the destroyed passageway, but on an army camped 3 miles west along the vale. Scouts returning from reconnaissance reported 4 battalions of well-disciplined troops, the factoral militia of Ys and Evander, consisting of pikemen, archers, mounted pikemen, and knights, to the number of 2,000 men. 2 miles behind, the morning light twinkled on the metal and motion of other troops on the march. Ailess considered the ska. A contingent not quite so numerous as he had first estimated, probably no more than 1,000 warriors. Tausig noticed his interest and gave a harsh chuckle. "Don't count on battle, lad. Waste no false hopes. They'll not fight for glory unless there's something to be won. No risk of foolishness, I assure you." "Still, they'll have to break the siege." "That's already been decided. They hoped to take Carfiliot unawares. Bad luck. He tricked them with his knaveries. Next time affairs will go differently, you'll see." "I don't plan to be here." "Ha! So you would say. I have been scarling 19 years. I have a position of responsibility, and in 11 years I have my pension. My hopes are on the side of my own good interests." Ailess looked him over with contempt. "I don't believe you want to win free." Tausig became instantly curt. "Now then, that's flogging talk. There goes the signal. Break camp." The ska with their skarlings departed the ridge and set off across the moors of South Ulfland. This was a land like none Ailess had known before. Low hills grown over with gorse and heather, and dales trickling with small streams. Outcrops of rock scarred the heights, thickets and copses shaded the swales. Peasants fled in all directions at the sight of the black troops. Much of the land had been abandoned, the huts deserted, the stone fences broken, and furs growing rank. Castles kept the high places, testifying to the perils of clan warfare and the prevalence of raids by night. Many such places lay in ruins, the stones mottled with lichen. Others which had survived jerked drawbridge high and manned the parapets to see the ska troops pass by. The hills reared upward, with sour black soil and peat bogs in between. Clouds swirled low overhead, opening to pass shafts of sunlight, closing as soon to throttle off the radiance. Few folk inhabited these regions, except crofters, tin miners, and outlaws. Ailess marched without thought. He knew the burly back and tousled hair of the man in front of him, and the catenary traced by the swinging chain between them. He ate on command, slept on command. He spoke to no one save an occasional mutter to Yane, who hunched along beside him. The column passed only half a mile inland from the fortified town Oaldis, where King Orianti had long held court. uttering sonorous commands which were seldom obeyed, and spending much time in the palace garden among his tame white rabbits. At the sight of Ska troops, the portcullis dropped with a clang, and archers mounted the walls. The Ska paid no heed and continued along the coast road, with Atlantic swells crashing into surf along the shore. A Ska patrol rode up with news which quickly filtered down to the Skalings. King Orianti had died in a convulsion, and feeble-minded Quilcy had succeeded to the throne of South Elfland. He shared his father's interest in white rabbits, and was said to eat nothing but custard, honey buns, and trifle. Yane explained to Ailess why the Ska allowed Orianti and now Quilcy to reign unmolested. They caused the Ska no inconvenience. From the Ska point of view, Quilcy can reign forever so long as he keeps to his dollhouses. The column entered North Elfland, the boundary marked only by a cairn beside the road. Fishing villages along the way were deserted except for old men and women, the able-bodied having fled to avoid indenture. On a dreary morning, with the wind carrying salt spume 100 yards inshore, the column passed under an ancient Furbolg beacon tower, built to raise the clans against Danaan raiders, and so entered the foreshore, in effect Ska territory. The villages now were totally deserted, with the former inhabitants killed, enslaved, or driven away. At Vax, the column broke into several components. A few took ship for Skaghain, a few continued along the coastal road toward the granite quarries, where certain intractable Skalings would spend the rest of their lives chipping granite. Another contingent, including Tausig and his platoon, swung inland toward Castle Sank, the seat of Duke Luhalx, and a staging station for Skaling convoys en route to Poelitets. Footnote. Memorandum. King, Prince, Duke, Lord, Baron, Ordinary are used arbitrarily and inexactly to indicate somewhat similar levels of status among the Ska. Functionally, the differences in rank are peculiar to the Ska, in that only King, Prince, and Duke are hereditary, and all save King may be earned by valor or other notable achievement. Thus, an ordinary, having killed or captured 5 armed enemies, becomes a knight. By other exactly codified achievements, he becomes a baron, then lord, duke, then finally Grand Duke or prince. The king is elected by vote of the dukes. His dynasty persists along its direct male lineage until the line becomes extinct or is voted out of power at a conclave of dukes. For a brief discussion of Ska history, see Glossary III. End of footnote. Chapter 22. At Castle Sank, Tausig's gang was assigned to the sawmill. A ponderous water wheel moving a linkage of iron levers raised and lowered a straight-bladed saw of forged steel 9 feet long and worth its weight in gold. The saw squared timbers and cut planks with a speed and accuracy Ailess found remarkable. Skalings with long experience controlled the mechanism, lovingly sharpened the teeth, and apparently worked without coercion or supervision. Tausig's gang was assigned to the seasoning shed, where they stacked and restacked planks. Over the weeks, Ailess gradually, a trifle at a time, incurred Tausig's disfavor and dislike. Tausig despised Ailess' fastidious habits and his disinclination to work any more energetically than was absolutely necessary. Yane shared Tausig's disfavor because he managed to achieve his share of the work without perceptible effort, which caused Tausig to suspect him of shirking, though he could never demonstrate as much. At first Tausig tried to reason with Ailess. "Look you now, I've been watching, and you don't deceive me an instant. Why do you give yourself such airs as if you were a former lord? You will never better yourself by such means. Do you know what happens to shirkers and fiddy-digits? They are put to work in the lead mines, and if they short their stint, they are sent to the sword factory, and their body's blood hardens the steel. I advise you to show me somewhat more zeal." Ailess responded as politely as possible. "The Ska took me against my will. They broke apart my life. They have done me great harm. Why should I exert myself for their benefit?" "Your life has changed, true," argued Tausig. "Make the best of it, like the rest of us. Think, 30 years is not so long a time. They will either send you away a free man with 10 gold coins, or they will give you a farmstead with a hut, a woman, animals, and your children are free from indenture. Is that not generous?" "For the best part of my life?" Ailess sneered and turned away. Tausig angrily called him back. "Perhaps you scorn the future, not I. When my gang performs poorly, I take demerits. I want none on your account." Tausig hopped away, his face mottled with fury. 2 days later, Tausig led Ailess and Yane to the yard at the rear of Castle Sank. He spoke no word, but the jerk of his elbows, the bob of his head, were freighted with portent. Where the gate opened into the yard, he swung about and at last gave vent to his rage. "They were wanting a pair of house servants, and I spoke up with my heart full. Now I am free of you both, and Imboden the steward is your master. Try him with your provocations, and learn what boon it brings you." Ailess studied the congested face thrust toward his own, then shrugged and turned away. Yane stood in despondent boredom. There was nothing more to be said. Tausig called across the yard to a scullion. "Summon Imboden! Bring him here!" He turned a darkling leer over his shoulder. "Neither of you will like Imboden. He has the vanity of a peacock and the soul of a stoat. Your easy days of loitering in the sunshine are over." Imboden came out on a porch overlooking the yard. A man of late maturity, narrow-shouldered, with thin arms, long, thin shanks, a swag of a belly. Dank locks clung to his scalp. He seemed to have no face, only a cluster of large features, long ears, a long, lumpy nose, round black eyes encircled by arsenical rings, a drooping gray mouth. He made an imperious gesture toward Tausig, who roared, "Over here! I will not set foot in the castle yard." Imboden uttered an impatient oath, descended the steps, and crossed the yard, using a peculiar strutting gait which aroused Tausig's levity. "Come along now, you peculiar old goat. I haven't all day to waste." To Ailess and Yane he said, "He's half Ska, a bastard by a Celt woman, the worst of all worlds for a Skaling, and he makes everyone know it." Imboden halted at the gate. "Well, what now?" "Here's a pair of house monkeys for you. This one is finicky and washes overmuch. This one thinks himself wiser than the rest of us, principally me. Take them in good health." Imboden looked the two up and down. He jerked his thumb at Ailess. "This one has a strange, wild look for one so young. He is not sick. Sound as a hero in limb and lung." Imboden inspected Yane. "This one has the cast of a villain. I suppose he is sweet as honey." "He is deft and quick and walks as quiet as the ghost of a dead cat." "Very well. They will do." Imboden made the smallest of signs. In great glee, Tausig told Ailess and Yane, "That means come along. Ho ho, but you'll enjoy his signals, since he is too shy to speak." Imboden raked Tausig with a look of withering scorn, then turned and strutted across the yard with Ailess and Yane following. Where the stone steps rose to the porch, Imboden made another small gesture, no more than a twitch of the finger. From the gate, Tausig bawled, "That means he wants you to wait there." With a chortling hoot of laughter, Tausig went his way. Minutes passed. Ailess became restless. Urgencies began to work upon him. He looked toward the gate and the open country beyond. "Perhaps now is the time," he muttered to Yane. "There may never be a better." "There may never be a worse," observed Yane. "Tausig waits just yonder. He'd like nothing better than to see us run for it, since now he'd evade the flogging. The gate, the fields, so close. They are tantalizing. Inside of 5 minutes they'd have the dogs on us." Out on the porch came a slight, sad-faced man in gray and yellow livery, short yellow trousers buckled below the knee on black stockings, a gray vest over a yellow shirt. A black bowl-shaped cap concealed his hair, which was evidently clipped short. "I am Cyprian. I have no title. Call me slave-master, foreman, intercessor, chief scarling, whatever you like. You will take orders from me, but only because I alone am privileged to speak with Imboden. He converses with the seneschal, who is Ska and is named Sir Kell. He receives those orders from Duke Luhalks, which ultimately are transferred through me to you." Presumably, if you had a message for Duke Luhalks, you would utter it first to me. What are your names? I am Yane. That would seem Ulfish. And you? Alis. Alis. That would be a name from the south. Lioness? Troysinet. Well, no matter. Origins at Sank, like the kinds of meat in a sausage, are of no interest to anyone. Come with me, I'll find your dress and explain the rules of conduct, which, as intelligent men, you already know. In simple terms, they are— Cyprian raised 4 fingers. First, obey orders exactly. Second, be clean. Third, be as invisible as air, never intrude upon the ska attention. I believe that they cannot see a skaling unless he does something remarkable or noisy. Fourth, and obviously, attempt no escape. It distresses everyone except the dogs, which enjoy snarling men to bits. They can follow scent a month old, and you will be tracked down. Alis asked, "What then?" Cyprian laughed a gentle, sad laugh. "Suppose you owned a horse and it persisted in running away. What would you do with it?" "Much would depend on the horse." "Precisely. If it were old, lame, and vicious, you would kill it. If it were young and strong, you would do nothing to limit its ability, but you would send it to where an expert might break its spirit. If it were fit only for the treadmill, you might blind it." "I would not do such things." "In any case, that is the principle. A skilled clerk might lose a foot. The best to be said of the ska is that they seldom, if ever, torture. The more useful you make yourself, the easier it goes when the dogs chase you down. Come now, to the dormitory. The barber will cut your hair." Alis and Yane followed Cyprian through a cool back passage to the scowling dormitory. The barber pressed a shallow bowl over the head of each in turn and cut their hair off square halfway across the forehead, and so around to the back. In a lavatory they stood under a flow of water and washed with soft soap mixed with fine sand, then shaved their faces. Cyprian brought them gray and yellow livery. "Remember, the inconspicuous scarling finds the least blame. Never address yourself to Imboden. He is more haughty than Duke Luhalks himself. Lady Chryo is a kind woman of even disposition, and insists that the scarling be fed well. Lord Alvix, the oldest son, is erratic and somewhat unpredictable. The Lady Tatzel, the daughter, is pleasant to look at, but is easily vexed. Still, she is not mordant and causes no great difficulties. So long as you move quietly and never turn your head to watch, you will be invisible to them. For a period you must clean floors. This is how we all begin." Alis had known many fine palaces and rich manor houses. There was, however, at Castle Sank an austere magnificence which impressed him, and which he could not totally comprehend. He discovered neither galleries nor promenades. The chambers communicated by short, often crooked passages. High ceilings tended to be lost in the shadows, thus to give an impression of mysterious space. Windows, narrow and small, perforated the walls at irregular intervals, the glass panes tinting incoming light misty amber or pale blue. Not all the rooms served functions obvious to Alis, nor indeed did Duke Luhalks, nor his Lady Chryo, nor their children, Alvix and Tatzel, act according to tenets he comprehended. Each moved about the sombre castle as if it were a stage where only this single person acted. All spoke in quiet voices, as often as not using Skalrad, a language far older than human history. They seldom laughed. Their only humor seemed to be quiet irony or terse understatement. Each personality was like a citadel. Each often seemed in a state of deep reverie, or caught in a flow of inner ideas, more absorbing than conversation. Occasionally one or the other would exhibit sudden flair or extravagance, to be damped as suddenly as it appeared. Alis, though never far from his own concerns, could not avoid an ever-growing fascination with the folk who inhabited Castle Sank. As a slave he was as inconspicuous as a door. Covertly Alis watched the denizens of Castle Sank as they went about the business of their lives. At all times, Duke Luhalks, his family, and their associates wore formal costumes of great sophistication, which were changed several times daily according to occasion. The costumes, and their appurtenances carried large symbolic freight of an import known only to themselves. On many occasions, Ailus heard fascinating references he found incomprehensible. The family in public or in private demonstrated the formal manners they might have used with strangers. If affection between family members were present, it showed itself in signals too subtle for Ailus' perceptions. Duke Luhalx, tall, gaunt, hard of feature, with sea-green eyes, carried himself with decisive and unthinking dignity, at once easy and exact, which Ailus never saw disturbed, as if Luhalx for every contingency had ready an appropriate response. He was the 127th of his line. In the Chamber of Ancient Honors he displayed ceremonial masks carved in Norway long before the coming of the Goths. Footnote. Obviously the expression Chamber of Ancient Honors is no more than an approximate translation. End of footnote. Lady Chryo, tall and slender, seemed almost unnaturally remote. Even when the ladies of visiting dignitaries were on hand, Ailus often noticed her alone at her loom, or carving pearwood bowls. She wore her straight black hair in orthodox style, cut at the level of her jawbones on the sides and back of the head, higher across the forehead. Lady Tatzel, about 16 years old, was slender and taut, with small high breasts, narrow flanks like those of a boy, a peculiar zest and energy which seemed to carry her off the ground as she walked. She had a rather charming mannerism of walking, at times with head tilted to the side, a smile trembling on her mouth, at some private amusement known to no one but herself. She wore her hair like her mother and most Ska women, square across the forehead and below the ears. Her features were engagingly irregular, her personality vivid and direct. Her brother, Lord Alvix, was about Ailus' own age, and of all the family the most restless and uneasy. He carried himself with a swagger and spoke with more emphasis than any of the others. According to Cyprian, he had fought a dozen battles with distinction, and could claim knighthood in his own right for the foemen he had killed. The duties assigned to Ailus were menial. He was required to clean fireplaces, scrub flagstones, polish bronze lamps, and fill them with oil. The work allowed him access to most of the castle, except the sleeping chambers. He worked well enough to satisfy Cyprian, and remained sufficiently inconspicuous that Imboden paid him no heed, and during all his waking moments he pondered methods of escape. Cyprian seemed to read his mind. The dogs, the terrible dogs. They are a breed known only to the Ska. Once they are put on a scent, they never relent. To be sure, Skalings have been known to escape, sometimes with the aid of magical devices, but sometimes the Ska also use magic, and the Skaling is caught up. I thought the Ska were ignorant of magic. Who knows? Asked Cyprian, extending his arms and spreading his fingers. Magic is quite beyond my understanding. Perhaps the Ska remember their magic from the far past. There surely are not many Ska magicians, at least not to my knowledge. I can't believe they'd waste their time capturing escaped slaves. You may well be right. Why should they bother? For every slave to escape, 100 are recaptured. Not by magicians, but by dogs. Don't any runaways steal horses? It's been tried, but seldom with success. Ska horses obey Ska commands. When a simple dot or an ulf tries to ride, the horse makes no move, or backs and squats, or it runs in circles, or it throws the rider. You think to ride a Ska horse for your swift escape. Is that what you had in mind? I have nothing in mind, said Ailus rather curtly. Cyprian smiled his melancholy smile. It was for me an obsession, at first. Then the years went by, and the yearning became dim, and now I know that never will I be other than what I am, until my 30 years are up. What of Imboden? Has he not been slave 30 years? 10 years ago they were up. For us, Imboden poses as a free man and a Ska. The Ska consider him a high-caste Skaling. He is a bitter and lonely man. His problems have made him strange and queer. One evening, as Ailus and Yane supped on bread and soup, Ailus spoke of Cyprian's preoccupation with escape. Whenever I talk to him, the subject seems to come up. Yane responded with a grunt of sour amusement. That habit has been noticed elsewhere. Perhaps it is only wistful daydreaming, or the like. Possibly so. Still, if I planned to depart Castle Sank in haste, I would not first notify Cyprian. To do so would seem a pointless courtesy, especially since now I know how to escape Castle Sank despite horses, dogs, and Cyprian. Yane looked at him sidelong. That is valuable information. Do you plan to share it? In due course. What rivers flow nearby? There is only one of consequence, River Malkish, about 3 miles south. Escapers always make for this river, but it traps them. If they try to float down to the sea, they are drowned in the cataracts. If they wade upstream, dogs search each bank of the river and in due course pick up the trail. The river is a false ally. The Ska know it better than we do. Alis nodded and said no more. Thereafter, in his conversations with Cyprian, he spoke of escape only in terms of theory, and Cyprian presently lost interest in the subject. Up to the age of 11 or 12, Ska girls looked and acted like boys. Thereafter they altered, inevitably and properly. Young men and maidens mingled freely, controlled by the formality which regulated all Ska conduct at least as effectively as vigilant chaperonage. At Castle Sank on sunny afternoons, the young folk resorted to the garden terrace at the south side of the castle, where, according to their mood, they played chess or backgammon, ate pomegranates, bantered with each other in the careful manner which other races thought dull, or watched as one among them challenged that perverse engine known as the hurlo-thrumbo. This device, intended for the training of swordsmen, that they might learn deftness and accuracy, dealt the clumsy challenger a mighty buffet if he failed to thrust into a small swinging target. Lord Alvix, who was vain in his swordsmanship, considered himself expert in the game of outwitting the hurlo-thrumbo, and was always ready to demonstrate his skill, especially when Lady Tatzel brought her friends out upon the terrace. To dramatize his grace and artistry, he had developed a reckless foot-stamping style of attack, which he embellished with flourishes of the sword and ancient Ska war cries. On one such afternoon, 2 of Alvix's friends had already been discomfited by the machine, with nothing to show for their exercise save sore heads. Shaking his own head in mock commiseration, Lord Alvix took a sword from the table and set upon the machine, uttering guttural cries, leaping forward and back, ducking and thrusting, reviling the machine. "Ah, you whirling devil, strike out at me, would you? Then what about this, and this? Oh, the treachery, once again, in and out!" As he sprang backward, he toppled a marble urn, which broke into shards on the flagstones. Tatzel called out, "Well struck, Alvix! With your awful rump you have destroyed your victim." Her friends looked away and into the sky with that faint smile which served Ska in the place of laughter. Sir Kell, the seneschal, observing the damage, notified Imboden, who instructed Cyprian. In due course, Alis was sent to remove the broken urn. He rolled a small barrow out upon the terrace, loaded aboard the marble shards, then swept up the dirt with a broom and a pan. Alvix once again engaged the hurlo-thrumbo with more energy than ever, and so tripped over the barrow to fall among the shards and dirt. Alis had gone down upon his knees to sweep up the last of the dirt. Alvix jumped erect and kicked Alis on the buttocks. For a second Alis remained rigid. Then restraint dissolved. Rising to his feet, he shoved Alvix into the hurlo-thrumbo, which caused the padded arm to swing about and deal its usual blow upon the side of Alvix's face. Alvix flourished his sword in a circle. "Villain!" He thrust at Alis, who ducked back and seized a sword from the table. He fended off Alvix's second thrust, then countered with such ferocity that Alvix was forced back across the terrace. The situation was unprecedented. How could a Skaling outmatch the superb and skillful Alvix? Across the terrace they moved, Alvix trying to attack but constantly put on the defensive by his opponent's skill. He lunged. Alis flicked aside his blade and backed Alvix over the balustrade with the point of his sword pressing against Alvix's throat. "If this were the battlefield, I could have killed you, easily," spoke Alis in a voice tense with passion. "Be grateful that now I only trifle with you." Alis drew back the sword, replaced it on the table. He looked around the group, and his eyes met those of the Lady Tatzel. For a moment their gazes remained in contact. Then Alis turned away. and, righting the barrow, once again began to load it with pieces of the marble. Alvix watched brooding from across the terrace. He made his decision and signaled to a Ska guard. "Take this cur out behind the stable and kill him." From a balcony overlooking the terrace, Duke Luhalx spoke. "That command, Lord Alvix, does you no credit and shames both the honor of our house and the justice of our race. I suggest that you rescind it." Alvix stared up at his father. Slowly he turned and spoke in a wooden voice. "Guards, ignore my order." He bowed to his sister and their various guests, who had stood by in frozen-faced fascination. Then he marched from the terrace. Ailys returned to the barrow, finished loading the shards, while Lady Tatzel and her friends conducted a muted conversation, watching him from the corner of their eyes. Ailys paid them no heed. He swept the last of the soil from the flagstones, then wheeled the barrow away. Cyprian communicated his opinion of the affair with a single sad-eyed grimace of reproach, and at supper sat pointedly alone, with his face turned to the door. Yane spoke to Ailys in low tones. "Is it true that you stabbed Alvix with his own sword?" "Not at all. I fenced with him a moment or two. I touched him with my point. It was no great affair." "Not for you. For Alvix. It is shame, and so you will suffer." "In what way?" Yane laughed. "He hasn't yet made up his mind." Chapter 23. The main hall at Castle Sank extended from a formal parlour at the western end to a retiring room for visiting ladies at the east. Along the way, tall, narrow portals opened into various halls and chambers, including the repository, in which were collected curios, clan honours, trophies of battle and engagements at sea, sacred objects. On shelves stood books bound in leather or sheets of beechwood. One wide wall displayed ancestral portraits, burned into panels of bleached birch by the strokes of a red-hot needle. The technique had never altered. The face of a post-glacial chieftain showed lineaments as keen as the portrait of Duke Luhalx, limned 5 years before. In niches beside the entrance stood a pair of sphinxes carved from blocks of black diorite, the tronen, or fetishes of the house. Once each week, Ailys washed the tronen, using warm water mixed with milkweed sap. Midway through the morning, Ailys washed the tronen and wiped them dry with a soft cloth. Looking along the hall, he saw approaching the Lady Tatzel, slender as a wand in a dark green gown. Black hair bounced beside her intent pale face. She passed Ailys unheeding, leaving in her wake a breath of vaguely floral scent, suggesting the damp herbs of primeval Norway. A few moments later she returned from her errand. Passing Ailys, she halted, then came back, stopped and studied him, detail by detail. Ailys looked up briefly, scowled, and continued with his work. Tatzel satisfied her curiosity and turned to go her way. First she spoke in the most limpid of voices. "With your brown hair I would take you for a Celt. Still you look somewhat less coarse." Again Ailys glanced at her. "I am Troyce." Tatzel hesitated on her going. "Troyce, Celt, whatever you may be, have done with wildness. Intractable slaves are gelded." Ailys stopped his work, limp with outrage. Slowly he rose to his feet, and drawing a deep breath, managed to speak in a controlled voice. "I am no slave. I am a nobleman of Troysonet, held captive by a tribe of bandits." Tatzel's mouth drooped, and she turned as if to leave, but she paused. "The world has taught us fury. Otherwise we would yet be in Norway. If you were Ska, you too would take all others either for enemy or slave. There is no one else, so it must be, and so you must submit." "Look at me," said Ailys. "Do you take me for one to submit?" "Already you have submitted." "I submit now so that later I may bring a Troy's army to take down Castle Sank stone by stone, and then you will think with a different logic." Tatzel laughed, tossed her head, and proceeded down the hall. In a storage chamber, Ailys encountered Yane. "Castle Sank is becoming oppressive," said Ailys. "I will be gelded unless I mend my ways." "Alvix is already selecting a knife. In that case, it is time to leave." Yane looked over his shoulder. They were alone.
"Any time is a good time, were it not for the dogs."
"The dogs can be fooled. The problem is how to evade Cyprian long enough to reach the river."
"The dogs won't be fooled by the river."
"If I can escape the castle, I can escape the dogs." Yane pulled at his chin.
"Let me consider the problem."
Over their supper, Yane said, "There is a way to leave the castle, but we must take another man with us." "Who is that?"
"His name is Cargus. He works as undercook in the kitchen."
"Can he be trusted?"
"No more and no less than you or I."
"What about the dogs?" "We will need half an hour in the carpenter's shed."
"The shed is empty at noon.
Here is Cyprian, nose to the soup." Cargus stood only an inch taller than Yane, but where Yane was built half askew from sinew and twisted bone, Cargus bulked thick with muscle. The girth of his neck exceeded that of his massive arms. His black hair was cropped short. Small black eyes glittered under heavy black brows. In the kitchen yard he told Yane and Alis, "I have gathered a quart measure of the fungus known as wolfbane. It poisons but seldom kills. Tonight it goes into the soup, and spices the pot pies for the great table. Guts will gurgle tonight everywhere in Castle Sank. Tainted meat will be blamed." Yane grumbled, "If you could poison dogs as well, we'd walk away at our ease." "A nice thought, but I have no access to the kennels." For their supper, Yane and Alis ate only bread and cabbage, and watched with gratification as Cyprian consumed 2 bowls of soup. In the morning, as Cargus had predicted, the entire population of the castle suffered cramps of the stomach, together with chills, nausea, fever, hallucinations, and a ringing of the ears. Cargus went to where Cyprian crouched, head down over the commissary table, shivering uncontrollably. Cargus cried out in a harsh voice, "You must take action. The scullions refuse to stir, and my bins overflow with garbage."
"Empty them yourself," groaned Cyprian. "I cannot put my mind to such trifles. Doom is upon me."
"I am cook, not scullion. Here, you two," he called out to Yane and Alis. "You can at least walk. Empty my bins, and be quick about it." "Never," growled Yane. "Do it yourself." Cargus turned on Cyprian. "My bins must be cleared. Give orders, or I will make a complaint to startle Imboden off his chamber pot." Cyprian waved a feeble hand to Yane and Alis.
"Go, you two, empty this devil his bins, even if you must crawl."
Alis, Yane, and Cargus carried bags of garbage to the rubbish heap, and took up the parcels which they had left previously. They set off at a trot across the countryside, keeping to the cover of underbrush and trees. A half-mile east of the castle they passed over the brow of a hill, and thereafter, without fear of visual detection, made good speed to the southeast, giving a wide berth to the lumber mill. They ran until winded, then walked, then ran again, and within the hour arrived at the river Malkish. At this point the water flowed broad and shallow, though above it roared down from the mountain through steep ravines, and downstream raced in sullen fury through a set of narrow gorges where many runaway scarlings had been battered and broken on the rocks. Without hesitation, Alis, Yane, and Cargus plunged into the stream and waded across, through water often as deep as their chests, with parcels held above their heads. As they neared the opposite bank, they halted to inspect the shore. Nothing immediately suited their purpose, and they waded upstream until they came upon a small beach covered with packed gravel, with a low slope grown over with grass at the back. From their parcels they took the articles which Alis and Yane had built in the carpenter's shed: stilts, with straw pads tied securely over the ends. Still in the water, they mounted the stilts, and the 3 waded ashore, disturbing the beach as little as possible. Up the slope they stepped, and the padded stilt ends left neither marks nor odor to excite the hounds. For an hour the 3 walked on the stilts. At a rivulet they waded into the stream, and dismounted to rest. Then once more they took to the stilts, lest their pursuers, failing to pick up a spoor at the river, might cast about in concentric sweeps of ever greater radius. Another hour they stalked on the stilts, up a gradual slope through a sparse forest of stunted pines, where the thin red soil lay in pockets. The land had no utility for cultivation. The few peasants who at one time had collected resin for turpentine or grazed pigs had fled the skaa. The fugitives traveled an uninhabited wasteland, which suited them well. At another stream they dismounted from the stilts and sat to rest on a ledge of rock. They drank water and ate bread and cheese from their packs. Listening, they heard no far-off belling of the hounds, but they had come a good distance and expected to hear nothing. Probably their absence had not yet been noticed. The three congratulated themselves that they had possibly a full day's head start over any pursuit. They discarded the stilts and waded upstream in an easterly direction, and presently entered an upland of curious aspect, where ancient pinnacles and crags of decaying black rock rose above valleys once tilled but now deserted. For a space they followed an old road which led at last to the ruins of an ancient fort. A few miles beyond, the land once again became wild and rose to a region of rolling moors. Rejoicing in the freedom of the high skies, the three set off into the hazy east. They were not alone on the moor. Up from a swale a half-mile south, under 4 flapping black flags, rode a troop of Ska warriors. Galloping forward, they surrounded the fugitives. The leader, a stern-faced baron in black armor, spared them only a single glance and no words whatever. Ropes were attached to the iron collars. The 3 Skalings were led away to the north. Late in the day the troop met a wagon train loaded with victuals of various sorts. At the rear marched 40 men linked neck to neck by ropes. To this column were joined Eilus, Yane, and Cargus, and so willy-nilly forced to follow the wagon train north. In due course they entered the kingdom of Dahot, and arrived at Poelitets, that immense fortress guarding the central buttress of the Tich Tak Tich, and overlooking the Plain of Shadows. Chapter 24. Where Dahot bordered on North Alfland, a scarp 80 miles long, the front face of the Tich Tak Tich, overlooked the Plain of Shadows. At a place named Poelitets, the river Tamsur, flowing down from the snows of Mount Aegon, cut a chasm which allowed relatively easy access from Dahot to the moors of North Alfland. Poelitets had been fortified as long as men had made war across the Elder Isles. Whoever held Poelitets controlled the peace of Far Dahot. The Ska, upon seizing Poelitets, began an enormous work to guard the fortress from the west as well as the east, so that it might be totally impregnable. They had closed the defile with masonry walls 30 feet thick, leaving a passage 12 feet wide and 10 feet high, controlled by 3 iron gates, one behind the other. Fortress and scarp showed a single impervious face to the Plain of Shadows. The better to reconnoiter the Plain of Shadows, the Ska had started to drive a tunnel out under the plain toward a hillock overgrown with scrub oak at a distance of a quarter-mile from the base of the scarp. The tunnel was a project executed with the utmost secrecy, concealed from all but a few Ska of high rank, and those who dug the tunnel, Skalings of Category 6, intractables. Upon arrival at Poelitets, Eilus, Yane, and Cargus were subjected to a perfunctory inquisition. Then, instead of the maiming or mutilation which they had expected, they were taken to a special barracks, where a company of 40 Skalings were held in isolation. The Tunnel Gang. They worked 10.5-hour shifts, with 3 half-hour rest periods. In the barracks they were guarded by an elite platoon of Ska soldiers and allowed contact with no other persons of Poelitets. All realized that they worked as components of a death squad. Upon completion of the tunnel, they would be killed. With death clear and large before them, none of the Skalings worked in haste, a situation which the Ska found easier to accept than to alter. So long as reasonable progress was made, the work was allowed to go its own pace. The routine each day was identical. Each Skaling had his assigned duty. The tunnel, 15 feet below the surface of the plain, ran through shale and compressed silt. 4 men dug at the front face with picks and mattocks. 3 men scooped the detritus into baskets, which were loaded upon barrows and wheeled back down the tunnel to the entrance. The barrows were dumped into hoppers, which were hoisted aloft by a crane, swung over a wagon, emptied, and returned below. A bellows powered by oxen walking around a windlass blew air into a leather tube which led to the tunnel face. As the tunnel advanced, cribbing was set into place so that the overhead and the sides were lined with tarred cedar timbers. Every 2 or 3 days, ska engineers extended a pair of cords by which the direction of the tunnel was guided, and with a water level measured horizontal deflection. Footnote: the water level comes in several forms. The ska used a pair of wooden troughs 20 feet long, with a section 4 inches square. Water in the troughs lay perfectly horizontal. Floats at each end allowed the troughs themselves to be adjusted to the horizontal. By shifting the troughs in succession, the desired horizontal could be extended indefinitely, with an accuracy limited only by the patience of the engineer. End of footnote. A ska overseer directed the skalings with a pair of soldiers to enforce discipline, should such control be needed. The overseer and the guards tended to remain at the open end of the tunnel, where the air was cool and fresh. By noting the rate at which the wagons were filled, the overseer could estimate the vigor at which the skalings performed their duties. If work went well, the skalings ate well and drank wine with their meals. If they slacked or loitered, their rations dwindled in proportion. 2 shifts worked the tunnel, noon to midnight and midnight to noon. Neither could be said to be preferable, since the skalings never saw the sun and knew that they were never to see it again. Elis, Cargus, and Yane were assigned to the noon-midnight shift. Immediately they began to consider escape. The prospects were even more discouraging than those at Castle Sank. Barred doors and suspicious guards confined them off duty. They worked in a tube similarly sealed against exit. After only 2 days of work, Elis told Yane and Cargus, "We can escape. It is possible." "You are more perceptive than I," said Yane. "Or I," said Cargus. "There is one single difficulty. We shall need the cooperation of the entire shift. The question becomes, are any so broken that they might betray us?" "Where would be the motive? Everyone sees his own ghost dancing ahead of him." "Some persons are traitors by nature. They take pleasure in treachery." The 3, squatting by the wall of the chamber in which they spent the off hours, considered their fellows one by one. Cargus said at last, "If we share together the prospect of escape, there will be no betrayal." "We have to assume as much," said Yane. "We have no better choice." 14 men worked the shift, with another 6 whose duties never took them into the tunnel. 14 men bound themselves in a desperate compact, and at once the operation began. The tunnel now reached about 200 yards in an easterly direction under the plain. Another 200 yards remained, through shale, with occasionally an inexplicable ball of iron-hard blue sandstone, sometimes 3 feet in diameter. Except for the sandstone, the ground yielded to the pick. The face moved forward 10 to 15 feet a day. A pair of carpenters installed cribbing as the tunnel advanced. They left several posts loose, so that they might be pulled to the side. In the gap thus cleared, certain members of the gang dug a side tunnel, slanting toward the surface. The dirt was shoveled into baskets, loaded aboard barrows, and transported back precisely like dirt taken from the face of the tunnel. By partially closing 2 men into the side tunnel, and with the rest of the men working somewhat harder, there seemed no lessening of progress. Always someone with a loaded barrow waited 30 yards from the start of the tunnel, should the overseer decide to make an inspection, in which case the lookout jumped on the ventilation tube to warn his fellows. If necessary, he was prepared to turn over his barrow, ostensibly by accident, so as to delay the overseer. Then, when the overseer passed, the barrow was rolled so as to flatten the ventilation tube. The far end became so stifling that the overseer spent as little time as possible in the tunnel. The side tunnel, dug 5 feet high and 3 feet wide, and slanting sharply upward, went swiftly, and the diggers probed continually with cautious strokes, lest in their zeal they strike a great hole into the surface, which might be visible from the fortress. At last they found roots of grasses and shrubs, then dark topsoil, and they knew the surface was close above. At sunset, the tunnel skalings took their supper in a chamber at the head of the tunnel, then returned to work. 10 minutes later, Elis went to summon Kildred, the overseer, a tall ska of middle age, with a scarred face, a bald head, and a manner remote even for a ska. As usual, Kildred sat gaming with the guards. He looked over his shoulder at the approach of Elis. "What now?" The diggers have struck a dike of blue rock. They want rock splitters and drills. Rock splitters? What tools are these? I don't know. I just carry messages. Kildred muttered a curse and rose to his feet. Come, let us look at this blue dike. He stalked into the tunnel, followed by Alis, through the murky orange flicker of oil lamps to the tunnel face. When he bent to look for the blue dike, Kargas struck him with an iron bar, killing him at once. The time was now twilight. The crew gathered by the side tunnel, where the diggers were now striking up at the soft topsoil. Alis wheeled a barrow of dirt to the end chamber. There will be no more dirt for a time, he told the winch tender in a voice loud enough for the guards to hear. We have hit a load of rock. The guards looked over their shoulders, then returned to their dice. The winch tender followed Alis back into the tunnel. The escape tunnel was open. The Scarlings climbed out into late twilight, including the winch tender, who knew nothing of the plot but was happy to escape. All lay flat in the sedge and sawgrass. Alis and Yane, the last men to depart the tunnel, pulled the supporting posts back in place, leaving no clue as to their function. Once on the surface, they wedged the escape hole tight with bracken, pounded dirt into the choked hole, and transplanted grass. "Let them think magic," said Alis, "all the better if they do." The erstwhile Scarlings ran crouching across the plain of shadows, through the gathering dusk, eastward and ever deeper into the kingdom of Dahot. Poelatetz, the great Ska fortress, loomed black on the sky behind them. The group paused to look back. "Ska," said Alis, "you strange, dark-souled folk from the past. Next time we meet I will carry a sword. You owe me dear for the pain you put on me and the labor you took from me." An hour of running, trotting, and walking brought the band to the Glodden River, whose headwaters included the Tamsur. The moon, almost full, rose above the river, laying a trail of moonlight on the water. Beside the moon-silvered veils of an enormous weeping willow, the band paused to rest and discuss their situation. Alis told them, "We are 15, a strong band. Some of you want to go home, others may have no homes to go to. I can offer prospects if you will join me in what I must do. I have a quest. First it takes me south to Taktor. Then I can't say where, perhaps Dahot, to find my son. Then we will go to Troysenet, where I control both wealth, honor, and estate. Those of you who follow me as my comrades to join my quest, and so I hope to return with me to Troysenet, will profit well. I swear it. I will grant them good lands, and they shall bear the title Knight Companion. Be warned, the way is dangerous. First to Taktor, beside Tinsinfirel, then who knows where. So choose, go your own way, or come with me, for here is where we part company. I will cross the river and travel south with my companions. The rest would do well to travel east across the plain and into the settled parts of Dahot. Who will come with me?" "I am with you," said Kargas. "I have nowhere else to go." "And I," said Yane. "We joined ourselves during dark days," said one called Qualls. "Why separate now, especially since I crave land and knighthood?" In the end 5 others went with Alis. They crossed the Glodden by a bridge and followed a road which struck off to the south. The others, mostly Daut, chose to go their own ways and continued east beside the Glodden. The 7 who had joined Alis were first Yane and Kargas, then Garstang, Qualls, Bode, Sharis, and Forfisk, a disparate group. Yane and Kargas were short. Qualls and Bode were tall. Garstang, who spoke little of himself, displayed the manners of a gentleman, while Forfisk, massive, fair, and blue-eyed, declared himself the bastard of a Gothic pirate upon a Celtic fisherwoman. Sharis, who was not so old as Alis, was distinguished by a handsome face and a pleasant disposition. Forfisk, on the other hand, was as ugly as pox, burns, and scars could make him. He had been racked by a petty baron of South Ulfland. His hair had whitened, and rage was never far from his face. Qualls, a runaway Irish monk, was irresponsibly jovial and declared himself as good a wencher as any bully bishop of Ireland. Though the band now stood well inside Dahot, the proximity of Poelatetz cast an oppression across the night, and the entire company set off together down the road. As they walked, Garstang spoke to Ailess. "It is necessary that we have an understanding. I am a knight of Lyonesse, from Twanbo Hall in the Duchy of Ellesmere. Since you are Troyes, we are nominally at war. That, of course, is nonsense, and I earnestly cast my lot with yours until we enter Lyonesse, when we must go our separate ways." "So it shall be. But see us now in slave clothes and iron collars, slinking through the night like scavenger dogs. 2 gentlemen, indeed. And lacking money, we must steal to eat like any other band of vagabonds." "Other hungry gentlemen have made similar compromises. We shall steal side by side, so that neither may scorn the other. And I suggest that if at all possible we steal from the rich, though the poor are somewhat easier prey." "Circumstances must guide us. Dogs are barking. There is a village ahead, and almost certainly a smithy."
"At this hour of the night he will be soundly asleep."
"A kind-hearted smith might rouse himself to help a desperate group such as ours. Or we might rouse him ourselves." Ahead, the houses of a village showed gray in the moonlight. The streets were empty. No light showed save from the tavern, from which came the sounds of boisterous revelry. "Tomorrow must be a holiday," said Garstang. "Notice in the square where the cauldron is ready to boil an ox." "A prodigious cauldron indeed, but where is the smithy?" "It must be yonder along the road, if it exists." The group passed through town and near the outskirts discovered the smithy, at the front of a stone dwelling, in which showed a light. Ailess went to the door and rapped politely. After a long pause the door was slowly opened by a youth of 17 or 18. He seemed depressed, even haggard, and when he spoke his voice cracked with strain. "Sir, who are you? What do you want here?" "Friend, we need the help of a smith. This very day we escaped the Ska, and we cannot abide these detestable collars another instant." The young man stood irresolutely. "My father is smith to Vervold, this village. I am Elric, his son, but since he will never again work his trade, I am now smith. Come along to the shop." He brought a lamp and led the way to the smithy. "I fear that your work must be an act of charity," said Ailess. "We can pay only the iron of the collars, since we have nothing else." "No matter." The young smith's voice was listless. One by one the 8 fugitives knelt beside the anvil. The smith plied hammer and chisel to cut the rivets. One by one the men arose to their feet, free of the collars. Ailess asked, "What happened to your father? Did he die?" "Not yet. Tomorrow morning is his time. He will be boiled in a cauldron and fed to the dogs." "That is bad news. What was his crime?" "He committed an outrage." Elric's voice was somber. "When Lord Halleys stepped from his carriage, my father struck him in the face and kicked his body and caused Lord Halleys pain." "Insolence at the very least. What provoked him so?" "The work of nature. My sister is 15 years old. She is very beautiful. It was natural that Lord Halleys should want to bring her to fair Aprillian to warm his bed, and who would deny him had she assented to his proposal? But she would not go, and Lord Halleys sent his servants to bring her. My father, though a smith, is impractical, and thought to set things right by beating and kicking Lord Halleys. He now, for his mistake, must boil in a cauldron." "Lord Halleys, is he rich?" "He lives at fair Aprillian in a mansion of 60 chambers. He keeps a stable of fine horses. He eats larks, oysters, and meats roasted with cloves and saffron, with white bread and honey. He drinks of both white and red wines. There are rugs on his floors and silks on his back. He dresses 20 cutthroats in gaudy uniforms and calls them paladins. They enforce all his edicts, and many of their own." "There's good reason to believe that Lord Halleys is rich," said Ailess. "I resent Lord Halleys," said Sir Garstang. "Wealth and noble birth are excellent circumstances, coveted by all. Still, the rich nobleman should enjoy his distinction with propriety, and never bring shame to his estate as Lord Halleys has done. In my opinion he must be chastised, fined, humiliated, and deprived of 8 or 10 of his fine horses." "Those are exactly my views," said Ailus. He turned back to Elric. "Lord Halleys commands only 20 soldiers?"
"Yes, and also Chief Archer Hunolt, the executioner."
"And tomorrow morning all will come to Vervold to witness the ceremony, and fair Aprillian will be deserted?"
Elric uttered a yelp of near-hysterical laughter. "So, while my father boils, you rob the mansion?"
Ailus asked, "How can he boil if the cauldron leaks water?"
"The cauldron is sound. My father mended it himself."
"What is done can be undone. Bring hammer and chisels, and we will punch some holes."
Elric slowly took up the tools. "It will cause delay, but what then?"
"At the very least, your father will not boil so soon."
The group left the smithy and returned to the square. As before, all houses were dark, save for the yellow flicker of candlelight from the tavern, from which issued a voice raised in song. Through the moonlight, the group approached the cauldron. Ailus motioned to Elric.
"Strike!"
Elric set his chisel against the cauldron and struck hard with his hammer to create a dull clanging sound like a muffled gong stroke.
"Again!"
Once more Elric struck. The chisel cut the iron, and the cauldron no longer was whole. Elric cut 3 more holes, and a 4th for good measure, then stood back in mournful exultation. "Though they boil me as well, I can never regret this night's work."
"You shall not be boiled, nor your father either. Where is fair Aprillian?"
"The lane leads yonder between the trees."
The door to the tavern opened. Outlined against the rectangle of yellow candlelight, 4 men staggered out upon the square, where they engaged in raucous repartee. "Those are Halle's soldiers?" Ailus asked.
"Quite so, and each a brute in his own right."
"Quick, then, behind the trees yonder. We will do some summary justice, and also reduce the 20 to 16.
Elric made a dubious protest. "We have no weapons."
"What? Are you folk of Vervold all cowards? We outnumber them 9 to 4.
Elric had nothing to say.
"Come, quick now," said Ailus. "Since we have become thieves and assassins, let us act the part."
The group ran across the square and hid in the shrubbery beside the lane. 2 great elms to either side filtered the moonlight to lay a silver filigree across the road. The 9 men found sticks and stones, then waited. The silence of the night was only enhanced by the voices across the square. Minutes passed, then the voices grew louder. The paladins came into view, lurching, weaving, complaining, and belching. One called out to Zinctra, goddess of the night, that she might hold the firmament more steady. Another cursed him for his loose legs and urged him to crawl on hands and knees. The third could not control an idiotic chortle for a humorous episode known only to himself, or possibly to no one whatever. The 4th tried to hiccup in time with his steps. The 4th approached. There was a sudden thudding of feet, the sound of hammer breaking into bone, gasps of terror. In seconds, 4 drunken paladins became 4 corpses. "Take their weapons," said Ailus. "Drag them behind the hedge." The group returned to the smithy and bedded down as best they might. In the morning they rose early, ate porridge and bacon, then armed themselves with what weapons Elric could provide: an old sword, a pair of daggers, iron bars, a bow with a dozen arrows, which Yane at once took into custody. They disguised their grey, scowling smocks in such old, torn, or discarded garments as the smith's household could provide. In this style they went to the square, where they found a few dozen folk standing aloof to the sides, scowling toward the cauldron and muttering together. Elric discovered a pair of cousins and an uncle. They went home, armed themselves with bows, and joined the group. Chief Archer Hunolt came first down the lane from fair Aprillian, followed by 4 guards and a wagon carrying a beehive-shaped cage in which sat the condemned man. He kept his eyes fixed on the floor of the cage, and looked up only once, across the square to the cauldron. Behind marched 2 more soldiers, these armed with swords and bows. Hunolt, halting his horse, noticed the damage done to the cauldron. "Here's treachery," he cried, "breakage upon his lordship's property. Who has done this deed?" His voice rang around the square. Heads turned, but no one answered. He turned to one of his soldiers. "Go you, fetch the smith." "The smith is in the cage, sir."
Then fetch the new smith. It is all one. There he stands, sir. Smith, come here at once. The cauldron needs mending. So I see. Repair it on the quick, so that we may do what must be done. Elric replied in a surly voice, I am a smith. That is tinker's work. Smith, tinker, call yourself what you like, only fix that pot with good iron, and quickly. Would you have me mend the pot in which to boil my father? Hunold chuckled. There is irony here, agreed, but it only illustrates the impartial majesty of his lordship's justice. So then, unless you care to join your father in the pot to bubble face to face, as you can see there is adequate room, mend the pot. I must fetch tools and rivets. Be quick. Elric went to the smithy for tools. Aelus and his troop had already slipped away up the lane toward Fair Aprillian to prepare an ambush. Half an hour passed. The gates opened. Lord Halleys rode forth in his carriage with a guard of 8 soldiers. Yane and Elric's uncle and cousins stepped out into the lane behind the column. They bent their bows, loosed arrows. Once, twice. The others, who had remained concealed, rushed out, and in 15 seconds the killing was done. Lord Halleys was disarmed, and ashen-faced pulled from the carriage. Now well armed, the troop returned to the square. Hunold stood over Elric, ensuring that he repaired the cauldron at best speed. At near range, Bode, Qualls, Yane, and all the others who carried bows loosed a flight of arrows, and 6 more of Halleys' paladins died. Elric struck Hunold's foot with his hammer. Hunold screamed and sagged on the broken foot. Elric struck at the other foot with even greater force to crush it flat, and Hunold fell writhing upon his back. Elric released his father from the cage. "Fill the cauldron," cried Elric. "Bring the faggots." He dragged Halleys to the cauldron. "You ordained a boiling, you shall have one." Halleys staggered and stared aghast at the cauldron. He babbled entreaties, then screamed threats, to no effect. He was trussed up knees high and seated in the cauldron, and Hunold was placed beside him. Water filled the cauldron to cover their chests, and fire was given to the faggots. Around the cauldron the folk of Vervold leapt and capered in a delirium of excitement. Presently they joined hands and danced around the cauldron in 3 concentric circles. 2 days later, Aelus and his troop departed Vervold. They wore good clothes, boots of soft leather, and carried corselets of the finest chain mail. Their horses were the best the stable at Fair Aprillian could provide, and in their saddlebags they carried gold and silver. Their number was now 7. At a banquet, Aelus had advised the village elders to select one from among their number to serve as their new lord. Otherwise another lord of the neighborhood will arrive with his troops and declare himself lord of the domain. "The prospect has troubled us," said the smith. "Still, we at the village are too close. We know all each other's secrets, and none could command a proper respect. We prefer a strong and honest stranger for the office, one of good heart and generous spirit, one who will meet fair justice, levy light rents, and abuse his privileges no more than absolutely necessary. In short, we ask that you yourself, Sir Aelus, become the new lord of Fair Aprillian and its domains." "Not I," said Aelus. "I have urgent deeds to do, and already I am late. Choose someone else to serve you." "Sir Garstang, then, would be our choice." "Well chosen," said Aelus. "He is of noble blood. He is brave and generous." "Not I," said Sir Garstang. "I have domains of my own elsewhere, which I am anxious to see once more." "Well, then, what of you others?" "Not I," said Bode. "I am a restless man. What I seek is to be found in the far places." "Not I," said Yane. "I am one for the tavern, not the hall. I would shame you with my wenching and revelry." "Not I," said Cargus. "You would not wish a philosopher for your lord." "Nor a bastard Goth," said Forfisk. Qualls spoke in a thoughtful voice. "It would seem that I am the only qualified possibility. I am noble like all Irishmen. I am just, forbearing, honorable. I also play the lute and sing, and so I can enliven the village festivals with frolics and antics. I am generous but not grandiose. At marriages and hangings I am sober and reverent. Ordinarily I am easy, gay, and lightsome. Further—" "Enough, enough!" cried Aelus. "Plainly you are the man for the job. Lord Qualls, give us leave to depart your domain." "Sir, the permission is yours, and my good wishes go with you. I will often wonder as to how you are faring, and my Irish wildness will give me a twinge. But on winter nights, when rain spits at the windows, I will hold my feet to the fire, drink red wine, and be happy that I am Lord Qualls of fair Aprillian." The seven rode south along an old road which, according to folk at Vervold, swung southwest around the forest of Tantravallis, then turned south eventually to become the Trompada. No one at Vervold had ventured far in this direction, nor any other direction in most cases, and no one could offer sensible information as to what might be encountered. For a space the road went by haphazard curves and swoops, left, right, uphill, down dale, following a placid river for a time, then angling away through the dim forest. Peasants tilled the meadows and herded cattle. 10 miles from Vervold the peasants had become a different sort, dark of hair and eye, slight of physique, wary to the point of hostility. As the day progressed, the land became harsh, the hills abrupt, the meadows stony, the tillages were less frequent. Late in the afternoon they came to a hamlet, no more than a group of farmhouses built close together for mutual protection and simple conviviality. Alis paid over a gold piece to the patriarch of one household. In return the troop was provided a great supper of pork grilled over vine cuttings, broad beans and onions, oat bread and wine. The horses were fed hay and stabled in a barn. The patriarch sat for a time with the group to make sure that all ate well and relaxed his taciturnity, so much that he put questions to Alis. "What sort of folk might you be?" Alis pointed around the group. "A Goth, a Celt, Ulfish yonder, there a Galician," this was Cargus, "and a Knight of Lyonesse. I am Troyes. We are a mixed group, assembled, if the truth be known, against our will by the Ska." "I have heard speak of the Ska," said the old man. "They will never dare set foot in these parts. We are not many, but we are furious when aroused." "We wish you long life," said Alis, "and many happy feasts like that you have set before us tonight." "Ah, that was but a hasty collation arranged for unexpected guests. Next time give us notice of your coming." "Nothing would suit us better," said Alis. "Still, it is a long, hard way, and we are not home yet. What lies along the road to the south?" "We hear conflicting reports. Some speak of ghosts, others of ogres. Some have been harassed by bandits, others complain of imps riding like knights on armored herons. It is hard to separate fact from hysteria. I can only recommend caution." The road became no more than a wide trail winding south into hazy distance. The forest of Tantravallis could be seen to the left, and the stone cliffs of the Tich Tak Tich rose sheer to the right. The farmsteads finally disappeared, though occasional huts and a ruined castle used as a shelter for sheep testified to a sparse population. In one of the old huts the seven stopped to take shelter for the night. The great forest here loomed close at hand. At intervals Alis heard strange sounds from the forest, which sent tingles along his skin. Sharis stood listening in fascination, and Alis asked what he heard. "Can you not hear it?" asked Sharis, his eyes glowing. "It is music. I have never heard its like before." Alis listened for a moment. "I hear nothing." "It comes and goes. Now it has stopped." "Are you sure it isn't the wind?" "What wind? The night is calm." "If it is music, you should not listen. In these parts, magic is always close, to the peril of ordinary men." With a trace of impatience, Sharis asked, "How can I not listen to what I want to hear, when it tells me things I want to know?" "This goes beyond me," said Alis. He rose to his feet. "I am for bed. Tomorrow we ride long and far." Alis set watches, marking off 2-hour periods by the sweep of the stars. Bode took the first watch alone, then Garstang and Forfisk, then Yane and Cargus, and finally Alis and Sharis, and the troop made themselves as comfortable as possible. Almost reluctantly Sharis settled himself, but quickly fell asleep, and Alis gratefully did the same. When Arcturus reached its appointed place, Alis and Sharis were aroused and began their sentry duty. Alis noticed that Sharis no longer gave his attention to sounds from the night. Alis asked softly, "What of the music? Do you hear it still?" "No, it moved away even before I slept." "I wish I might have heard it." "That might not serve you well." "How so?" "You might become as I am, to your sorrow." Alis laughed, if somewhat uneasily. "You are not the worst of men. How could I so damage myself?" Sharras stared into the fire. At last he spoke, half musing. "For a fact, I am ordinary enough, if anything much too ordinary. My fault is this: I am easily distracted by quirks and fancies. As you know, I hear inaudible music. Sometimes when I look across the landscape, I glimpse a flicker of motion. When I look in earnest, it moves just past the edge of vision. If you were like me, your quest might be delayed or lost, and so your question is answered." Alis stirred the fire. "I sometimes have sensations, whims, fancies, whatever you call them, of the same kind. I don't give them much thought. They are not so insistent as to cause me concern." Sharras laughed humorlessly. "Sometimes I think I am mad. Sometimes I am afraid. There are beauties too large to be born unless one is eternal." He stared into the fire and gave a sudden nod. "Yes, that is the message of the music." Alis spoke uncomfortably. "Sharras, my dear fellow, I think you are having hallucinations. You are over-imaginative. It is as simple as that."
"How could I imagine so grandly? I heard it, you did not. There are three possibilities. Either my mind is playing me tricks, as you suggest, or secondly, my perceptions are more acute than yours, or thirdly, and this is the frightening thought, the music is meant for me alone."
Alis made a skeptical sound. "Truly, you would do best to put these strange sounds from your mind. If men were intended to probe such mysteries, or if such mysteries actually exist, surely we would know more about them."
"Possibly so."
"Tell me when next these perceptions come on you."
"If you wish."
Dawn came slowly from gray through pearl to peach. By the time the sun had appeared, the seven were on their way, through a pleasant if deserted landscape. At noon they came to a river, which Alis thought must be the Sis, on its way to join the Glóden, and the rest of the day they followed the river bank south. Halfway through the afternoon, heavy clouds drifted across the sky. A damp, cold wind began to blow, carrying the sound of distant thunder. Close on sunset, the road arrived at a stone bridge of 5 arches and a crossroads, where the east-west road, emerging from Forest Tantravallis, crossed the Trompada and continued through a cleft in the mountains to end at Oaldis, in South Ulfland. Beside the crossroads, with the rain starting to fall in earnest, the seven came upon an inn, the Star and Unicorn. They took their horses to the stable and entered the inn, to find a cheerful fire burning in a massive fireplace. Behind a counter stood a tall, thin man, bald of pate, with a long black beard overhanging his chest, a long nose overhanging his beard, and a pair of wide black eyes half overhung by eyelids. Beside the fire 3 men crouched like conspirators over their beer, the brims of low-crowned black hats shading their faces. At another table, a man with a thin, high-bridged nose and a fine auburn mustache, wearing handsome garments of dark blue and umber, sat alone. Alis spoke to the innkeeper. "We will want lodging for the night, and the best you can provide in the way of supper. Also, if you please, send someone to care for our horses." The innkeeper bowed politely, but without warmth. "We shall do our best to fulfill your desires." The seven went to sit before the fire, and the innkeeper brought wine. The 3 men, hunching over their table, inspected them covertly and muttered among themselves. The gentleman in dark blue and umber, after a single glance, returned to his private reflections. The 7, relaxing by the fire, drank wine with easy throats. Presently Yane called the service girl to his side. "Now, Puppet, how many pitchers of wine have you served us?" 3, sir." "Correct. Now, each time you bring a pitcher to the table, you must come to me and pronounce its number. Is that clear?"
"Yes, sir."
The landlord strode on jackstraw legs across the room. "What is the trouble, sir?" "No trouble whatever. The girl tallies the wine as we drink it, and there can be no mistakes in the score." "Bah, you must not addle the creature's mind with such calculations. I keep score yonder." "And I do the same here, and the girl keeps a running balance between us." The landlord threw his arms in the air and stalked off to his kitchen, from which he presently served the supper. The 2 service girls, standing sombre and watchful in the shadows, came forward deftly to refill goblets and bring fresh pitchers, each time chanting its number to Yane, while the landlord, again leaning sourly behind his counter, kept a parallel score and wondered if he dared water the wine. Ailus, who drank as much as any, leaned back in his chair and contemplated his comrades as they sat at ease. Garstang, no matter what the circumstances, might never disguise his gentility. Bode, liberated by the wine, forgot his fearsome countenance to become unexpectedly droll. Charis, like Ailus, sat back in his chair enjoying the comfort. Forefisk told coarse anecdotes with great gusto and teased the serving girls. Yane spoke little, but seemed to take a sardonic pleasure in the high spirits of his friends. Cargus, on the other hand, stared morosely into the fire. Ailus, sitting beside him, finally asked, "What troubles you that your thoughts bring gloom upon you?"
"I think a mixture of thoughts," said Cargus. "They come at me in a medley. I remember old Galicia, and my father and mother, and how I wandered away from their old age when I might have stayed and sweetened their days. I reflect on the Ska and their harsh habits. I think of my immediate condition with food in my belly, gold in my pouch, and my good companions around me, which gives me to ponder the fluxes of life and the brevity of such moments as these. And now you know the cause for my melancholy."
"That is clear enough," said Ailus. "For my part, I am happy that we sit here rather than out in the rain, but I am never free of the rage which smoulders in my bones. Perhaps it will never leave me, despite all revenge."
"You are still young," said Cargus. "Tranquillity will come in time."
"As to that I can't say. Vindictiveness may be a graceless emotion, but I will never rest until I redress certain deeds done upon me."
"I much prefer you as a friend than an enemy," said Cargus.
The two men fell silent. The gentleman in umber and dark blue, who had been sitting quietly to the side, rose to his feet and approached Ailus.
"Sir, I notice that you and your companions conduct yourselves in the manner of gentlemen, tempering your enjoyment with dignity. Allow me, if you will, to utter a probably unnecessary warning."
"Speak, by all means."
"The two girls yonder are patiently waiting. They are less demure than they seem. When you rise to retire, the older will solicit you to intimacy. While she entertains you with her meagre equipment, the other rifles your purse. They share the gleanings with the landlord."
"Incredible! They are so small and thin."
The gentleman smiled ruefully. "This was my own view when last I drank here to excess. Good night, sir."
The gentleman went off to his chamber. Ailus conveyed the intelligence to his companions. The two girls faded away into the shadows, and the landlord brought no more fuel to the fire. Presently the seven staggered off to the straw pallets which had been laid down for them, and so, with the rain hissing and thudding on the thatch overhead, all slept soundly. In the morning the seven awoke to find that the storm had passed, allowing sunlight of blinding brilliance to illuminate the land. They were served a breakfast of black bread, curds, and onions. While Ailus settled accounts with the innkeeper, the others went to prepare the horses for the road. Ailus was startled by the score.
"What? So much? For 7 men of modest tastes?"
"You drank a veritable flood of wine. Here is an exact tally. 19 pitchers of my best Carhonge red."
"One moment," said Ailus. He called in Yane.
"We are in doubt as to the tally of last night. Can you assist us in any way?"
"Indeed I can. We were served 12 pitchers of wine. I wrote the number on paper and gave it to the girl.
The wine was not Carhonge. It was drawn from that cask yonder, marked Corrienti, 2 pennies per pitcher."
"Ah," exclaimed the landlord, "I see my mistake. This is a tally from the night before, when we served a party of 10 noblemen."
Ailus scrutinized the score again. "Now then, what is this sum?"
"Miscellaneous services."
"I see. The gentleman who sat at the table yonder, who is he?"
"That would be Sir Descandol, younger son to Lord Maudlet, of Grey Phosphor, over the bridge and into Ulfland."
"Sir Descandol was kind enough to warn us of your maids and their predatory mischief. There were no miscellaneous services."
"Really? In that case I must delete this item."
"And here, horses, stabling, fodder, and drink. Could 7 horses occupy such luxurious expanses, eat so much hay, and swill down so much valuable water as to justify the sum of 13 florins?
"Aha, you misread the figure, as did I in my grand total. The figure should be 2 florins."
I see. Alis returned to the account. Your eels are very dear.
They are out of season.
Alis finally paid the amended account. He asked, What lies along the road?
Wild country. The forest closes in and all is gloom.
How far to the next inn?
Quite some distance.
You have travelled the road yourself?
Through Tantravallis forest? Never.
What of bandits, footpads, and the like?
You should have put the question to Sir Descandol. He seems to be the authority on such offences.
Possibly so, but he was gone before the thought occurred to me. Well, no doubt we shall manage.
The 7 set off along the road. The river swung away and the forest closed in from both sides. Yane, riding in the lead, caught a flicker of movement among the leaves. He cried out, "Down, all! Down in the saddle!" He dropped to the ground, snapped arrow to bow, and launched a shaft into the gloom, arousing a wail of pain. Meanwhile, a volley of arrows had darted from the forest. The riders, ducking to Yane's cry, were unscathed except for the ponderous forefisk, who took an arrow in the chest and died instantly. Dodging, crouching low, his fellows charged into the forest, flourishing steel. Yane relied on his bow. He shot 3 more arrows, striking into a neck, a chest, and a leg. Within the forest there were groans, the crashing of bodies, cries of sudden fear. One man tried to flee. Bode sprang upon his back, bore him to the ground, and there disarmed him. Silence, save for panting and groans. Yane's arrows had killed 2 and disabled 2 more. These 2 and 2 others lay draining their blood into the forest mold. The 3 rough-clad men who the night before had sat in the inn over wine were among them. Alis turned to Bode's captive and performed a slight bow as a knightly courtesy. Sir Descandol, the landlord declared you an authority upon the region's footpads, and now I understand his reason. Cargus, be good enough to throw a rope over the stout bough yonder. Sir Descandol, last night I knew gratitude for your sage advice, but today I wonder if your motives might not have been simple avarice, that our gold might be reserved for your own use. Sir Descandol demurred. Not altogether. I intended first to spare you the humiliation of robbery by a pair of twitterlings. Then that was an act of gentility, a pity that we cannot spend an hour or 2 in an exchange of civilities. I am nothing loath, said Sir Descandol. Time presses. Bode, bind Sir Descandol's arms and legs so that he need not perform all manner of graceless postures. We respect his dignity no less than he does ours. That is very good of you, said Sir Descandol. Now then, Bode, Cargus, Garstang, heave away hard. Hoist Sir Descandol high. Forefisk was buried in the forest under a filigree of sun and shadow. Yane wandered among the corpses and recovered his arrows. Sir Descandol was lowered, the rope reclaimed, coiled, and hung on the saddle of Forefisk's tall black horse. Without a backward glance, the company of 6 rode away through the forest. Silence, emphasized rather than broken by far sweet bird calls, closed in on them. As the day wore on, the sunlight passing through foliage became charged with a tawny suffusion, creating shadows dark, deep, and tinged with maroon or mauve or dark blue. No one spoke. Hooves made only muffled sounds. At sundown, the 6 halted beside a small pond. At midnight, while Alis and Charis were on watch, a company of pale blue lights twinkled and flickered through the forest. An hour later, a voice in the distance spoke 3 distinct words. They were unintelligible to Alis, but Charis rose to his feet and raised his head almost as if to reply. In wonder, Alis asked, "Did you understand the voice?" "No." "Then why did you start to answer?" "It was almost as if he were talking to me." "Why should he do that?" "I don't know. Such things frighten me." Alis asked no more questions. The sun rose, the 6 ate bread and cheese and continued on their way. The landscape opened to glades and meadows. Outcrops of crumbling grey rock lay across the road. Trees grew gnarled and twisted. During the afternoon the sky turned hazy. The sunlight became golden and wan, like the light of autumn. Clouds drifted from the west, ever heavier and more menacing. Not far from where the road crossed the head of a long meadow, at the back of a formal garden, stood a palace of gracious if fanciful architecture. A portal of carved marble guarded the entry, which was carefully raked with gravel.
In the doorway of the gatehouse stood a gatekeeper in a livery of dark red and blue diaper. The 6 halted to inspect the palace, which offered the prospect of shelter for the night, if ordinary standards of hospitality were in force. Ailess dismounted and approached the gatehouse. The gatekeeper bowed politely. He wore a wide hat of black felt low down his forehead, and a small black domino across the top of his face. Beside him leaned a ceremonial halberd. He carried no other weapon. Ailess spoke. "Who is lord of the palace yonder?" "This is Villa Meroe, sir, a simple country retreat, where my lord Daldus takes pleasure in the company of his friends." "This is a lonely region for such a villa." "That is the case, sir." "We do not wish to trouble Lord Daldus, but perhaps he might allow us shelter for the night." "Why not proceed directly to the villa? Lord Daldus is generous and hospitable." Ailess turned to appraise the villa. "In all candor, I am uneasy. This is the forest of Tantravallis, and there is a shimmer of enchantment to this place, and we would prefer to avoid events beyond our understanding." The gatekeeper laughed. "Sir, your caution is in some degree well-founded. Still, you may safely take shelter in the villa, and no one will offer you harm. Those enchantments which affect revellers at Villa Meroe will pass you by. Eat only your own victual. Drink only the wine now in your possession. In short, take none of the food or drink which is sure to be offered, and the enchantments will serve only to amuse you." "And if we were to accept food and drink?" "You might be delayed in your mission, sir." Ailess turned to his companions, who had gathered at his back. "You heard this man's remarks? He seems truthful, and speaks, so it seems, without duplicity. Shall we risk enchantment, or a night riding through the storm?" "So long as we use only our own provisions and take nothing served within, we would seem to be secure," said Garstang. "Is that right, friend gatekeeper?" "Sir, that is quite correct." "Then I, for one, would prefer bread and cheese in the comfort of the villa to the same bread and cheese in the wind and rain of the night." "That is a reasonable analysis," said Ailess. "What of you others? Bode?" "I would ask this good gatekeeper why he wears the domino." "Sir, that is the custom here which in all courtesy you should obey. If you choose to visit Villa Meroe, you must wear the domino I will give you." "It is most odd," murmured Charis, "and most intriguing." "Cargus, Yane?" "The place reeks of magic," growled Yane. "It frightens me none," said Cargus. "I know a cantrip against enchantments. I will eat bread and cheese and turn my face away from the marvels." "So be it," said Ailess. "Gatekeeper, please announce us to Lord Daldus." "This is Sir Garstang, a knight of Lyonesse. These are the gentlemen Yane, Charis, Bode, and Cargus, of various parts, and I am Ailess, a gentleman of Troysinet." "Lord Daldus, through his magic, already expects you," said the gatekeeper. "Be good enough to wear these dominoes. You may leave your horses here, and I will have them ready for you in the morning. Naturally, take with you your meat and drink." The 6 walked the gravelled path, through the garden and across a terrace, to Villa Meroe. The setting sun, shining for an instant under the lowering clouds, cast a shaft of light at the doorway, where stood a tall man in a splendid costume of dark red velvet. Black hair, clipped short, curled close to his head. A short beard shrouded jaws and chin. A black domino masked his eyes. "Gentlemen, I am Lord Daldus, and you are welcome to Villa Meroe, where I hope you will be comfortable for as long as you care to stay." "Our thanks, your lordship. We will trouble you a single night only, as important business compels us to the road." "In that case, sirs, be advised that we are somewhat sybaritic in our tastes, and our entertainments are often beguiling. Eat nothing and drink nothing but your own stuffs, and you will find no difficulties. I hope you will not think the worse of me for the warning." "Not at all, sir. Our concern is not revelry, but only for shelter against the storm." Lord Daldus made an expansive gesture. "When you have refreshed yourselves, we will talk further." A footman led the group to a chamber furnished with 6 couches. An adjacent bathroom offered a flowing fall of warm water, soap of palm and aloes, towels of crushed linen. After bathing, they ate the food and drink which they had brought from their saddlebags. "Eat well," said Ailus. "Let us not leave this room hungry." "Better that we did not leave this room at all," observed Yane. "Impossible," declared Charis. "Have you no curiosity?" "In matters of this sort, very little. I am going directly to that couch." Cargus said, "I am a great reveller when the mood comes on me. To watch the revels of other folk sours my disposition. I too will take to the couch, and dream my own dreams." Bode said, "I will stay. I need no persuasion." Ailus turned to Garstang. "What of you?" "If you stay, I will stay. If you go, I will stand by your side to guard you from greed and intemperance." "Charis?" "I could not contain myself in here. I will go, at least to wander and stare through the holes of my mask." "Then I will follow, and ward you as Garstang guards me. And we both shall guard Garstang, so we will be reasonably secure." Charis shrugged. "As you say. Who knows what might occur? We will wander and stare together." The three masked their faces and left the chamber. Tall archways overlooked the terrace, where flowering jasmine, orange, elathea, and cleonatis perfumed the air. On a settee padded with cushions of dark green velvet, the three sat to rest. The clouds, which had threatened a great storm, had moved to the side. The night air was soft and mild. A tall man in a dark red costume, with black curly hair and a small black beard, paused to survey them. "Well then, what do you think of my villa?" Garstang shook his head. "I am beyond speech." Ailus said, "There is too much to comprehend." Charis' face was pale and his eyes shone, but like Garstang he had nothing to say. Ailus gestured to the couch. "Sit a while with us, Lord Daldis." "With pleasure." "We are curious," said Ailus. "There is such overwhelming beauty here, it has almost the unreal quality of a dream." Lord Daldis looked about as if seeing the villa for the first time. "What are dreams? Ordinary experience is a dream. The eyes, the ears, the nose, they present pictures on the brain, and these pictures are called reality. At night, when we dream, other pictures, of source unknown, are impinged. Sometimes the dream images are more real than reality. Which is solid, which illusion? Why trouble to make the distinction? When tasting a delicious wine, only a pedant analyzes every component of the flavor. When we admire a beautiful maiden, do we evaluate the particular bones of her skull? I am sure we do not. Accept beauty on its own terms. This is the creed of Villa Meroe." "What of satiation?" Lord Daldis smiled. "Have you ever known satiation in a dream?" "Never," said Garstang. "A dream is always most vivid." Charis said, "Both life and dreams are things of exquisite fragility. A thrust, a cut, they are gone, away like a sweet scent on the wind." Garstang said, "Perhaps you will answer this. Why is everyone masked?" "A whim, a crotchet, a fancy, a fad. I might counter your question with another. Consider your face. Is it not a mask of skin? You three, Ailus, Garstang, and Charis, each is a person favored by nature. Your skin mask commends you to the world. Your comrade Bode is not so fortunate. He would rejoice to go forever with a mask before his face." "None of your company appears ill-favored," said Garstang. "The gentlemen are noble and the ladies are beautiful. So much is evident despite the masks." "Perhaps so. Still, late of night, when lovers become intimate and disrobed together, the last article to be removed is the mask." Charis asked, "And who plays the music?" Ailus listened, as did Garstang. "I hear no music." "Nor I," said Garstang. "It is very soft," said Lord Daldis. "In fact, perhaps it is unheard." He rose to his feet. "I hope I have satisfied your wonder." "Only a churl would require more of you," said Ailus. "You have been more than courteous." "You are pleasant guests, and I am sorry that you must go on the morrow. But now a lady awaits me. She is new to Villa Meroe, and I am anxious to enjoy her pleasure." "A last question," said Ailus. "If new guests come, the old ones must leave, or they would congest every hall and chamber of Meroe. When they leave, where do they go?" Lord Dowdas laughed softly. Where go the folk who live in your dreams when at last you wake? He bowed and departed. 3 maidens stopped before them. One spoke with mischievous boldness. "Why do you sit so quietly? Do we lack charm?" The 3 men rose to their feet. Ailus found himself facing a slender girl with pale blonde hair and features of flower-like delicacy. Eyes of violet blue looked at him from behind the black domino. Ailus' heart gave a startled jerk of both pain and joy. He started to speak, then checked himself. "Excuse me," he muttered, "I am not feeling well." He turned away to find that Garstang had done the same. Garstang said, "It is impossible. She resembles someone who was once very dear to me." "They are dreams," said Ailus. "They are very hard to resist. Is Lord Dowdas so ingenuous after all?" "Let us return to our couches. I don't care for dreams quite so real. Where is Sharris?" The maidens and Sharris were not to be seen. "We must find him," said Ailus. "His temperament will betray him." They walked the chambers of Meroe, ignoring the soft lights, the fascinations, the tables laden with delicacies. At last they found Sharris in a small courtyard opening on the terrace. He sat in the company of 4 others, blowing soft tones from the pipes of a syrinx. The others played various different instruments to produce music of a haunting sweetness. Close beside Sharris sat a slim, dark-haired maiden. She leaned so closely to him that her hair spread across his shoulder. In one hand she held a goblet of purple wine, which she sipped, and then, when the music stopped, she offered to Sharris. Sharris, in rapt abstraction, took it in his hand, but Ailus leaned low over the balustrade and snatched it away. "Sharris, what has come over you? Come along, we must sleep. Tomorrow we will put this dream castle behind us. It is more dangerous than all the werewolves of Tantravallis." Sharris slowly rose to his feet. He looked down at the girl. "I must go." The 3 men returned silently to the sleeping chamber, where Ailus said, "You almost drank from the goblet." "I know." "Did you drink before?" "No." Sharris hesitated. "I kissed the girl, who was much like someone I once loved. She had been drinking wine, and a drop hung on her lips. I tasted it." Ailus groaned. "Then I must discover the antidote from Lord Dowdas." Again Garstang joined him. The 2 roamed Meroe, but nowhere could they find Lord Dowdas. The lights began to be extinguished. The 2 at last returned to their chamber. Sharris either slept or feigned sleep. Morning light entered through high windows. The 6 men arose and somewhat glumly considered each other. Ailus said heavily, "The day has started. Let us be on our way. We will make our breakfast along the road." At the gate the horses awaited them, though the gatekeeper was nowhere to be seen. Not knowing what he might discover if he looked back, Ailus resolutely kept his head turned away from Villa Meroe. His comrades did likewise, so he noticed. "Away then, along the road, and let us forget the Palace of Dreams." The 6 galloped away with cloaks flapping behind. A mile down the road they halted to take breakfast. Sharris sat by himself to the side. His mood was abstracted, and he showed no appetite. Strange, thought Ailus, how loosely the trousers hung about his legs, and why did his jacket sag so oddly? Ailus sprang to his feet, but not before Sharris slid to the ground where his clothes lay empty. Ailus dropped to his knees. Sharris' hat fell away. His face, a mask of a substance like pale parchment, slipped askew and looked somewhere. Ailus slowly rose to his feet. He turned to ponder the way they had come. Bode came up beside him. "Let us ride on," said Bode gruffly. "Nothing can be gained by returning." The road veered somewhat to the right, and as the day progressed began to lead up and down, to follow the contours of swells and swales. The soil grew thin. Outcrops of rock appeared. The forest dwindled to sparse straggles of stunted yew and oak, then drew away to the east. The day was full of wind. Clouds raced overhead, and the 5 rode through alternate spaces of sun and shade. Sunrise found them on a desolate fell among hundreds of weathered granite boulders, as tall as a man or taller. Garstang and Cargus both declared them to be sarsens, though they stood without perceptible order or regularity. Beside a rivulet the 5 halted for the night. They made beds of bracken and passed the night in no great comfort, but disturbed only by the whistling of the wind. At sunrise the 5 once more took to the saddle and proceeded south along the Trompada, here little more than a path wandering among the sarsen stones. At noon the road swung down from the fells to rejoin the river Sis, then followed the river bank south. Halfway through the afternoon the road arrived at a fork. By deciphering an age-worn signpost they learned that Bittershaw Road angled away to the southeast, while the Trompada crossed a bridge and followed the Sis in a southerly direction. The travellers crossed the bridge, and 1/2 mile along the road encountered a peasant leading a donkey loaded with faggots. Ailus held up his hand. The peasant drew back in alarm. "What now? If you be robbers, I carry no gold, and the same is true even if you not be robbers." "Enough of your foolishness," growled Cargus. "Where is the best and nearest inn?" The peasant blinked in perplexity. "The best and the nearest, eh? Is it 2 inns you want?" "1 is enough," said Ailus. "In these parts inns are rare. The old tower down the way might serve your needs, if you are not over-nice." "We are nice," said Yane, "but not over-nice. Where is this inn?" "Fare forward 2 miles until the road turns to rise for the mountain. A bit of a track leads to the old tower." Ailus tossed him a penny. "Many thanks to you." 2 miles the 5 followed the river road. The sun dropped behind the mountains. The 4 rode in shadow under pines and cedars. A bluff overlooked the Sis. Here the road turned sharply up the hillside. A trail continued along the side of the bluff, back and forth under heavy foliage, until the outline of a tall round tower stood dark against the sky. The 5 rode around the tower under a mouldering wall to come out upon a flat area overlooking the river 100 feet below. Of the ancient castle only a corner tower and a wing stood intact. A boy came and took their horses to what had once been the great hall and which now served as a stable. The 5 entered the old tower, and found themselves in a place of gloom and a grandeur impregnable to present indignities. A fire in the fireplace sent flickering light across a great round room. Slabs of stone flagged the floor. The walls were unrelieved by hangings. 15 feet overhead a balcony circled the room, with another above in the shadows, and above still a third, almost invisible by reason of the gloom. Rough tables and benches had been placed near the fire. To the other side a fire burned in a second fireplace. Here, behind a counter, an old man with a thin face and wispy white hair worked energetically over pots and pans. He seemed to have 6 hands, all reaching, shaking, and stirring. He basted a lamb where it turned on a spit, shook up a pan of pigeons and quails, swung other pots this way and that on their pot-hooks so that they might receive the proper heat. For a moment Ailus watched in respectful attention, marveling at the old man's dexterity. At last, taking advantage of a pause in the work, he asked, "Sir, you are the landlord?" "Correct, my lord. I claim that role, if these makeshift premises deserve such a dignity." "Dignity is the least of our concerns if you can provide us lodging for the night. From the evidence of my eyes I feel assured of a proper supper." "Lodging here is of the simplest. You sleep in hay above the stable. My premises offer nothing better, and I am too old to make changes." "How is your ale?" asked Bode. "Serve us cool, clear, bitter, and you will hear no complaints." "You relieve all my anxieties, since I brew good ale. Be seated, if you will." The 5 took seats by the fire and congratulated themselves that they need not spend another windy night in the bracken. A portly woman served them ale in beechwood cups, which by some means accentuated the quality of the brew, and Bode declared, "The landlord is just. He will hear no complaints from me." Ailus surveyed the other guests where they sat at their tables. There were 7, an elderly peasant and his wife, a pair of peddlers, and 3 young men who might have been woodsmen. Into the room now came a bent old woman, cloaked heavily in gray, with a cowl gathered over her head so that her face was concealed in shadow. She paused to look about the room. Ailus felt her gaze hesitate as it reached him. Then, crouching and hobbling, she crossed the room to sit at a far table among the shadows. The portly woman brought their supper, quail, pigeons, and partridge, on slabs of bread soaked in the grease of the frying, cuts of roasted lamb which exhaled a fragrance of garlic and rosemary in the Galician style, with a salad of cress and young greens, a meal far better than any they had expected. As Ailess supped, he watched the cloaked woman at the far table, where she took her own supper. Her manners were unsettling. Leaning forward, she gobbled up her food at a snap. Ailess watched in covered fascination, and noticed that the woman seemed also to peer toward him from time to time behind the shadow cast by her cowl. She bent her head low to snap up a morsel of meat, and her cloak slipped away from her foot. Ailess spoke to his comrades. "The old woman yonder, notice her and tell me what you see." Garstang muttered in amazement, "She has a chicken's foot." Ailess said, "She is a witch with a fox mask and the legs of a great fowl. Twice she has attacked me, twice I cut her into 2 sections, each time she repaired herself." The witch, turning to stare, noticed their gazes, and hastily drew back her foot, and darted another look to see if anyone had noticed the lapse. Ailess and his companions pretended indifference. She turned once more to her food, snapping and gulping. "She forgets nothing," said Ailess, "and certainly she will try to kill me, if not here, then from ambush along the trail." "In that case," said Bode, "let us kill her first at this very moment." Ailess grimaced. "So it must be, even though all will blame us for killing a helpless old woman." "Not when they see her feet," said Cargus. "Let us be to it and have done," said Bode. "I am ready." "A moment," said Ailess. "I will do the deed. Make your swords ready. 1 scratch of her claws means death. Allow her no scope to spring." The witch seemed to divine the quality of their conversation. Before they could move, she arose and hobbled quickly away into the shadows, and disappeared through a low archway. Ailess drew his sword and went to the landlord. "You have been entertaining an evil witch. She must be killed." While the landlord looked on in bewilderment, Ailess ran back to the archway and looked through, but could see nothing in the dark, and dared not proceed. He turned back to the landlord. "Where leads the archway?" "To the old wing and the chambers overhead, all ruins." "Give me a candle." At a slight sound, Bode looked up to discover the fox-masked woman on the first balcony. With a scream, she leapt down at Ailess. Bode thrust out with a stool and struck her aside. She hissed and screamed again, then leapt at Bode with legs outstretched and clawed the length of his face, before Ailess once more hacked her head from her body, which, as before, started a mad canter back and forth, buffeting itself against the walls. Cargus forced it down with a bench, and Yane hacked away the legs. Bode lay on his back, clawing at the stone with clenched fingers. His tongue protruded, his face turned black, and he died. Ailess cried in a guttural voice, "This time the fire! Cut this vile thing to bits! Landlord, bring logs and faggots. The fire must burn hot and long." The fox-faced head set up a horrid wailing. "No fire! Give me not to the fire!" The grisly task was complete. Under roaring flames the witch's flesh burned to ashes, and the bones crumbled to dust. The guests, pale and dispirited, had gone to their beds in the hay. The landlord and his spouse worked with mops and buckets to clean their soiled floor. With morning only hours away, Ailess, Garstang, Cargus, and Yane sat wearily at a table and watched the fire become embers. The landlord brought them ale. "This is a terrible event. I assure you it is not the policy of the house." "Sir, do not in any way blame yourself. Be happy that we have made an end to the creature. You and your wife have given noble assistance, and you shall not suffer for it." With the first glimmer of dawn, the 4 buried Bode in a quiet, shaded area, at one time a rose garden. They left Bode's horse with the landlord, as well as 5 gold crowns from Bode's pouch, and rode sadly down the hill to the Trompada. The 4 toiled up a steep, stony valley by a road which twisted and sidled back and forth, up and around bluffs and boulders, and eventually gained to wind-haunted Glayrider Gap. A side road led off across the moors toward Oaldes. The Trompada swung south and slanted down a long declivity, past a series of ancient tin mines, to the town Market Fladding. At the Tin Man Inn, the 4 travelers, weary after the work of the night before and the toilsome ride of the day, gratefully supped on mutton and barley, and slept on straw pallets in an upper chamber. In the morning they set out once more along the Trompada, which now followed the North Evander along a wide, shallow valley toward the far purple bulk of Tac Tor. At noon, with Tinsinfirel only 5 miles to the south, the land began to rise and close in beside the gorge of the North Evander. 3 miles farther along, with the nearness of Tinsinfirel impressing a sense of menace upon the air, Ailus discovered a dim trail leading away and up a gully, which he thought might be that trail by which so long ago he had hoped to descend from Taktor. The trail climbed a long spur which trailed down from Taktor like the splayed root of a tree, then followed the rounded ridge by a relatively easy route. Ailus led the way up the trail to the hollow where he had camped, only yards below the flat summit of Taktor. He found the Neverfail where he had left it. As before, the tooth pointed something north of east. "In that direction," said Ailus, "is my son, and this is where I must go." "You can choose from 2 routes," said Garstang, "back the way we came, then east, or through Lioness by Old Street, then north into Dehote. The first may be shorter, but the second avoids the forest, and in the end is probably faster." "The second, by all means," said Ailus. The 4 passed by Col Bocach and entered Lioness without incident. At Knowlesby-Savan they swung to the east along Old Street, and after 4 days of hard riding arrived at the town Odelart. Here Garstang took leave of his comrades. "Twanbo Hall is only 20 miles south. I shall be home for supper, and my adventures will be the marvel of all." He embraced his 3 comrades. "Needless to say, you will always be welcome guests at Twanbo. We have come a long way together. We have known much hardship. Never shall I forget." "Nor I, nor I, nor I." Ailus, Cargus, and Yane watched Garstang ride south until he disappeared. Ailus heaved a sigh. "Now we are 3. "One by one we dwindle," said Cargus. "Come," said Yane, "let us be off. I lack patience for sentiment." The 3 departed Odelart by Old Street, and 3 days later they arrived at Tatwillow, where Old Street crossed Icknield Way. The Neverfail pointed north, in the direction of Avalon, a good sign, or so it would seem, since the direction avoided the forest. They set off up Icknield Way toward Avalon in Dehote. Chapter 25. Glyneth and Thrun had joined Dr. Fidelius at the Glassblowers' Fair in Hazelwood. For the first few days the association was tentative and wary. Glyneth and Thrun conducted themselves as if walking on eggs, meanwhile watching Dr. Fidelius sidelong, that they might anticipate any sudden irrationalities or quick fits of fury. But Dr. Fidelius, after assuring their comfort, showed such even and impersonal politeness that Glyneth began to worry that Dr. Fidelius did not like them. Shimrod, watching the 2 from his disguise with the same surreptitious interest they gave him, was impressed by their composure and charmed by their desire to please him. They were, he thought, an extraordinary pair, clean, neat, intelligent, and loving. Glyneth's native cheerfulness at times broke free into bursts of exuberance, which she quickly controlled, lest she annoy Dr. Fidelius. Thrun tended to long periods of silence while he sat gazing blankly into the sunlight, thinking his private thoughts. Upon leaving the Glassblowers' Fair, Shimrod turned his wagon north toward the market town Poroig and the yearly sheep-sellers' fair. Late in the afternoon, Shimrod drove the wagon off the road and halted in a little glen beside a stream. Glyneth gathered sticks and set a fire. Shimrod erected a tripod, hung a kettle, and cooked a stew of chicken, onions, turnips, meadow greens, and parsley, with mustard seed and garlic for seasoning. Glyneth gathered cress for a salad and found a clump of morels which Shimrod added to the stew. Thrun sat quietly by, listening to the wind in the trees and the crackle of the fire. The 3 dined well and sat back to enjoy the dusk. Shimrod looked from one to the other. "I must make a report to you. I have traveled Dehote now for months, flying from fair to fair, and I never realized my loneliness until these last few days that you 2 have been with me." Glyneth heaved a small sigh of relief. "That is good news for us, since we like traveling with you. I don't dare say it's good luck. I might start up the curse." "Tell me about this curse." Thrun and Glyneth told their separate tales, and together reported the events they had shared.
So now we are anxious to find Rodion, the king of all fairies, so that he may remove the curse and give Drun back his eyes."
"He'll never pass the skirl of fairy pipes," said Shimrod. "Sooner or later he'll stop to listen, and rest assured I too will keep lookout." Drun asked wistfully, "Have you ever yet seen him?" "Truth to tell, I have been watching for someone else."
Glyneth said, "I know who he is, a man with sore knees, which clack and creak as he walks."
"And how have you come by that knowledge?"
"Because you cry out often about sore knees. When someone comes forward, you look into his face rather than his legs, and you are always disappointed. You give him a jar of salve and send him away still limping."
Shimrod showed a wry smile to the fire. "Am I so transparent?"
"Not really," said Glyneth modestly. "In fact, I think you are quite mysterious."
Shimrod now laughed aloud. "Why do you say that?"
"Oh, for instance, how did you learn to mix so many medicines?"
"No mystery whatever. A few are common remedies known everywhere. The rest are pulverized bone mixed with lard or neatsfoot oil, with different flavors. They never harm, and sometimes they heal. But more than sell medicines, I want to find the man with the sore knees. Like Rodion, he comes to fairs, and sooner or later I will find him." Drun asked, "Then what will happen?" "He will tell me where to find someone else." From south to north across the land went the wagon of Dr. Fidelius and his 2 young colleagues, pausing at fairs and festivals, from Daphnis on the river Lull to Duddlebats under the stone barrens of Godelia. There were long days of traveling by shaded country lanes, up hill and down dale, through dark woods and old villages. There were nights by firelight while the full moon rode through clouds, and other nights under a sky full of stars. One afternoon, as they crossed a desolate heath, Glyneth heard plaintive sounds from the ditch beside the road. Jumping from the wagon and peering among the thistles, she discovered a pair of spotted kittens which had been abandoned and left to die. Glyneth called, and the kittens ran anxiously to her. She took them to the wagon, in tears over their plight. When Shimrod gave her leave to keep them, she threw her arms around his neck and kissed him, and Shimrod knew he was her slave forever, even had it not been the case before. Glyneth named the kittens Smurish and Sneezer, and at once set about training them to tricks. From the north they fared into the west, through Amersdale and Scarhead, to Tints in the Ulfland Marsh, 30 miles north of the awesome Ska fortress at Poelitets. This was a grim land, and they were happy to turn east once more along the Mermail River. The summer was long. The days were bittersweet times for each of the 3. Strange small misfortunes regularly troubled Drun. Hot water scalded his hand. Rain soaked his bed. As he went to relieve himself behind the hedge, he fell into the nettles. Never did he complain, and so earned Shimrod's respect. And Shimrod, from initial skepticism, began to accept the reality of the curse. One day, Drun stepped on a thorn, driving it deep into his heel. Shimrod removed it while Drun sat silent, biting his lip, and Shimrod was moved to hug him and pat his head. "You're a brave lad. One way or another we'll end this curse. At the very worst, it can last only 7 years." As always, Drun thought a moment before speaking. Then he said, "A thorn is only a trifle. Do you know the bad luck I fear? That you should tire of us and put us off the wagon." Shimrod laughed and felt his eyes grow moist. He gave Drun another hug. "It would not be by my choice, I promise you that. I could not manage without you." "Still, bad luck is bad luck." "True, no one knows what the future holds." Almost immediately after, a spark flew from the fire and landed on Drun's ankle. "Ouch," said Drun. "More luck." Each day brought new experiences. At Playmont Fair, Duke Jocelyn of Castle Foyer sponsored a magnificent tournament at arms, where armored knights played at combat, and competed in a new sport known as jousting. Mounted on strong horses and wearing full regalia, they charged each other with padded poles, each trying to dislodge his adversary. From Playmont they traveled to Long Dans, skirting close by the forest of Tantravallis, arriving at noon and finding the fair in full swing. Shimrod unhitched his marvelous 2-headed horses, gave them fodder, lowered the side panel of the wagon to serve as a platform, raised on high a sign. Dr. Fidelius, thaumaturge, pansophist, mountebank, relief for cankers, gripes, and spasms, special treatment of sore knees, expert advice free. He then retired into the wagon to don his black robes and necromancer's hat. On each side of the platform, Drun and Glyneth beat drums. They were dressed alike as page boys, with low white shoes, tight blue hose and pantaloons, doublets striped vertically in blue and black, with white hearts stitched to the black stripes, and low crush caps of black velvet. Dr. Fidelius stepped out on the platform. He called to the onlookers, "Sirs and ladies!" Here Dr. Fidelius pointed to his sign. "You will observe that I style myself mountebank. My reason is simple. Who calls a butterfly frivolous? Who insults a cow with the word bovine? Who will call a self-admitted mountebank a fraud? Then, am I for a fact mountebank, fraud, and charlatan?" Glyneth jumped up to stand beside him. "You must judge for yourselves. Notice here my pretty associate, if you have not already noticed her. Glyneth, open wide your mouth. Sirs and ladies, observe this aperture. These are teeth. This is a tongue. Beyond is the oral cavity in its natural state. Watch now as I insert into this mouth an orange, neither large nor yet small, but of exact and proper size. Glyneth, close your mouth, if you will, and if you can. Excellent. Now, sirs and ladies, observe the girl with the distended cheeks. I tap her on the right and on the left, and hey, presto, the cheeks are as before. Glyneth, what have you done with the orange? This is most extraordinary. Open your mouth, we are bewildered." Glyneth obediently opened her mouth, and Dr. Fidelius peered within. He exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" He reached with thumb and forefinger. "It is not an orange. It is a beautiful red rose. What more is here? Look, sirs and ladies, 3 fine ripe cherries. What else? What are these? Horseshoe nails. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And what is this? The horseshoe itself. Glyneth, how is this possible? Have you any more surprises? Open wide your mouth. By the moon and sun, a mouse. Glyneth, how can you consume such stuff?" Glyneth answered in her bright, clear voice, "Sir, I have been taking your digestive pastilles." Dr. Fidelius threw his hands in the air. "Enough! You defeat me at my own trade." And Glyneth jumped down from the platform. "Now then, as to my potions and lotions, my powders, pills, and purges, my analepts and anodynes, are they the alleviants I claim them to be? Sirs and ladies, I will make this guarantee. If, upon taking my remedies, you mortify and die, you return the unused medicine for a partial refund. Where else will you hear such a guarantee? I am particularly expert in the treatment of sore knees, especially those which creak, clack, or otherwise complain. If you or someone you know is afflicted with sore knees, then I want to see the sufferer. Now let me present my other associate, the noble and talented Suldrun. He will play you tunes on the fairy pipes to make you laugh, to make you cry, to set your heels to twitching. Meanwhile, Glyneth will dispense the medicines while I prescribe. Sirs and ladies, a final word. You are hereby notified that my embrocations burn and tingle as if distilled from liquid flame. My medicines taste vilely, of cimeter, dogbane, and gall. The body quickly returns to robust health, so that it need assimilate no more of my foul concoctions. That is the secret of my success. Music, Suldrun." As she circulated through the crowd, Glyneth watched carefully for a person in a nut-brown suit and a scarlet feather in his green cap, especially one who heard the music with pleasure. But on this sunny forenoon at Longdans, hard by the forest of Tantravallis, no such person showed himself, nor did any obvious scoundrel of dark visage and long nose come to Dr. Fidelius for treatment of his sore knees. In the afternoon a breeze began to blow from the west to set the banners fluttering. Glyneth brought out a table with high legs and a tall stool for Drun. From the wagon she carried a basket. As Drun played a jig on the pipes, Glyneth brought out her black and white cats. She tapped the table with a baton, and the cats raised on their hind legs and danced in time to the music, hopping and skipping back and forth across the table, and a crowd quickly gathered. At the back, A fox-faced young man, small and dapper, seemed to be especially enthusiastic. He snapped his fingers to the music, and presently began to dance, kicking this way and that with great agility. He wore, so Glyneth noted, a green cap with a long red feather. Hurriedly she put her cats in the basket, and sidling up behind the dancing man, snatched off his cap and ran to the back of the wagon. In astonishment the young man chased after her. "What are you up to? Give me my hat." "No," said Glyneth, "not till you grant my wishes." "Are you mad? What foolishness is this? I can't grant wishes for myself, let alone you. Now give me my cap, or I'll have to take it from you, and beat you well in the bargain." "Never," declared Glyneth bravely. "You are Rodian. I have your hat, and I will never let it go until you obey me." "We'll see about that." The young man seized Glyneth, and they struggled until the horses snorted, reared, and, showing long white teeth, lunged at the young man, who drew back in fear. Shimrod jumped down from the wagon, and the young man cried out in fury, "This girl of yours is mad. She seizes my cap and runs off with it, and when I ask for it most civilly, she says no, and names me Rodian or something similar. My name is Tybalt. I am chandler at the village Witherwood, and I have come to the fair to buy wax. Almost instantly I am snatched hatless by a mad hoyden, who then insists that I obey her. Have you ever heard the like?" Shimrod gave his head a grave shake. "She is not a bad girl, just a bit impetuous and full of pranks." He stepped forward. "Sir, allow me." He brushed aside Tybalt's brown hair. "Glyneth, observe, this gentleman's earlobes are well developed." Glyneth looked and nodded. "That is so." Tybalt demanded, "What has this to do with my hat?" "Allow me one more favor," said Shimrod. "Show me your hand." "Glyneth, notice the fingernails. There is no trace of web, and the fingernails are not filmy." Glyneth nodded. "I see. So I may give him his hat?" "Yes, indeed, especially since the gentleman exudes the odor of bayberry and beeswax." Glyneth returned the hat. "Please, sir, forgive me my prank." Shimrod gave Tybalt a pottery jar. "With our compliments, please accept this half-gill of hair pomade, which will cause eyebrows, beard, and mustache to grow silky and fine." Tybalt departed in good spirits. Glyneth went back to her table in front of the wagon and reported her mistake to Drun, who merely shrugged and once again began to play the pipes. Glyneth again produced her cats, which hopped and danced with zeal, to the great wonder of those who halted to watch. "Wonderful, wonderful!" declared a portly little gentleman with spindle shanks, thin ankles, long thin feet in green leather shoes with preposterous rolled-up toes. "My lad, where did you learn to play the pipes?" "Sir, it is a gift from the fairies." "What a marvel! A true gift of magic!" The wind blew a sudden gust. The gentleman's green hat whisked from his head and fell at Glyneth's feet. She picked it up and noticed the scarlet feather. Dubiously she looked at the man, who smilingly held out his hand. "Thank you, my pretty dear. I will reward you with a kiss." Glyneth looked at the outstretched hand, which was pale and plump, with small, delicate fingers. The nails were carefully tended and polished milky pink. Was this film? The flaps of skin between the fingers, was this web? Glyneth slowly looked up and met the gentleman's eyes. They were fawn brown. Sparse, sandy red hair curled past his ears. Wind lifted the hair. In fascination, Glyneth saw the lobes. They were small, no more than little dimples of pink tissue. She could not see the top of the ears. The gentleman stamped his foot. "My hat, if you please." "One moment, sir, while I brush off the dust." Sneezer and Smirish once more were popped into the basket, and Glyneth ran off with the hat. With notable agility the gentleman bounded after her, and so maneuvered to press her back against the front of the wagon where they could not be seen from the common. "Now, miss, my hat, and then you shall have your kiss." "You may not have your hat until you grant my wishes." "Eh, what nonsense is this? Why should I grant your wishes?" "Because, your majesty, I hold your hat." The gentleman looked at her sidewise. "Who do you think I am?" "You are Rodian, king of the fairies." "Ha, ha, ha! And what do you wish me to do?" "It is not a great deal. Lift the curse which hangs upon Drun, and give him back his eyes." "All for my hat." The portly gentleman advanced upon Glyneth with his arms wide. "Now then, my downy little duckling, I will embrace you. What a sweet little armful you are. Now for the kiss, and perhaps something more." Glyneth ducked under his arms, jumped cleverly backward and forward, and ran behind the wagon. The gentleman chased after her, calling out endearments and imploring the return of his hat. One of the horses thrust out its left head to snap viciously at the gentleman's buttocks. He only bounded the faster around the wagon, where Glyneth had halted, grinning in mingled mischief and distaste to see the portly little gentleman in such a state. "Now, my little kitten, my adorable little comfit, come for your kiss. Remember, I am King Rat-a-tat-tat, or whatever his name, and I will grant your fondest desires, but first let us explore beneath that brave doublet." Glyneth danced back and threw the hat at the gentleman's feet. "You are not King Rodian. You are the town barber and a saucy lecher to boot. Take your hat and welcome." The gentleman uttered a hoot of exultant laughter. He clapped the hat to his head and jumped high into the air, clicking his heels to both sides. In great glee he cried, "I tricked you! Oh, what joy to befuddle the mortals! You had my hat. You might have commanded me to your service, but now—" Shimrod stepped from the shadows behind him and snatched away the hat. "But now," he tossed the hat to Glyneth, "she has the hat once more, and you must do her bidding." King Rodian stood crestfallen, his eyes round and woeful. "Take pity, never force a poor old halfling to your will. It wearies me and causes a tumult of grief." "I am without pity," said Glyneth. She called Thrun from his stool and brought him behind the wagon. "This is Thrun, who lived his youth at Thripsy-Shee." "Yes, the domain of Throbius, a merry she, and notable for its pageant." "Thrun was cast out and sent away with a mordant of bad luck on his head, and now he is blind because he watched the dryads as they bathed. You must remove the curse and give him the sight of his eyes." Rodian blew into a little golden pipe and made a sign into the air. A minute passed. From over the wagon came the sounds of the fair, muted as if the fair stood at some far distance. With a small pop, King Throbius of Thripsy-Shee stood beside them. He dropped to one knee before King Rodian, who with a benign gesture allowed him to stand. "Throbius, here is Thrun, whom once you nurtured at Thripsy-Shee." "In truth it is Thrun. I remember him well. He was amiable and gave us all pleasure." "Then why have you sent him off with a mordant?" "Exalted. This was the work of a jealous imp, one Phaliel, who has been roundly punished for his spite." "Why was not the mordant removed?" "Exalted. That is bad policy, which induces irreverence among the mortals, to think that they need only sneeze or suffer a bit to gainsay our mordants." "In this case it must be removed." King Throbius approached Thrun and touched his shoulder. "Thrun, I bless you with the bounties of fortune. I dissolve the fluxes which have worked to your suffering. Let the skites of malice who implemented these evils go twittering back to Thinsmole." Thrun's face was white and pinched. He listened, showing no quiver of muscle. In a thin voice he asked, "And what of my eyes?" Throbius said courteously, "Good Sir Thrun, you were blinded by the dryads. That was bad luck at its most extreme, but it was bad luck by ill chance, and not by the malice of the mordant, and so the blinding is not our doing. It is the work of the dryad Theodosia, and we cannot melt it." Shimrod spoke. "Then go now to deal with the dryad Theodosia and offer her fairy favors if she will undo her magic." "Ah, we captured Theodosia and another named Loris as they slept. We took them and used them at our pageant for entertainment. They became deranged with fury and fled to Arcady, where we cannot go, and in any case she has lost all her fairy force." "So how will Thrun's eyes be cured?" "Not by fairy lore," said King Rodian. "It lies beyond our craft." "Then you must concede another boon." "I want nothing," said Thrun in a stony voice. "They can give me only what they took." Shimrod turned to Glyneth. "You hold the hat, and you may ask a boon." "What?" cried King Rodian. "This is the sheerest extortion. Did I not waft King Throbius here and dissolve the mordant?" "You mended a harm of your own making. That is no boon. That is mere justice. And where are the amends for his suffering?" "He wants none, and we never give what is not wanted." "Glyneth holds the hat. You must gratify her wishes." Everyone turned to look at Glyneth. Shimrod asked her, "What do you wish most?"
I want only to travel with you and Thrun in this wagon forever."
Shimrod said, "But remember, all things change, and we will not ride the wagon forever."
"Then I want to be with you and Thrun forever."
"That is the future," said Rodion. "It lies beyond my control, unless you wish me to kill the three of you at this instant and bury you together under the wagon."
Glyneth shook her head. "But you can help me. My cats often disobey and ignore my instructions. If I could talk with them, they could not pretend to misunderstand. I'd also like to talk with horses and birds and all other living things, even the trees and flowers and the insects."
King Rodion grunted. "Trees and flowers neither talk nor listen. They only sigh among themselves. The insects would terrify you if you heard their speech and cause you nightmares."
"Then I can speak with birds and animals?"
"Take the lead amulet from my hat, wear it around your neck, and you will have your wish. Do not expect profound insights. Birds and animals are usually foolish."
"Sneezer and Smirish are clever enough," said Glyneth. "I will probably enjoy our conversations."
"Very well, then," said portly King Rodion. He took the hat from Glyneth's loose fingers, and with wary attention for Shimrod, clapped it on his head. "The game is done. Once again I have been outwitted by the mortals, though this time it has been almost a pleasure. Throbius, return as you will to Thripsy, and I am away to Shadowthorn."
King Throbius held up his hand. "One last matter. Perhaps I can make amends for the Mordet. Thrun, listen to me. Many months ago, a young knight came to Thripsy She and demanded to know all knowledge concerning his son, Thrun. We exchanged gifts. For me, a jewel of the color smauder. For him, a never-fail pointing steadfast toward yourself. Has he not found you? Then he has been thwarted, or even killed, since his resolution was clear." Thrun spoke huskily. "What was his name?" "He was Sir Aelus, a prince of Troysinet. I go." His form became tenuous, then disappeared. His voice came as if from far away. "I am gone." King Rodion paused on his spindle shanks, walked back around the front of the wagon. "And another small matter for Glyneth's attention. The amulet is my seal. Wearing it, you need fear no harm from halflings, neither fairy nor imp, nor troll, nor double troll. Beware ghosts and horseheads, grey and white ogres, and things which live under the mire." King Rodion passed around the front of the wagon. When the three followed, he was nowhere to be seen. Glyneth went for her cat basket, which she had stowed on the wagon's front seat, to find that Smirish had pried the cover ajar and had almost gained his liberty. Glyneth cried out, "Smirish, this is sheer wickedness. You know that you are supposed to stay in the basket." Smirish said, "It is hot and stuffy inside. I prefer the open air, and I plan to explore the roof of the wagon." "Oh, very well, but now you must dance and entertain the folk who watch you in admiration." "If they admire me so much, let them do their own dancing. Sneezer is equally earnest in this regard. We only dance to please you." "That is sensible, since I feed you the finest milk and fish. Surly cats must make do with bread and water." Sneezer, listening from within the basket, called out quickly, "Have no fear. If dance we must, then dance we will, though for the life of me I can't understand why. I care not a fig for those who stop to watch." The sun died on a couch of sultry clouds. Outriders slid overhead to cover the evening sky, and darkness came quickly to Long Dan's common. Dozens of small fires flickered and guttered in the cool, damp breeze, and the peddlers, merchants, and booth-tenders huddled over their suppers, eyes askance at the dismal sky, dreading the prospect of a rain which would drench them and their wares. At the fire behind their wagon sat Shimrod, Glyneth, and Thrun, waiting for the soup to cook. The three sat absorbed in private thoughts, a silence finally broken by Shimrod. "The day has certainly been of interest." "It could have been worse, and it could have been better," said Glyneth. She looked at Thrun, who sat, arms clenching knees, staring sightlessly into the fire, but he had nothing to say. "We've removed the curse, so at least we'll have no more bad luck. It won't be good luck, of course, until Thrun can see again." Shimrod fed the fire with fresh fuel. "I've searched across Dahote for the man with the sore knees. This you know. If I don't find him at Avalon Fair, we'll travel to Swur Smod in Lyonesse. If anyone can help, it will be Mergin." "Throne," whispered Glyneth, "you mustn't cry." "I'm not crying." "Yes, you are. Tears are running down your cheeks." Throne blinked and put his wrist to his face. "Without you two to help me, I'd starve, or the dogs would eat me." "We wouldn't let you starve." Glyneth put her arm around his shoulders. "You're an important boy, and the son of a prince. Someday you'll be a prince as well." "I hope so." "So then eat your soup and you'll feel better. I notice also a nice slice of melon waiting for you." Chapter 26. Carfiliot's chambers at the top of Tinzinfiral were of modest dimension, with white plaster walls, scrubbed wooden floors, and a bare sufficiency of furnishing. Carfiliot wanted nothing more elaborate. That spare environment soothed his sometimes over-fervent nature. Carfiliot's routines were even. He tended to rise early, often at sunup, then take a breakfast of fruit, sweet cakes, raisins, and perhaps a few pickled oysters. Always he breakfasted alone. At this time of day the sight and sound of other human beings offended him, and adversely affected the rest of the day. Summer was changing to autumn. Haze blurred the airy spaces over Vale Evander. Carfiliot felt restless and uneasy for reasons he could not define. Tinzinfiral served many of his purposes very well. Still, it was a place remote, something of a backwater, and he had no command over that motility which other magicians, perhaps of higher order, Carfiliot thought of himself as a magician, used daily as a matter of course. His fancies, escapades, novelties, and caprices, perhaps they were no more than illusions. Time passed, and despite his apparent activity, he had proceeded not a whit along the way to his goals. Had his enemies, or his friends, arranged to keep him isolated and ineffectual? Carfiliot gave a petulant grunt. It could not be, but if so, such folk played dangerous games. A year previously, Tamarello had conveyed him to Faroli, that odd structure of wood and colored glass deep within the forest. After 3 days of erotic play, the two sat listening to the rain and watching the fire on the hearth. The time was midnight. Carfiliot, whose mercurial mind never went quiet, said, "Truly it is time that you taught me magical arts. Do I not deserve at least this from you?" Tamarello spoke with a sigh. What a strange and unfamiliar world if everyone were treated according to his deserts. Carfiliot found the remark over-flippant. "So you mock me," he said sadly. "You think me too clumsy and foolish for the slight." Tamarello, a massive man whose veins were charged with the dark, rank blood of a bull, laughed indulgently. He had heard the plaint before, and he made the same answer he had made before. "To become a sorcerer, you must undergo many trials, and work at many dismal exercises. A number of these are profoundly uncomfortable and perhaps calculated to dissuade those of small motivation." "That philosophy is narrow and mean," said Carfiliot. "If and when you become a master sorcerer, you will guard the prerogatives as jealously as any," said Tamarello. "Well, instruct me. I am ready to learn. I am strong of will." Once more Tamarello laughed. "My dear friend, you are too volatile. Your will may be like iron, but your patience is something less than invincible." Carfiliot made an extravagant gesture. "Are there no shortcuts? Certainly I can use magical apparatus without so many tiresome exercises." "You already have apparatus. Shimrod's stuff, it is useless to me." Tamarello was becoming bored with the discussion. "Most such apparatus is specialized and specific." "My needs are specific," said Carfiliot. "My enemies are like wild bees which can never be conquered. They know where I am. When I set out in pursuit, they dissolve into shadows along the moor." "Here I may be able to assist you," said Tamarello, though without, I admit, any great enthusiasm. On the following day he displayed a large map of the Elder Isles. "Here, as you will notice, is Vale Evander. Here, Ys. Here, Tinzinfiral." He produced a number of mannikins carved from blackthorn roots. "Name these little homologues with names and place them on the map, and they will scuttle to position. Watch." He took up one of the mannikins and spat in its face. "I name you Casimir. Go to Casimir's place." He put the mannikin on the map. It seemed to scamper across the map to Lioness Town. Carfiliot counted the mannikins.
"Only 20?" he cried. "I could use 100. I am at war with every petty baron of South Elfland." "Name their names," said Tamarello. "We shall see how many you need." Grudgingly Carfiliet named names, and Tamarello put the names to the mannikins and placed them on the board. "Still there are more," protested Carfiliet. "Is it not understandable that I would wish to know where and when you fare from Feroli? And Melanchthe, her movements are of importance. And what of the magicians, Mergen, Faluri, Myolander, Byballades? I am interested in their activities." "You may not learn of the magicians," said Tamarello. "That is not appropriate." "Granis, Audrey? Well, why not? Melanchthe? Melanchthe in especial. Very well, Melanchthe. Then there are Ska chieftains and the notables of Dahote. Moderation. In the name of Fathadist and his three-legged blue goat. The mannikins will crowd each other from the map." In the end, Carfiliet came away with the map and 59 homologues. One late summer morning, a year later, Carfiliet went up to his workroom, and there inspected the map. Casimir kept to his summer palace at Sarras. At Domrace and Troysonet, a glowing white ball on the mannikin's head indicated that King Granis had died. His ailing brother Ospero would now be king. At Ys, Melanchthe wandered the echoing halls of her seaside palace. At Oaldes, north along the coast, Quilci, the idiot child king of South Elfland, played daily at sand castles on the beach. Carfiliet looked once more to Ys. Melanchthe, haughty Melanchthe. He saw her seldom. She held herself aloof. Carfiliet's gaze ranged the map. With a quickening of the spirit, he noticed a displacement. Sir Cadwal of Caber Keep had ventured 6 miles southwest across Dunton Fells. He would seem to be proceeding toward Ravenshaw Forest. Carfiliet stood wrapped in reflection. Sir Cadwal was one of his most arrogant enemies, despite poverty and an absence of powerful connections. Caber Keep, a dour fortress above the dreariest sweep of the moors, lacked all cheer save only security. With only a dozen clansmen at his command, Sir Cadwal had long defied Carfiliet. Ordinarily he hunted in the hills above his keep, where Carfiliet could not easily attack. Today he had ventured down upon the moors. Reckless indeed, thought Carfiliet, most unwise. The keep could not be left undefended, so it would seem that Sir Cadwal rode with only 5 or 6 men at his back, and 2 of these might be his stripling sons. Malaise forgotten, Carfiliet sent urgent orders down to the wardroom. Half an hour later, wearing light armor, he descended to the parade ground below his castle. 20 mounted warriors, his elite of elites, awaited him. Carfiliet inspected the troop and could find no fault. They wore polished iron helmets with tall crests, chain cuirasses, and jupons of violet velvet embroidered in black. Each carried a lance from which fluttered a lavender and black banneret. From each saddle hung an axe, a bow and arrows to the side. Each carried sword and dagger. Carfiliet mounted his horse and gave the signal to ride. 2 abreast the troop galloped west, past the reeking poles of penance, beside the drowning cages along the river bank and their accessory derricks, and down the road toward the village Bloddywen. For reasons of policy, Carfiliet never made demands upon the folk of Bloddywen, nor in any way molested them. Still, at his approach, children were snatched within, doors and windows were slammed shut, and Carfiliet rode through empty streets to his cold amusement. Above, on the ridge, a watcher noted the cavalcade. He retreated over the brow of the hill and flourished a white flag. A moment later, from the highest portion of a fell, a mile to the north, a flutter of white acknowledged his signal. Half an hour later, had Carfiliet been able to observe his magic map, he might have seen the blackthorn mannikins designating his most hated adversaries, departing their keeps and mountain forts to move down the moors toward the Ravenshaw. Carfiliet and his troop clattered through Bloddywen, then turned away from the river and rode up to the moors. Gaining the ridge, Carfiliet halted his troop, ranged them in a line, and addressed them. "Today we hunt Cadwal of Caber Keep. He is our quarry. We will meet him by the Ravenshaw. So as not to startle his vigilance, we will approach him around the side of Dinkin Tor. Listen now. Take Sir Cadwal alive, and any of his blood who may ride with him. Sir Cadwal must repent the harms he has done me in full measure. Later we will take Caber Keep. We will drink his wine, bed his women, and make free of his bounty. But today we ride to take Sir Cadwal." He swung his horse up and around in a fine caracole and galloped away across the moors. On Hackberry Tor, an observer, noting Carfilliot's movements, ducked behind a crag, and there signalled with a white flag until from 2 quarters his signals were acknowledged. Carfilliot and his troop rode confidently into the northwest. At Dinkin Tor they halted. One of the number dismounted and climbed to the top of a rock. He called down to Carfilliot, "Riders, perhaps 5 or 6, at most 7. They approach the Dravenshaw." "Quick, then," called Carfilliot. "We'll take them at the forest's edge." The column rode west, keeping to the cover of duny swale. At an old road they swung to the north and galloped at full speed for the Dravenshaw. The road skirted the tumbled stones of a prehistoric fane, then turned directly down toward the Dravenshaw. Across the moor the roan horses ridden by Sir Cadwal's troop glimmered like raw copper in the sunlight. Carfilliot signalled his men, "Quietly now, a volley of arrows if necessary, but take Cadwal alive." The troop rode beside a stream fringed with willow. Clicks and snaps, a sibilant whir, arrows across space at flat trajectory. Needle points thrust through chain mail. There were groans of surprise, cries of pain. 6 of Carfilliot's men sagged to the ground in silence. 3 others took arrows in leg or shoulder. Carfilliot's horse, with arrows in its neck and haunches, reared, screamed, and fell. No one had aimed directly at Carfilliot, an act of forbearance alarming rather than reassuring. Carfilliot ran crouching to a riderless horse, mounted, kicked home his spurs, and bending low to the mane, pounded away, followed by the survivors of his troop. At a safe distance, Carfilliot called a halt, and turned to assess the situation. To his dismay, a mounted troop of 12 men burst from the shadows of Dravenshaw. They rode bay horses and wore caber orange. Carfilliot hissed in frustration. At least 6 archers would be leaving the ambush to join the enemy troop. He was outnumbered. "Away!" cried Carfilliot, and put his horse once more to flight, up past the ruined fane, with the Caber warriors barely 100 yards behind. Carfilliot's horses were stronger than the Caber bays, but Carfilliot had ridden harder, and his heavy horses had not been bred for stamina. Carfilliot turned off the road into duny swale, only to find another company of mounted men charging upon him from upslope with levelled lances. They were 10 or a dozen, in the blue and dark blue of Nullness Castle. Carfilliot yelled orders and veered away to the south. 5 of Carfilliot's men took lances in the chest, neck, or head, and lay in the road. 3 tried to defend themselves with sword and axe. They were quickly cut down. 4 managed to win to the brow of the swale along with Carfilliot, and there paused to rest their winded horses. But only for a moment. The Nullness company, with relatively fresh horses, already had almost gained the high ground. The Caber troop would be circling west along the old road to intercept him before he could gain Vale Evander. A copse of dark fir trees rose ahead, where perhaps he could take temporary cover. He spurred the flagging horse into motion. From the corner of his eye he glimpsed bright red. He screamed, "Down! Away!" Over and down into a gulch he plunged, while archers in the crimson of Castle Turgis jumped up from the gorse and shot 2 volleys. 2 of Carfilliot's 4 were struck. Once again chain mail was penetrated. The horse of the 3rd was struck in the belly. It reared over backward and fell on its rider, who was crushed but managed to stagger, wild and disoriented, to his feet. 6 arrows killed him. The single remaining warrior rode pell-mell down into the swale, where the Caber warriors cut off first his legs, then his arms, then rolled him into the ditch, to ponder the sad estate to which his life had come. Carfilliot rode alone through the forest of firs, to come out on a wasteland of stone. A sheepherder's trail led through the rocks. Ahead towered the crags known as the 11 Sisters. Carfilliot looked over his shoulder, then spurred his horse to its ultimate effort, through the 11 Sisters, and down the slope beyond, into a dim gully choked with alders, where he drew his horse under a ledge and out of sight from above. His pursuers searched the rocks, calling and hallooing in frustration that Carfilliot had escaped their trap. Time and time again they looked into the gully, but Carfiliot, only 15 feet below, was not seen. Around and around in Carfiliot's head went an obsessive question. How had the trap been established without his knowledge? The map had shown only Sir Cadwal riding abroad. Yet surely Sir Cleone of Nulness Castle, Sir Dexter of Turgis, had gone out with their troops. The simple strategy of the signal system never occurred to him. Carfiliot waited an hour until his horse ceased to tremble and heave. Then cautiously he remounted and rode down the gully, keeping to such shelter as was offered by alders and willows, and presently he emerged into Vale Evander, a mile above Ys. The time still was early afternoon. Carfiliot rode on into Ys. On terraces to either side of the river the factors lived quietly in their white palaces, shaded under pencil cypress, yew, olive, flat-topped pines. Carfiliot rode up the beach of white sand to Melanthe's palace. A yard boy came to meet him. Carfiliot slid off the horse with a groan of relief. He climbed 3 marble steps, crossed the terrace, and entered a dim foyer, where a chamberlain silently helped him from his helmet, his jupon, and his chain cuirass. A maidservant appeared, a strange silver-skinned creature, perhaps half Falloy. Footnote: Falloy, a slender halfling akin to fairies, but larger, less antic, and lacking deft control of magic, creatures ever more rare in the Elder Isles. End of footnote. She brought Carfiliot a white linen shirt and a cup of warm white wine. "Sir, Lady Melanthe will see you in due course. Meanwhile, please command me for your needs." "Thank you, I need nothing." Carfiliot went out on the terrace and lowered himself into a cushioned chair and sat looking out over the sea. The air was mild, the sky cloudless. Swells slid up the sand to become a low surf which created a somnolent rhythmic sound. Carfiliot's eyes became heavy. He dozed. He awoke to find that the sun had moved down the sky. Melanthe, wearing a sleeveless gown of soft white faniche, stood leaning against the balustrade, oblivious to his presence. Footnote: Faniche, a fairy fabric woven from dandelion silk. End of footnote. Carfiliot sat up in his chair, vexed for reasons indefinable. Melanthe turned to look at him, then a moment later gave her attention back to the sea. Carfiliot watched her under half-closed eyelids. Her self-possession, so it occurred to him, if sufficiently protracted, might well tend to scrape upon one's patience. Melanthe glanced at him over her shoulder, the corners of her mouth drooping, apparently with nothing to say, neither welcome nor wonder at his presence unattended, nor curiosity as to the course of his life. Carfiliot chose to break the silence. "Life here at Ys seems placid enough." "Sufficiently so." "I have had a dangerous day. I evaded death by almost no margin whatever." "You must have been frightened." Carfiliot considered. "Fright? That is not quite the word. I was alarmed, certainly. I grieved to lose my troops." "I have heard rumors of your warriors." Carfiliot smiled. "What would you have? The land is in turmoil. Everyone resists authority. Would you not prefer a country at peace?" "As an abstract proposition, yes." "I need your help." Melanthe laughed in surprise. "It will not be forthcoming. I helped you once, to my regret." "Truly, my gratitude should have soothed all your qualms. After all, you and I are one." Melanthe turned and looked off over the wide blue sea. "I am I, and you are you." "So you will not help me?" "I will give you advice if you agree to act by it." "At least I will listen." "Change. Utterly." Carfiliot made a polite gesture. "That is like saying turn yourself inside out." "I know." The 2 words rang with a fateful sound. Carfiliot grimaced. "Do you truly hate me so?" Melanthe inspected him from head to toe. "I often wonder at my feelings. You fascinate the attention. You cannot be ignored. Perhaps it is a kind of narcissism. If I were male, I might be like you." "True, we are one." Melanthe shook her head. "I am not tainted. You breathed the green fume." "But you tasted it." "I spat it out." Still you know its flavor, and so I see deep into your soul. Evidently without admiration. Melanchthon again turned to look across the sea. Carfiliot came to join her beside the balustrade. Does it mean nothing that I am in danger? Half of my elite company is gone. I no longer trust my magic.
You know no magic.
Carfiliot ignored her. My enemies have joined and planned terrible acts upon me. Today they might have killed me, but tried rather to take me alive.
Consult your darling Tamarello. Perhaps he will fear for his loved one.
Carfiliot laughed sadly. I am not even sure of Tamarello. In any event, he is very temperate in his generosity, even somewhat grudging.
Then find a more lavish lover. What of King Casimir?
We have few interests in common.
Then Tamarello would seem to be your best hope.
Carfiliot glanced sidewise and searched the delicate lines of her profile. Has Tamarello never offered his attentions to you?
Certainly, but my price was too high.
What was your price?
His life.
That is inordinate. What price would you demand of me? Melanchthon's eyebrows raised. Her mouth went wryly crooked.
You would pay a notable price.
My life?
The topic lacks all relevance, and disturbs me.
She turned away.
I am going inside.
What of me?
Do as you please. Sleep in the sun if you are so of a mind, or start back to Tinsinfiro.
Carfiliot said reproachfully, For one who is closer than a sister, you are most acrid.
To the contrary, I am absolutely detached.
Well, then, if I may do as I please, I will accept your hospitality. Melanchthon, mouth pursed thoughtfully, walked into the palace, with Carfiliot at her back. She paused in the foyer, a round chamber decorated in blue, pink, and gold, and with a pale blue rug on the marble floor. She called the chamberlain.
Show Sir Faude to a chamber, and attend to his needs.
Carfiliot bathed and rested for a period. Dusk settled across the ocean, and daylight faded. Carfiliot dressed in garments of unrelieved black. In the foyer the chamberlain presented himself. Lady Melanchthon has not yet appeared. If you like, you may await her in the small saloon. Carfiliot seated himself and was served a goblet of crimson wine, tasting of honey, pine needles, and pomegranate. Half an hour passed. The silver-skinned serving girl brought a tray of sweetmeats, which Carfiliot tasted without enthusiasm. 10 minutes later, he looked up from his wine to find Melanchthon standing in front of him. She wore a sleeveless black gown, cut with total simplicity. A black opal cabochon hung on a narrow black ribbon around her neck. Against the black, her pale skin and large eyes gave her a look of vulnerability to the impulses of both pleasure and pain, a semblance to excite any wishing to bring her either or both. After a pause, she sat beside Carfiliot and took a goblet of wine from the tray. Carfiliot waited, but she sat in silence. At last he asked, Have you enjoyed a restful afternoon?
Certainly not restful. I worked on certain exercises.
Indeed, to what end?
It is not easy to become a sorcerer.
That is your will?
Certainly.
It is not overly difficult, then?
I am only at the fringes of the subject. The real difficulties lie yet ahead.
Already you are stronger than I. Carfiliot spoke in a jesting voice. Melanchthon smiled not at all. After a heavy silence, she rose to her feet.
It is time for dinner.
She took him into a large chamber, panelled in the blackest of ebony and floored with slabs of polished black gabbro. Over the ebony, a set of glass prisms illuminated the service. Dinner was served on 2 sets of trays, a simple meal of mussels simmered in white wine, bread, olives, and nuts. Melanchthon ate little, and apart from an occasional glance at Carfiliot, gave him no attention, and made no effort at conversation. Carfiliot, nettled, likewise held his tongue, so that the meal went in silence. Carfiliot drank several goblets of wine, and finally set the goblet down with a petulant thump. You are beautiful beyond the dreams of dreaming, yet your thoughts are those of a fish.
It is no great matter.
Why should we know constraint? Are we not ultimately one?
No. Desmay yielded 3. I, you, and Denking.
You have said it yourself.
Melanchthon shook her head. Everyone shares the substance of earth, but the lion differs from the mouse, and both from man.
Carfiliet rejected the analogy with a gesture. We are one, yet different, a fascinating condition, yet you are aloof.
True, said Melanchthon. I agree.
For a moment consider the possibilities, the vertexes of passion, the sheer exuberance. Can you not feel the excitement?
Feel? Enough that I think.
For an instant her composure appeared to falter. She rose, crossed the chamber, and stood looking into the sea-coal fire. In a leisurely fashion, Carfiliet came to stand beside her. It is easy to feel. He took her hand and laid it on his chest. Feel. I am strong. Feel how my heart moves and gives me life. Melanchthon pulled her hand away.
I do not care to feel at your behest. Passion is a hysteria. In truth, I have no yearning for men.
She moved a step away from him.
Leave me now, if you please. In the morning you will not see me, nor will I advance your enterprises.
Carfiliet put his hands under her elbows and stood facing her, with firelight shifting along their faces. Melanchthon opened her mouth to speak, but uttered no words, and Carfiliet, bending his face to hers, kissed her mouth. He drew her down upon a couch. Evening stars still climb the sky. Night has just begun. She seemed not to hear him, but sat looking into the fire. Carfiliet loosed the clasps at her shoulder. She let the gown slide from her body with no restraint, and the odor of violets hung in the air. She watched in passive silence as Carfiliet stepped from his own garments. At midnight, Melanchthon rose from the couch to stand nude before the fire, now a bed of embers. Carfiliet watched her from the couch, eyelids half lowered, mouth compressed. Melanchthon's conduct had been perplexing. Her body had joined his with suitable urgency, but never during the coupling had she looked into his face. Her head had been thrown back or laid to the side, with eyes focused on nothing whatever. She had been physically exalted, this he could sense, but when he spoke to her she made no response, as if he were no more than a phantasm. Melanchthon looked at him over her shoulder.
Dress yourself.
Suddenly Carfiliet donned his garments, while she stood in contemplation of the dying fire. He considered a set of remarks, one after the other, but each seemed very heavy or peevish or callow or foolish, and he held his tongue. When he had dressed, he came to her and put his arms around her waist. She slipped back from his grasp and spoke in a pensive voice.
Don't touch me. No man has ever yet touched me, nor shall you.
Carfiliet laughed. Am I not a man? I have touched you, thoroughly and deep to the core of your soul. Still watching the fire, Melanchthon shook her head.
You occur only as an odd thing of the imagination. I have used you. Now you must dissolve from my mind.
Carfiliet peered at her in bafflement. Was she mad? I am quite real, and I don't care to dissolve. Melanchthon, listen. Again he put his hands to her waist. Let us truly be lovers. Are we not both remarkable? Again Melanchthon moved away.
Again you have tried to touch me.
She pointed to a door.
Go, dissolve from my mind.
Carfiliet performed a sardonic bow and went to the door. Here he hesitated, looked back. Melanchthon stood by the hearth, one hand to the high mantel, firelight and black shadows shifting along her body. Carfiliet whispered to himself, inaudibly, Say what you will of phantoms. I took you, and I had you. So much is real. And in his ear, or his brain, as he opened the door, came soundless words. I played with a phantom. You thought to control reality. Phantoms feel no pain. Reflect on this when every day pain comes past. Carfiliet, startled, stepped through the door, and at once it closed behind him. He stood in a dark passage between two buildings, with a glimmer of light at either end. The night sky showed overhead. The air carried an odd reek of mouldering wood and wet stone. Where was the clean salt air which blew past Melanchthon's palace? Carfiliet groped through a clutter of rubbish to the end of the passage, and emerged into a town square. He looked around in slack-jawed perplexity. This was not Ys, and Carfiliet spoke a dour curse against Melanchthon. The square was boisterous with the sights and sounds of a festival. 1,000 torches burned on high, 1,000 green and blue banners with a yellow bird appliqued on high. At the center, 2 great birds constructed of bound straw bundles and ropes faced each other. On a platform, men and women costumed as fanciful birds pranced, bobbed, and kicked to the music of pipes and drums. A man costumed as a white rooster with red comb, yellow bill, white feathered wings, and tail strutted past. Carfilliot clutched his arm. "Sir, one moment. Enlighten me. Where is this place?" The man-chicken crowed in derision. "Have you no eyes, no ears? This is the Avian Arts Grand Gala." "Yes, but where?" "Where else? This is the Caspodel at the center of the city." "But what city? What realm?" "Are you lost of your senses? This is Gargano." "In Pumperol?" "Precisely so. Where are your tail feathers? King Dual has ordained tail feathers for the gala. Notice my display." The man-chicken ran in a circle, strutting and bobbing so as to flourish his handsome tail plumes. Then he continued on his way. Carfilliot leaned against the building, gritting his teeth in fury. He carried neither coins, nor jewels, nor gold. He knew no friends among the folk of Gargano. Indeed, Mad King Dual considered Carfilliot a dangerous bird-killer and an enemy. To the side of the square, Carfilliot noted the boards of an inn, the Pear Tree. He presented himself to the innkeeper, only to learn that the inn was occupied to capacity. Carfilliot's most aristocratic manner earned him no more than a bench in the common room near a group of celebrants who caroused, wrangled, and sang such songs as "Fesker would a wooing go," "Tiraliralay," "Milady Ostrich," and "Noble Sir Sparrow." An hour before dawn they tumbled forward across the table, to lie snoring among gnawed pigs' feet and puddles of spilled wine. Carfilliot was allowed to sleep until 2 hours into the morning, when charwomen came with mops and buckets and turned everyone outside. Celebration of the festival already had reached a crescendo. Everywhere fluttered banners and streamers of blue, green, and yellow. Pipers played jigs, while folk costumed as birds capered and pranced. Everyone used a characteristic bird call, so that the air resounded to twitterings, chirps, whistles, and croaks. Children dressed as barn swallows, goldfinches, or tomtits. Older folk favored the more sedate semblances, such as that of crow, raven, or perhaps a jay. The corpulent often presented themselves as owls, but in general everyone costumed himself as fancy directed. The color, noise, and festivity failed to elevate Carfilliot's mood. In fact, so he told himself, never had he witnessed so much pointless nonsense. He had rested poorly and eaten nothing, which served to exacerbate his mood. A bun-seller dressed as a quail passed by. Carfilliot bought a mince tart, using a silver button from his coat for payment. He ate standing before the inn, with aloof and disdainful glances for the revelry. A band of youths chanced to notice Carfilliot's sneers and stopped short. "Here now, this is the grand gala. You must show a happy smile so as not to be at discord." Another cried out, "What? No gay plumage, no tail feathers? They are required of every celebrant." "Come now," declared another, "we must set things right." Going behind Carfilliot, he tried to tuck a long white goose quill into Carfilliot's waistband. Carfilliot would have none of it and thrust the youth away. The others in the band became more determined than ever, and a scuffle ensued, in which shouts, curses, and blows were exchanged. From the street came a stern call. "Hear, hear! Why this disgraceful uproar?" Mad King Dual himself, passing by in a befeathered carriage, had halted to issue a reprimand. One of the youths cried out, "The fault lies with this dismal vagabond. He won't wear his tail feathers. We tried to help him, and cited your Majesty's ordinance. He said to shove all our feathers up your Majesty's arse." King Dual shifted his attention to Carfilliot. "He did so, did he? That is not polite. We know a trick worth 2 of that. Guards! Attendants!" Carfilliot was seized and bent over a bench. The seat of his trousers was cut away, and into his buttocks were thrust 100 quills of all sizes, lengths, and colors, including a pair of expensive ostrich plumes. The ends of the quills were cut into barbs to prevent their detachment, and they were arranged to support each other so that the plumage upon completion thrust up from Carfilliot's fundament at a jaunty angle. "Excellent," declared King Dual, clapping his hands in satisfaction. "That is a splendid display in which you can take pride. Go now, enjoy the festival to your heart's content. Now you are properly bedizened." The carriage rolled away. The youths appraised Carfilhiot with critical eyes, but agreed that his plumage captured the mood of the festival, and they too went their way. Carfilhiot walked stiff-legged to a crossroads at the edge of town. A signpost pointed north to Avalon. Carfilhiot waited, meanwhile plucking the feathers one by one from his buttocks. A cart came from the town, driven by an old peasant woman. Carfilhiot held up his hand to halt the cart. "Where do you drive yourself, grandmother?" "To the village Filster, in the deep Dean, if that means aught to you." Carfilhiot showed the ring on his finger. "Look well at this ruby." The old woman peered. "I see it well. It glows like red fire. I often marvel that such stones grow in the deep dark of the earth." "Another marvel. This ruby, so small, will buy 20 horses and carts like that one which you ride." The old woman blinked. "Well, I must believe your word. Would you halt me in my home-going to tell me lies?" "Now listen carefully, as I am about to state a proposition of several parts." "Speak on. Say what you will. I can think 3 thoughts at once." "I am bound for Avalon. My legs are sore. I can neither walk nor sit astride a horse. I wish to ride in your cart, that I may come to Avalon in comfort. Therefore, if you will drive me to Avalon, ring and ruby are yours." The woman held up her forefinger. "Better. We drive to Filster. Thence my son Raffin puts straw in the cart, and then drives you to Avalon. So all behindhand whispers and rumors at my expense are halted before they start." "This will be satisfactory." Carfilhiot alighted from the cart at the sign of the Fishing Cat and gave over the ruby ring to Raffin, who immediately departed. Carfilhiot entered the inn. Behind a counter stood a monstrous man, half a foot taller than Carfilhiot, with a great red face and a belly which rested on the counter. He looked down at Carfilhiot with eyes like stone pebbles. "What do you wish?" "I want to find Rughalt of the Sore Knees. He said that you would know where to find him." The fat man, taking exception to Carfilhiot's manner, looked away. He worked his fingers up and down the counter. At last he uttered a few terse words. "He will arrive presently." "How soon is presently?" "Half an hour." "I will wait. Bring me one of those roasting chickens, a loaf of new bread, and a flask of good wine." "Show me your coins." "When Rughalt comes." "When Rughalt comes, I will serve the fowl." Carfilhiot swung away with a muttered curse. The fat man looked after him without change of expression. Carfilhiot seated himself on a bench before the inn. Rughalt at last showed himself, moving his legs slowly and carefully, one at a time, hissing under his breath the while. With a frowning eye, Carfilhiot watched Rughalt's approach. Rughalt wore the fusty grey garment of a pedagogue. Carfilhiot rose to his feet. Rughalt stopped short in surprise. "Sir Ford," he exclaimed, "what do you do here in such a condition?" "Through treachery and witchcraft, how else? Take me to a decent inn. This place is fit only for Celts and lepers." Rughalt rubbed his chin. "The Black Bull is yonder on the square. The charges are said to be excessive. You will pay in silver for a night's lodging." "I carry no funds whatever, neither silver nor gold. You must provide funds until I make arrangements." Rughalt winced. "The Fishing Cat, after all, is not so bad. Gertie, the landlord, is daunting only at first acquaintance." "Bah, he and his hovel both stink of rancid cabbage and worse. Take me to the Black Bull." "Just so. Ah, my aching legs. Duty calls you onward." At the Black Bull, Carfilhiot found lodging to meet his requirements, though Rughalt screwed his eyes together when the charges were quoted. A haberdasher displayed garments which Carfilhiot found consonant with his dignity. However, to Rughalt's dismay, Carfilhiot refused to haggle the price, and Rughalt paid the wily tailor with slow and crooked fingers. Carfilhiot and Rughalt seated themselves at a table in front of the Black Bull and watched the folk of Avalon. Rughalt ordered 2 modest half-measures from the steward. "Wait," Carfilhiot commanded. "I am hungry. Bring me a dish of good cold beef with some leeks and a crust of fresh bread, and I will drink a pint of your best ale." While Carfilhiot satisfied his hunger, Rughalt watched sidelong with disapproval so evident that Carfilhiot finally asked, Why do you not eat? You have become gaunt as an old leathern strap. Rugholt replied between tight lips, Truth to tell, I must be careful with my funds. I live at the edge of poverty. What? I thought you to be an expert cut-purse, who depredated all the fairs and festivals of de Haute. That is no longer possible. My knees prevent that swift and easy departure, which is so much a part of the business. I no longer ply the fairs. Still, you are evidently not destitute. My life is not easy. Luckily, I see all in the dark, and I now work nights at the Fishing Cat, robbing guests while they sleep. Even so, my clicking knees are a handicap, and since Gertie the landlord insists on a share of my earnings, I avoid unnecessary expense. In this connection, will you be long in Avalon? Not long. I want to find a certain Triptomologius. Is his name known to you? He is a necromancer. He deals in elixirs and potions. What is your business with him? First he will supply me with gold, as much as I need. In that case, ask enough for the both of us. We shall see. Carfiliet stood erect. Let us seek out Triptomologius. With a cracking and clicking of the knees, Rugholt arose. The two walked through the back streets of Avalon to a dark little shop perched on a hill overlooking the Mermail estuary. A slatternly crone, with chin and nose almost making contact, gave information that Triptomologius had gone out that very morning to set up a booth on the common, that he might sell his wares at the fair. The two descended the hill by twisting flights of narrow stone steps, with the crooked old gables of Avalon overhanging. The swaggering young gallant in fine new clothes, and the gaunt man walking with the stiff, careful, bent-kneed tread of a spider. They went out upon the common, since dawn, a place of seething activity and many-colored confusion. Early arrivals already hawked their goods. Newcomers established themselves to best advantage amid complaints, chaffing, quarrels, invective, and an occasional scuffle. Hawkers set up their tents, driving stakes into the ground with great wooden mauls, and hung bunting of 100 sun-faded hues. Food stalls set their braziers aglow, sausages sizzled in hot grease, grilled fish dipped in garlic and oil was served on slabs of bread. Oranges from the valleys of Dacinet competed in color and fragrance with purple lioness grapes, wisrod apples, dot pomegranates, plums, and quince. At the back of the common, trestles demarcated a long, narrow paddock where the mendicant lepers, cripples, the deranged, deformed, and blind were required to station themselves. Each took up a post from which he delivered his laments. Some sang, some coughed, others uttered ululations of pain. The deranged foamed at the mouth and hurled abuse at the passers-by, in whatever style he found most effective. The noise from this quarter could be heard over the whole of the common, creating counterpoint to the music of pipers, fiddlers, and bell-ringers. Carfiliet and Rugholt walked here and there, seeking the booth from which Triptomologius sold his essences. Rugholt, uttering low moans of frustration, pointed out heavy purses easily to be taken were it not for his debilities. Carfiliet halted to admire a team of two-headed black horses, of great size and strength, which had drawn a wagon upon the common. In front of the wagon a boy played merry tunes on the pipes, while a pretty blonde girl stood by a table directing the antics of 4 cats, which danced to the tunes, prancing and kicking, bowing and turning, twitching their tails in time to the music. The boy finished his tune and put aside the pipes. On a platform in front of the wagon stepped a tall, spare, young-seeming man with a droll face and sand-colored hair. He wore a black mantle displaying druidic symbols, a tall black hat with 52 small silver bells around the brim. Facing the throng, he raised his arms for attention. The girl jumped up to the platform. She was dressed as a boy in white ankle boots, tight trousers of blue velvet, a dark blue jacket with golden frogs on the front. She spoke. "Friends, I introduce to you that remarkable master of the healing arts, Dr. Fidelius." She jumped to the ground, and Dr. Fidelius addressed the throng. "Ladies and sirs, we all know affliction of one sort or another, the pox or boils or hallucinations. Let me state at the outset, my powers are limited. I cure goiter and worm, costive impaction, stricture, and bloat. I soothe the itch, I heal the scabies, especially I mourn the anguish of cracking and creaking knees. Only one who suffers the complaint can know its trouble." As Dr. Fidelius spoke, the girl moved about the crowd selling ointments and tonics from a tray. Dr. Fidelius displayed a chart. "Observe this drawing. It represents the human knee. When injured, as at the blow of an iron bar, the kneecap recedes, the joint becomes a toggle, the leg rasps back and forth like a cricket's wing, with clicks and cracking sounds." Rugholt was profoundly stirred. "My knees might serve as models for his discourse," he told Carfilhiot. "Amazing," said Carfilhiot. Rugholt held up his hand. "Let us listen." Dr. Fidelius spoke on. "The affliction has its remedy." He picked up a small clay pot and held it on high. "I have here an ointment of Egyptian source. It penetrates directly into the joint and strengthens as it relieves. The ligaments recover their tone. Persons creep into my laboratory on crutches and stride out renewed. Why suffer this debilitation when relief can be almost immediate? The ointment is valuable, at a silver florin per jar, but it is cheap when one considers its effects. The ointment incidentally carries my personal guarantee." Rugholt listened with fascinated attention. "I must surely put the ointment to a test." "Come along," said Carfilhiot curtly. "The man is a charlatan. Don't waste time and money on such foolishness." "I have nothing better to waste it on," retorted Rugholt with sudden spirit. "Were my legs once more nimble, I would have money to spare." Carfilhiot looked askance toward Dr. Fidelius. "Somewhere I have seen that man." "Bah!" growled Rugholt. "It is not you who suffers the pangs. You can afford skepticism. I must grasp at every straw. Hey there, Dr. Fidelius! My kneecaps answer your description. Can you bring me relief?" Dr. Fidelius called out, "Sir, come forward. Even from this distance I diagnose a typical condition. It is known as roofer's knee, or sometimes robber's knee, since it often comes from the impact of the knee against roof tiles. Please step over here so that I may examine your leg with care. I can almost guarantee your surcease in a very short time. Are you a roofer, sir?" "No," said Rugholt curtly. "No matter. A knee, after all, is a knee. If left untreated, it will eventually turn yellow, extrude bits of decaying bone, and become a source of annoyance. We shall forestall these events. Step over here, sir, behind the wagon." Rugholt followed Dr. Fidelius to the other side of the wagon. Carfilhiot impatiently turned away and went off in search of Triptomologius, and presently found the necromancer stocking the shelves of his booth with articles brought by dog-cart. The two exchanged greetings, and Triptomologius inquired the reason for Carfilhiot's presence. Carfilhiot responded in oblique terms, hinting of intrigues and mysteries which might not be discussed. "Tamarello was to leave a message for me," said Carfilhiot. "Have you been in late contact with him?" "As lately as yesterday. The message made no mention of you. He remains at Feroli." "Then I will make for Feroli with all speed. You must provide me a good horse and 10 gold crowns, for which Tamarello will reimburse you." Triptomologius drew back in shock. "His message told me none of this." "Then send a new message. But be quick about it, as I must depart Avalon at once, tomorrow at the latest." Triptomologius pulled at his long grey chin. "I can spare no more than 3 crowns. You must make do." "What? Must I eat crusts and sleep under the hedge?" After a period of undignified wrangling, Carfilhiot accepted 5 gold crowns, a horse suitably furnished, and saddle-bags packed with provisions of carefully stipulated kind and quality. Carfilhiot returned across the common. He paused by the wagon of Dr. Fidelius, but the side doors were closed and no one could be seen. Neither Dr. Fidelius, the girl or boy, nor yet Rugholt. Once more at the Black Bull, Carfilhiot seated himself at a table in front of the inn. He sprawled out his legs, drank the yellow wine of Muscat grapes, and reflected upon the circumstances of his life. In recent days his affairs had not gone well. Images thronged his mind. He smiled at some and frowned at others. Thinking of the Dravenshaw ambush, he uttered a small moan and clenched his hand on the goblet. The time had come to destroy his enemies once and for all. In his mind he saw them in the semblance of beasts, snarling curs, weasels, boars, black-masked foxes. Melanthi's image appeared to him, She stood in the shadows of her palace, nude save for a wreath of violets in her black hair. Calm and still, she looked through him, past and away. Carfiliet straightened sharply in his chair. Melanchthon had always treated him with condescension, as if she felt a natural ascendancy, apparently on the basis of the green fume. She had preempted all of Desmay's magical apparatus, allowing him none. From compunction, or guilt, or perhaps only to stifle his reproaches, she had beguiled the magician Shimrod, so that Carfiliet might plunder his magical appurtenances, which in any event, due to Shimrod's cunning lock, had brought him no benefit. Upon his return to Tinsinfiral, he must surely— Shimrod! Carfiliet's instincts prickled. Where was Rughalt, who had limped forward so confidently to take treatment from Dr. Fidelius? Shimrod! If he had taken Rughalt, who would be next? Carfiliet felt cold, and his bowels went queasy as if they needed relief. Carfiliet rose to his feet. He looked out across the common. There was no sign of Rughalt. Carfiliet cursed between his teeth. He had neither coin nor gold, and would have none till the morrow. Carfiliet worked to regain his composure. He drew a deep breath and clenched his fist. I am Thord Carfiliet. I am I, the best of the best. I dance my perilous dance along the edge of the sky. I take the clay of destiny in my hands and shape it to my will. I am Thord Carfiliet, the nonpareil. With a firm, light step, he set off across the common. Lacking a weapon of any sort, he halted to pick up a broken tent stake, a length of ash something over a foot long, which he concealed under his cape, then proceeded directly to the wagon of Dr. Fidelius. Once behind Dr. Fidelius' wagon, Rughalt spoke in a reedy voice. You have mentioned sore knees, which I have in abundance, to the number of 2. They creak and click, and on occasion bend in reverse direction, causing me discomfort. Interesting, exclaimed Dr. Fidelius. Interesting indeed. How long have you been so troubled? Forever, or so it seems. It came upon me during the course of my work. I was subjected to alternating heat and cold, dampness and dry. Meanwhile I was forced to great exertions, twisting, turning, pushing, pulling, and I feel that I weakened my knees in the process. Precisely so. Still your case shows peculiarities. It is not typical of the Avalon sore knee. I then resided in South Ulfland. I am vindicated. For the South Ulfland disease we will need certain medicines which I do not keep in the wagon. Shimrod called to Glyneth. She approached, looking back and forth between the 2 men. Shimrod took her somewhat aside. I'll be in conference with the gentleman for perhaps an hour. Close up the wagon. Put the horses to their traces. Tonight we may be on the road to Lyonesse. Glyneth nodded her head in assent and went back to Drun with the news. Shimrod turned his attention back to Rughalt. This way, sir, if you will. Presently Rughalt put a plaintive question. Why are we going so far? We are quite away from town. Yes, my dispensary is somewhat isolated. Still, I think I can promise you total palliation. Rughalt's knees began to click and creak in earnest, and his complaints became increasingly peevish. How far must we go? Every step we take is a step we must retrace. Already my knees are singing a sad duet. They will never sing again. Surcease is absolute and final. That is good to hear. Still, I see no sign of your dispensary. It is just yonder behind that alder thicket. Humph! An odd place for dispensary. It should serve our purposes very well. But there is not even a path, so we ensure our privacy. This way, then, behind the thicket. Mind the fresh pads of cow dung. But there is nothing here. You and I are here, and I am Shimrod the magician. You robbed my house, Trilda, and you burned my friend Grothinet over a flame. I have sought you and your comrade a very long time. Nonsense! Nothing of the sort. Absurd every word. What are you doing? Stop at once! Stop! Stop, I say! And later, have mercy, no more. I was commanded to the work. By whom? I dare not tell. No, no, no more I will tell. Who commanded you? Carfiliet of Tinsinfiral. For what reason? He wanted your magic stuff. That is far-fetched. It is true. He was encouraged by the magician Tamarello, who would give Carfiliet nothing. Tell me more.
I know nothing more. Oh, you monster, I will tell you.
What then? Hurry, do not stop to think, do not gasp, talk.
Carfiliet is in Avalon, at the Black Bull. What now are you doing? I have told you all.
Before you die, you must toast a bit like Gruffinet.
But I have told you everything. Have mercy.
Yes, perhaps so. I have no real stomach for torment. Die, then. This is my cure for sore knees. Carfiliet found Dr. Fidelius' wagon closed, but the team of two-headed horses was hitched to the wagon pole as if in readiness for departure. Carfiliet went to the door at the back of the wagon and pressed his ear against the panel. Silence, so far as he could determine, with the noise of the fair behind him. He walked around the wagon and discovered the boy and girl beside a small fire where they toasted skewers of bacon chunks and quartered onion. The girl looked up as Carfiliet approached. The boy kept his attention on the fire. Carfiliet wondered briefly as to his detachment. A shag of golden-brown curls fell over his face. His features were fine, yet decisive. He was, thought Carfiliet, a boy of remarkable distinction. His age was perhaps 9 or 10. The girl was 2 or 3 years older, in the early springtime of her life, as gay and sweet as a daffodil. She looked up, to meet Carfiliet's gaze. Her mouth drooped, and she became still. She spoke, however, in a polite voice. "Sir, Dr. Fidelius is not here just now." Carfiliet came slowly forward. The girl rose to her feet. The boy turned to look in Carfiliet's direction. "When will he be back?" asked Carfiliet gently. "I think very soon," said the girl. "Do you know where he went?" "No, sir, he had important business, and we were to be ready to leave when he returned." "Well, then, everything is quite in order," said Carfiliet. "Jump into the wagon, and we will drive directly to Dr. Fidelius." The boy spoke for the first time. Despite his clear features, Carfiliet had thought him pensive, or even a trifle daft. He was taken aback by the ring of authority in the boy's voice. "We cannot leave here without Dr. Fidelius, and we are cooking our dinner." "Wait in front, sir, if you will," said the girl, and turned her attention back to the sizzling bacon. Chapter 27. The river Camber, approaching the sea, joined the Mermail and became an estuary some 30 miles long, the Camber mouth. Tides, swirling currents, seasonal fogs, and sandbars which appeared and disappeared with changes of weather made for uncertain navigation in and out of Avalon harbor. Approaching Avalon from the south by Icknield Way, the traveler must cross the estuary, at this point 200 yards wide, by a ferry, tethered to an overhead cable by a chain hanging from a massive pulley block. At the south, the cable was secured to the top of Cogstone Head beside the lighthouse. At the north, it terminated at a buttress of concreted stone on River Scarp. The cable crossed the estuary at a skewed angle. The ferry leaving Cogstone Landing was thereby propelled by the flooding tide across the estuary to the dock at Slange, under River Scarp. 6 hours later, the ebbing tide thrust the ferry back to the south shore. Ailus and his companions, riding north along Icknield Way, arrived at Cogstone halfway through the afternoon. Riding over the Cogstone Ridge, they paused to overlook the wide view which suddenly spread before them, the Camber mouth extending in a sinuous curve to the west, where it seemed to brim over the horizon, the estuary to the east spreading wide to join the Cantabrian Gulf. The tide was at the turning. The ferry lay at Cogstone Landing. Ships finding a fair inshore wind drove into the estuary with all canvas spread, including a large 2-masted felucca flying the flag of Troysenet. As they watched, it edged toward the northern shore and docked at Slange. The three rowed down the road to the landing where the ferry waited departure only upon full flood of the tide. Ailus paid toll for the passage, and the three rowed aboard the ferry, a heavy scow 50 feet long and 20 feet wide, well loaded with wagons, cattle, peddlers, and mendicants on their way to the fair. A dozen nuns from the Wannish Isle convent on pilgrimage to the Holy Stone brought by St. Columba from Ireland. At Slange, Ailus went to the Troyes felucca for news, while his friends waited. He came riding back in a state of despondency. He brought out the Neverfail and exclaimed in frustration as the tooth pointed north. "In truth," declared Ailess, "I don't know what to do." Yane asked, "So then what is the news from Troysonet?" "They say King Ospero lies sickly in his bed. If he dies and I am not on hand, then Trewan will be crowned king, which is as he planned. I should be riding full speed south at this instant, but how can I with Drun my son to the north?" Cargus, after a moment's thought, said, "You cannot ride south in any event until the ferry takes you back to Cogstone. Meanwhile, Avalon is an hour's ride north, and who knows what we will find?" "Who knows? Let us be off." The three rode hard along the final miles of Icknield Way between Slange and Avalon, arriving by a road which bordered the common. They discovered a great fair to be in progress, though already it had gone into its waning stages. Beside the common, Ailess consulted the Neverfail. The tooth pointed north to a target across the common and perhaps beyond. Ailess made a disgusted sound. "He might be out there on the common, or 100 miles north, or anywhere in between. Tonight we shall check to the edge of town. Then tomorrow, willy-nilly, I ride south by the noon ferry." "That is good strategy," said Yane, "and even better if we are able to find lodging for the night." "The Black Bull yonder seems appealing," said Cargus. "A mug of bitter ale, or even two, will not come amiss." "The Black Bull, then, and if luck is with us, there will be room to lay down our bodies." At their request for lodging, the innkeeper first held out his hands in despair, then was nudged by one of the porters. "The Duke's room is open, sir. The company never arrived." "The Duke's room, then? Why not? I cannot hold a choice lodging the whole night through." The landlord rubbed his hands together. "We call it the Duke's room because Duke Snell of Snelldyke honoured us with his custom, and not 12 years ago. I'll take silver for the rent. During the grand fair and for the Duke's room we ask a premium fee." Ailess paid over a silver florin. "Bring us ale out under the tree." The three sat at a table and refreshed themselves in the cool breeze of late afternoon. The throngs had dwindled to a trickle of latecomers, hoping to drive hard bargains, and scavengers. Music was quiet, vendors packed their goods, acrobats, contortionists, mimes, and jugglers had gone their ways. The grand fair formally ended on the morrow, but already pavilions were being struck and booths disassembled. Carts and wagons trundled off the common to the road, and so away, to north, east, south, and west. In front of the Black Bull passed the flamboyant wagon of Dr. Fidelius, drawn by a pair of black two-headed horses and driven by a dashing young gentleman of striking appearance. Yane pointed in amazement at the horses. "See the marvels! Are they freaks or works of magic?" "For myself," said Cargus, "I would prefer something less ostentatious." Ailess jumped to his feet to look after the wagon. He turned back to his fellows. "Did you notice the driver?" "Certainly, a young grandee on a lark, or some wild young dartling with pretensions to gentility." Ailess thoughtfully resumed his seat. "I have seen him before, under strange circumstances." He raised his mug only to find it empty. "Boy, bring more ale. We will drink, then we shall follow Neverfail at least to the edge of town." The three sat in silence, looking across the traffic of street and common. The serving boy brought them ale. At the same moment a tall, sandy-haired man with a wild and somewhat distracted look came striding along the street. He halted and spoke urgently to the boy. "I am Dr. Fidelius. Has my wagon passed by? It would be drawn by a team of black two-headed horses." "I have not seen your wagon, sir. I have been busy fetching ale for these gentlemen." Ailess spoke. "Sir, your wagon passed only minutes ago." "And did you notice the driver?" "I took special heed of him, a man of about your own age, with dark hair, good features, and a manner which was notably bold or even reckless. I feel that I have seen him before, but I cannot remember where." Yane pointed. "He drove away yonder, south, along Icknield Way." "Then he will be stopped at Cambermouth." He looked back to Ailess. "If I used the name Ford Carfiliot, would that bring shape to your memory?" "It would indeed." Ailess thought back across an age of toil, flight, and wandering. "I saw him once at his castle." "You have verified my worst fears. Boy, can you get me a horse?" "I can go to the ostler, sir. The better the horse, the more coin he will ask." Shimrod tossed a gold crown upon the table. "Bring his best, and in haste." The boy ran off. Shimrod sat upon a bench to wait. Ailess appraised him sidelong. "What, when you catch him at Slange?" "I will do what must be done. You will have your hands full. He is strong and no doubt well armed." I have no choice. He has kidnapped 2 children who are dear to me, and he might well do them harm." "I would believe anything of Carfiliot," said Ailith. He considered his own circumstances and came to a decision. He rose to his feet. "I will ride with you to Slange. My own quest can wait an hour or 2. The Neverfail still dangled from his wrist. He glanced at the index, then again, incredulously. "Look you, at the tooth! Now it points south." Ailith turned slowly to Shimrod. "Carfiliot drove south with 2 children. What are their names?" "Glyneth and Suldrun." The 4 men rode south in the light of the westering sun, and folk along the road, hearing the pound of hooves, moved to the side to let the riders pass, then turned to wonder why men should ride so hard at sundown along Icknield Way. Across the heath rode the 4, and up Riverside Heights, where they drew their snorting horses up short. The Cambermouth glared incandescent in the light of the setting sun. The ferry had not waited for full ebb. In order to make full use of daylight, it had left Slange at the turn of the tide, and already was halfway across the river. Last aboard was the wagon of Dr. Fidelius. A man standing at the side of the wagon might have been Ford Carfiliot. The 4 rode down the hill to Slange, to learn that the ferry would turn north sometime after midnight, when the tide was once more at flood, and would not cross to Cogstone Landing until sunrise. Ailith asked the dock attendant, "Is there no other way across the water?" "Not with your horses, no indeed, sir." "Then can we cross afoot, and at once?" "Nor neither afoot, sir. There's no wind to fill a sail, and no one would row you across with the current at full ebb, neither for silver nor gold. He'll end up on One-ish Isle or beyond. Come back by sunrise and ride in comfort." Back on the heights they watched the ferry dock at Cogstone. The wagon rolled ashore, moved up the road and out of sight into the dusk. "There they go," said Shimrod flatly. "We can't hope to catch them now. The horses will run all night. But I know his destination. Tinzinfirel? First he will stop at Feroli to visit the magician Tamarello." "Where is Feroli?" "In the forest, not too far away. I can communicate with Tamarello from Avalon, through one Triptomologius. At the very least he will see to the safety of Glyneth and Drun, if Carfiliot brings them to Feroli. Meanwhile they are at his mercy." "So they are." Icknield Way, parchment pale in the moonlight, crossed a land dark and silent, with no glimmer of light to be seen on either hand. South along the way the 2-headed horses pulled the wagon of Dr. Fidelius, with wild eyes and flaring nostrils, mad with hate for the being who drove them, as they had never been driven before. At midnight Carfiliot pulled to a halt beside a stream. As the horses drank and cropped grass beside the road, he went to the back of the wagon and opened the door. "How goes it in there?" After a pause, Drun spoke from the darkness. "Well enough." "If you want a drink or ease yourselves, come down, but try no tricks, as I lack patience." Glyneth and Drun whispered together and agreed that there was no reason to ride in discomfort. Warily they descended from the back of the wagon. Carfiliot allowed 10 minutes, then ordered them back into the wagon. Drun went first, silent and stiff with anger. Glyneth paused with one foot on the bottom step of the ladder. Carfiliot stood with his back to the moon. She asked, "Why have you kidnapped us?" "So that Shimrod, whom you know as Dr. Fidelius, works no magic against me." Glyneth tried to keep her voice from trembling. "Are you planning to set us free?" "Not immediately. Get in the wagon." "Where are we going?" "Into the forest, then away to the west." "Please let us go." Carfiliot studied her where she stood full in the moonlight. A pretty creature, thought Carfiliot, fresh as a wildflower. He said lightly, "If you behave nicely, then nice things will happen to you. For now, into the wagon with you." Glyneth climbed into the wagon, and Carfiliot closed the door. Once more the wagon set off along Icknield Way. Glyneth spoke into Drun's ear. "This man frightens me. I'm sure that he is Shimrod's enemy." "If I could see, I'd stab him with my sword," muttered Drun. Glyneth said hesitantly, "I don't know if I could do so, unless he were trying to harm us." "Then it would be too late. Suppose you stood by the door. When he opened it, could you thrust through his neck?" "No." Drun sat silently. After a moment he picked up his pipes and began to blow softly, trills and runs, to help himself think. He stopped short and said, "That's rather odd. It's dark in here, is it not?" Very dark indeed. Perhaps I've never played in the dark before, or perhaps I've never noticed. But as I play, the golden bees fly in swoops and loops as if they were annoyed. Perhaps you are keeping them from their sleep. Drun blew into his pipes with more fervour. He played a jig and a merry-down and then a caper of 3 parts. Carfilliot called back through the window, "Stop that damnable fifing! It puts my teeth on edge." Drun said to Glyneth, "Amazing! The bees dart and swoop. Like him," he jerked his thumb forward, "they have no taste for music." He raised the pipes to his lips, but Glyneth stopped him. "Drun, no! He will do us harm." All night the horses ran, knowing no fatigue, but nevertheless furious at the demon who drove them so mercilessly. An hour after dawn, Carfilliot allowed another 10-minute halt. Neither Drun nor Glyneth chose to eat. Carfilliot found bread and dried fish in the larder at the back of the wagon. He ate a few mouthfuls, and once more urged the horses into motion. All day the wagon rumbled across the pleasant landscapes of South Dahote, a flat country of endless expanses, with a great windy sky overhead. Late in the day the wagon crossed the Tam River by a stone bridge of 7 arches, and so entered Pomperole, without challenge either by the single Daut border official or his corpulent Pomperan counterpart, both preoccupied by their chess game, on a table placed precisely over the boundary at the center of the bridge. The land altered. Forests and isolated muffin-shaped hills, each crowned with a castle, reduced the vast perspectives of Dahote to ordinary human scale. At sunset the horses at last began to flag. Carfilliot knew that he could not drive another long night through. He turned off into the forest and halted beside a brook. While he gingerly unharnessed the horses and tied them where they could drink and graze, Glyneth built a fire, hung the iron pot from its tripod, and cooked a makeshift soup from materials at hand. She released her cats from their basket and let them run here and there about a strictly circumscribed area. Sitting over their meagre supper, Drun and Glyneth spoke together in subdued undertones. Carfilliot, across the fire, watched them through half-closed eyelids, but said nothing. Glyneth became increasingly disturbed by the quality of Carfilliot's attention. At last, as twilight darkened the sky, she called her cats and put them into their baskets. Carfilliot, seemingly lazy and passive, sat in contemplation of her slight yet unexpectedly rich contours, the easy graces and elegant little flourishes which made Glyneth her unique and endearing self. Glyneth rinsed the iron pot, stowed it in the locker with the tripod. Carfilliot rose to his feet, stretched. Glyneth eyed him askance as he went to the back of the wagon, reached within and brought out a pallet which he spread beside the fire. Glyneth whispered into Drun's ear. Together they went to the wagon. Carfilliot stood behind them. "Where are you going?" "To bed," said Glyneth. "Where else?" Carfilliot seized Drun and lofted him into the wagon, then closed and barred the door. "Tonight," he told Glyneth, "you and I will bed by the fire, and tomorrow you will have much to think about." Glyneth tried to run behind the wagon, but Carfilliot seized her arm. "Save your energy," he told her. "You will find yourself becoming tired presently, but you won't want to stop." Inside the wagon, Drun snatched up his pipes and began to play, in a passion of fury and helpless grief for what was happening to Glyneth. The golden bees, about to relax for the night, with only an occasional warm buzzing to remind Drun of their presence, flew a set of resentful loops, but Drun played only the harder. Carfilliot jumped to his feet and strode to the wagon. "Put an end to the streetle, it grinds on my nerves." Drun played with an even greater fervour, which almost lifted him from his seat. The golden bees flew in zigzag courses, turned erratic somersaults, and finally, in despair, flew from Drun's eyes altogether. Drun played all the louder. Carfilliot went to the door. "I will come inside, I will break your pipes and deal you such buffets as to silence you very still." Drun played on, and the piping excited the bees so that they flew back and forth across the wagon, careening from side to side. Carfilliot raised the bar from the door. Drun put down the pipes and spoke. "Dasenach, to hand!" Carfilliot threw open the door. The bees flew out and struck his face. He recoiled, and so saved his life as the blade hissed past his neck. He uttered a startled curse, then seizing the sword, wrested it from Drun's grip and threw it into the underbrush. Drun kicked at his face. Carfilliot seized the foot and sent Drun reeling back into the wagon. "No more noise," panted Carfilliot. "No more pounding or piping, or I will do you harm." He slammed the door and threw the bar. He turned to Glyneth, only to find her scrambling up into the branches of a massive old oak tree. He ran across the clearing, but already she was out of his reach. He climbed after her, but she climbed higher and out to the end of a branch which sagged beneath her weight, and Carfiliet dared not follow. He spoke, first cajoling, then pleading, then threatening, but she made no response and sat quietly among the leaves. Carfiliet spoke in a final threat which made her blood run cold. Then he descended the tree. Had he an axe, he would have chopped away the branch which supported her, or the tree itself, and let her die. All the night long Glyneth huddled in the tree, cramped and miserable. Carfiliet, on the pallet beside the fire, seemed to sleep, although from time to time he stirred to throw wood on the fire, and Glyneth was afraid to descend. Inside the wagon, Drun lay on his own couch, exultant in his regained sight, but sick with horror at imagined events outside by the fire. Dawn slowly illuminated the cart. Carfiliet arose from the pallet and looked up into the tree. "Come down, it is time to be going."
"I don't care to come down."
"Suit yourself, I am leaving none the less." Carfiliet harnessed the horses and led them into the traces, where they stood trembling and pawing the ground in detestation of their new master. With growing concern, Glyneth saw the preparations. Carfiliet watched her from the corner of his eye. At last he called up, "Come down and get into the wagon, else I will bring Drun out and strangle him before your eyes. Then I will climb the tree and throw a rope over the branch, and I will pull down on the rope so that the branch breaks. I will catch you, or perhaps I won't, and you will be sorely hurt. In either case, I will have you to do as I like."
"If I come down, you will do the same."
Carfiliet said, "In truth, I am no longer in the mood for your sour little body, so come down."
"Let Drun from the wagon first."
"Why?"
"I'm afraid of you."
"How can he help?"
"You'll find some way. You don't know Drun."
Carfiliet threw open the door. "Come out, you little lizard."
Drun had overheard the conversation with great joy. It seemed that Glyneth had evaded Carfiliet.
Feigning blindness, he groped for the door and descended to the ground, though he found it hard to control his exultation.
How beautiful the world looked! How green the trees! How noble the horses!
He had never before seen Dr. Fidelius' wagon, gaudy, tall, and eccentric of proportion.
And there was Glyneth, as dear and pretty as ever,
though now she was pale and strained, and her blonde curls were tangled around dry twigs and oak leaves. Drun stood by the wagon, peering into nothingness. Carfiliet threw the pallet into the wagon. Drun watched him furtively. So this was the enemy. Drun had imagined him older, with ropey features and a mottled nose, but Carfiliet was clear-eyed and splendidly handsome. "Into the wagon," said Carfiliet. "Quick, the both of you."
"First, my cats must have a run," cried Glyneth, "and something to eat. I'll give them some cheese."
"If there is cheese, bring it here," said Carfiliet. "The cats can eat grass, and tonight all of us may eat cat." Glyneth made no response, and gave Carfiliet the cheese without comment. The cats took their exercise, and would have prolonged the occasion. Glyneth was compelled to speak sternly before they would return to their baskets, and once again the wagon drove south. Inside the wagon, Drun exclaimed to Glyneth, "I can see. Last night the bees flew from my eyes. They are as good as ever. My eyes, not the bees."
"Shh," said Glyneth. "That is wonderful news, but we must not let Carfiliet know. He is as crafty as he is terrible."
"I will never be sad again," said Drun. "No matter what happens, I will think back to the time when the world was dark."
"I would feel happier if we were riding with someone else," said Glyneth wistfully. "I spent all last night in a tree."
"If he dares touch you, I will cut him in pieces," declared Drun. "Don't forget, I can see now."
"Perhaps it won't come to that. Tonight he may be thinking of other things. I wonder if Shimrod is trying to find us."
"He can't be too far behind." The wagon rolled south, and an hour after noon arrived at the market town Honriet, where Carfiliet bought bread, cheese, apples, and a jug of wine. In the center of Honriet, Icknield Way crossed the east-west road. Carfiliet drove to the west, urging the horses to ever greater speed, as if he too anticipated the coming of Shimrod. Snorting, shaking their manes, heads low to the ground or sometimes raised on high, the great black horses plunged west, their soft tiger feet thrusting back the ground. Behind trundled the wagon, wheels bounding, the body swaying on its long laminated easy ways. Occasionally, Carfilliot used his whip, cracking it upon the glistening black haunches, and the horses tossed their heads in rage. Take care, they cried back. We obey the instruction of your reins, because that is the way it must be. But do not presume, or we might turn and rear over you, and flail down our great black feet, and drag you to the dirt, and stamp you into the ground. Here, and have a care. Carfilliot could not understand their speech, and used the whip as suited his pleasure, and the horses tossed their heads in ever-mounting fury. Late in the afternoon the wagon passed King Duel's summer palace. For the day's entertainment King Duel had ordained a pageant entitled Birds of Fantasy. With great artistry his courtiers had bedecked themselves in black and white feathers to simulate imaginary seabirds. Their ladies had been allowed more latitude, and they promenaded along the greensward in total avian extravagance, using the plumes of ostrich, egret, lyrebirds, peacocks, and vesprals. Some wore confections of pale green, others cerise or mauve or golden ochre, a prospect of the most gorgeous complexity, and one enjoyed to its fullest by mad King Duel, who sat on a tall throne, costumed as a cardinal, the only red bird of the pageant. He was enthusiastic in his praises, and called out compliments, pointing with the tip of his red wing. Carfilliot, recalling his previous encounter with King Duel, pulled the wagon up short. He considered a moment, then descended and called Glyneth down to the road. He instructed her in terms which admitted of neither argument nor flexibility. She lowered the side panel to make a platform, brought out her basket, and, with Drun playing the pipes, set her cats to dancing. The ladies and gentlemen in their remarkable finery came to watch. They laughed and clapped their hands, and some of them went to call King Duel's attention to the novel exercises. King Duel presently stepped down from his throne and sauntered across the sward to watch the display. He smiled and nodded, but he was not altogether uncritical. "I see here an ingenious effort, to be sure, and the antics are amusing enough. Ha! Excellent saltation there! That black cat is agile. Still, it must be remembered that the feline is a lesser order when all is said. Dare I ask why we have no dancing birds?" Carfilliot spoke up. "Your Majesty, I sequester the dancing birds within the wagon. We deem them too exquisite for the common view." Mad King Duel spoke haughtily. "Do you then characterize my august vision as vulgar and common, or anything other than sublime?" "Indeed not, Your Majesty. You are welcome, and you alone, to inspect the extraordinary spectacle inside the wagon." King Duel, mollified, marched to the back of the wagon. "A moment, Your Majesty." Carfilliot closed the side panel, cats and all, and went to the rear. "Glyneth, inside. Drun, inside. Prepare the birds for His Majesty. Now, sir, up these steps and in with you." He closed and barred the door, and climbing to the front seat, drove away at a mad gallop. The befeathered ladies looked after in puzzlement. Some of the men ran a few steps along the road, but were impeded by their black and white plumage, and so, with wings trailing, they returned to the sward before the summer palace, where they tried to fit some pattern of logic upon the occurrence. Within the wagon, King Duel shouted out orders. "Halt this vehicle at once! I see no birds whatever. This is a most insipid prank." Carfilliot called down through the window, "In due course, Your Majesty, I will halt the wagon. Then we shall discuss the plumes and quills that you decreed for my backside." King Duel became silent, and for the rest of the day made only fretful, clucking sounds. The day drew toward a close. In the south appeared a line of low grey hills. An outlying arm of Forest Tantravalis lay dark across the north. Peasant huts became rare, and the land tended toward the wild and melancholy. At sunset, Carfilliot drove the wagon across a meadow to a copse of elms and beeches. As before, Carfilliot unharnessed the horses and put them to graze on a long tether, while Glyneth cooked the supper. King Duel refused to leave the wagon, and Drun, still feigning blindness, sat on a fallen log. Glyneth brought soup to King Duel, and served him bread and cheese as well. Then she went to sit by Drun. They spoke in low voices. Drun said, "He pretends not to watch you, but everywhere you go his eyes follow. Drun, don't become reckless. He can kill us, but that is the worst he can do." Drun said through clenched teeth, "I won't allow him to touch you. I will die first." Glyneth whispered, "I've thought of something, so don't worry. Remember, you are still blind." Carfilliot rose to his feet. "Drun, into the wagon with you." Drun said sullenly, "I intend to stay with Glyneth." Carfiliet seized him, carried him kicking and fighting to the wagon, and thrust him inside and barred the door. He turned toward Glyneth. "Tonight there are no trees to climb." Glyneth backed away. Carfiliet came after her. Glyneth sauntered to the horses. "Friends," she said, "here is the creature who drives you so hard and whips your naked backsides." "Yes, so I see. I see with both heads at once." Carfiliet cocked his head to the side and approached slowly. "Glyneth, look at me." "I see you well enough," said Glyneth. "Go away, or the horses will trample you." Carfiliet halted and looked at the horses, their white eyes and stiff manes. Opening their mouths, they showed long forked fangs. One of them suddenly rose on his hind legs and struck down at Carfiliet with the talons of its front feet. Carfiliet retreated to where he could climb upon the wagon, if necessary, and stood glowering. The horses lowered their manes, sheathed their talons, and once more began to graze. Glyneth strolled back to the wagon. Carfiliet jerked forward. Glyneth stopped still. The horses raised their heads and looked toward Carfiliet. Their manes began to rise. Carfiliet made an angry gesture and climbed to the seat of the wagon. Glyneth opened the back door. She and Drun made a bed under the wagon and rested undisturbed. On a morning dreary with spatters of rain, the wagon passed from Pomperol into West de Haute and entered the forest of Tantravallis. Carfiliet, hunched on the front seat, drove at reckless speed, wielding his whip with abandon, and the black horses ran foaming through the forest. At noon, Carfiliet turned off the road to follow a dim lane which climbed the slopes of a rocky hill, to arrive at Faroli, the octagonal, multi-leveled manse of Tamarello the sorcerer. By 3 sets of invisible hands, Carfiliet had been bathed and groomed, lathered head to toe with sweet sap of dimity. He had been scraped with a white boxwood paddle and rinsed in warm water scented with lavender, so that his fatigue had become no more than a delightful languor. He dressed in a shirt of black and crimson and a robe of dark gold. An invisible hand tendered him a goblet of pomegranate wine, which he drank, then stretched his beautiful, easy limbs like a lazy animal. For a few moments he stood in reflection, wondering how best to have his way with Tamarello. Much depended upon Tamarello's mood, whether it were active or passive. Carfiliet must control these moods, as a musician controls his music. Finally he left the chamber and joined Tamarello in the center saloon, where on all sides tall panes of glass overlooked the forest. Tamarello seldom showed himself in his natural similitude, preferring always a guise from among the dozens at his command. Carfiliet had seen him in a variety of phases, more or less beguiling, but all memorable. Tonight he was an elderkin of the Fairies, in a sea-green robe and a crown of silver cusps. He used white hair and silver-pale skin with green eyes. Carfiliet had seen this semblance before, and had no great love for its extremely subtle perceptions and the delicate precision of its demands. As always, when confronted with the Fairy elderkin, Carfiliet adopted a manner of taciturn strength. The elderkin inquired as to his comfort. "You are refreshed, I hope?" "I have known several days of hardship, but I am once more comfortable." The elderkin turned a smiling glance out the window. "This misfortune of yours, how curious and unexpected." Carfiliet replied in a neutral voice, "For the whole of my inconvenience I blame Melanchthie." The elderkin smiled once more. "And all without provocation?" "Naturally not. When have I or you concerned ourselves with provocation?" "Seldom. But what will be the consequences?" "None, or so I hope." "You are not definite in your own mind?" "I must give the matter thought." "True. In such cases one must be judicious." "There are other considerations to be weighed. I've had shocks and rude surprises. You will recall the affair at Trilda?" "Well enough." Shimrod traced Rugholt through his disgusting knees. Rugholt instantly disclosed my name. Shimrod now thinks to avenge himself upon me, but I hold hostages against him." The elderkin sighed and made a fluttering gesture. "Hostages are of limited utility. If they die, they are a nuisance. Who are these hostages?" "A boy and a girl who traveled in Shimrod's company. The boy plays remarkable music on the pipes. and the girl talks to animals. Tamarello rose to his feet. Come. The two went to Tamarello's workshop. Tamarello took a black box from the shelf, poured inside a gill of water, added drops of a glowing yellow liquid which caused the water to show films of light at various levels. In a leather-bound librum, Tamarello located the name Shimrod. Using the appended formula, he prepared a dark liquid, which he added to the contents of the box, then poured the mixture into an iron cylinder 6 inches tall and 2 inches in diameter. He sealed the top with a glass cap, then held the cylinder to his eye. After a moment he gave the cylinder to Carfilhiot. "What do you see?" Looking through the glass, Carfilhiot observed 4 men riding at a gallop through the forest. One of the men was Shimrod. He recognized none of the others, warriors or knights, so he judged. He returned the cylinder to Tamarello. "Shimrod rides pell-mell through the forest with 3 companions." Tamarello concurred. "They will arrive within the hour." "And then?" "Shimrod hopes to find you here in my company, which will afford him cause to call on Mergen. I am not yet ready for a confrontation with Mergen, hence you must inevitably be judged and suffer the adjudication." "So I must go." "And quickly." Carfilhiot strode back and forth across the chamber. "Very well, if that is the way of it. I hope that you will give us transport." Tamarello raised his eyebrows. "You intend to retain these persons to whom Shimrod is attached?" "What reason is there to do otherwise? They are valuable hostages. I will trade them for the locks on Shimrod's magic, and his retirement from the case. You may cite these terms to him, if you will." Tamarello grudgingly agreed. "What I must do, I will do. Come." The two went out to the wagon. "There is another matter," said Tamarello, "one which Shimrod pressed upon me before your arrival, and which I cannot deny him. In the strongest terms I advise, and in fact make demands upon you. Do not injure, abase, abuse, torment, mistreat, harass, or make physical contact with your hostages. Cause them no travail, mental or physical. Do not allow them to be mistreated by others. Do not neglect them to their detriment or discomfort. Do not facilitate, nor suggest, nor by any act of omission allow them to suffer misfortune, or hurt, or molestation, accidental or otherwise. Ensure their comfort and health. Provide—" "Enough, enough!" croaked Carfilhiot in anger. "I understand the gist of your remarks. I must treat the 2 children like honored guests." "Exactly so. I do not choose to answer for harms done by you from frivolity, lust, mischief, or spite, and Shimrod has made these demands upon me." Carfilhiot controlled the tumult of his feelings. He spoke in a terse voice. "I understand your instructions, and they shall be implemented." Tamarello circled the wagon. He rubbed the wheels and the rims with a blue jade talisman. He went to the horses, lifted their legs, and wiped their feet with the stone. They stood trembling and rigid to his touch, but, recognizing his power, pretended not to see him. Tamarello wiped the horses' heads, flanks, haunches, and bellies with the stone, then rubbed the sides of the wagon. "Now you are ready. Be off with you and away. Shimrod approaches fast. Fly low, fly high, but fly to Tinsinfirel." Carfilhiot jumped to the driver's seat, took up the reins. He raised his hand to Tamarello, snapped the whip. The horses lunged forward into the air. Westward over the forest careened the wagon of Dr. Fidelius, high above the highest tree-tops, and folk of the forest looked up in awe at the 2-headed horses plunging across the sky, with the tall wagon trundling behind. Half an hour later 4 horsemen arrived at Feroli. They dismounted from their horses, to stand swaying, limp with fatigue and frustration, for already, through Neverfail, they knew that Shimrod's wagon had gone. A chamberlain came from the manse. "Your wishes, noble sirs?" "Announce us to Tamarello," said Shimrod. "Your names, sir?" "He expects us." The chamberlain withdrew. At one of the windows Shimrod glimpsed a moving shadow. "He watches us and listens," Shimrod told the others. "He decides which guise he will show us." "The life of a wizard is a strange one," said Cargus. Yane asked in wonder, Is he ashamed of his own face? Few have seen it. He has heard enough. Now he comes. Slowly, step by step, a tall man approached from the shadows. He wore a suit of silver chain, a mesh so fine as to be near invisible, a jupon of sea-green silk, a helmet surmounted by 3 tall prongs like the spines of a fish. From the brow hung a row of silver chains concealing the face below. At a distance of 10 feet he halted and folded his arms. "I am Tamarello. You know why we are here. Call back Carfiliot with the 2 children he has kidnapped." "Carfiliot has come and gone." "Then you are his accomplice and share his guilt." From behind the chains came a low laugh. "I am Tamarello. For my deeds I accept neither praise nor blame. In any case your quarrel is with Carfiliot, not with me." "Tamarello, I have no patience for empty words. You know what I require of you. Bring Carfiliot back with my wagon and the 2 children he holds captive." Tamarello's response came in a deeper, more resonant voice. "Only the strong should threaten." "Empty words again, once more. Order Carfiliot to return." "Impossible." "You have expedited his escape from me. You thereby take responsibility for Glyneth and Drun." Tamarello stood silent, arms folded. The 4 men felt his slow inspection from behind the silver chains. Finally he said, "You have delivered your message. You need not delay your going." The 4 men mounted their horses and departed. At the edge of the glade they paused to look back. Tamarello had returned into the manse. In a hollow voice Shimrod said, "So there we have it. Now we must deal with Carfiliot at Tinsinfiro. Temporarily, at least, Glyneth and Drun are safe from physical harm." Alas asked, "What of Mergen? Will he intercede?" "It is not so easy as you might think. Mergen constrains magicians to their own affairs, and so himself is constrained." "I can wait no longer," said Alas. "I am obliged to return to Troysinet. Already I may be too late, if King Ospero is dead." Chapter 28. From Feroli back to Icknield Way rode the 4 men, then south through Pomperol and across the breadth of Lyonesse to Sloot Scheme on the Lear. At the harbour the fishermen were chary of so much as discussing passage to Troysinet. The master of the Sweet Lupus told them, "A Troyes warship patrols sometimes close along the shore, sometimes out by the horizon, and sinks any hull it can catch. It is a fast ship. To make the cheese more binding, Casimir keeps spies by the dozens. Were I to make the passage, news would reach Casimir, and I'd be taken as a Troyes agent, and who knows what might happen. What with the old king dying, we can expect change, for the better, or so I hope." "Then he's not dead yet?" "The news is a week old, who can say? Meanwhile I must sail with one eye for the weather, one eye for the Troyes, and one eye for the fish, but never more than a mile offshore. I'd need a fortune of money to tempt me to Troysinet." Shimrod's ear had picked up a hint that the fisherman's resolve was flexible. "How long is the crossing?" "Oh, if one left by night to avoid spies and patrols, he'd arrive the next night. It's a good reaching wind, and the currents are mild." "And what is your price?" 10 gold crowns. Might tempt me." 9 gold crowns, and our 4 horses." "Done. When will you leave?" "Now." "Too risky, and I must prepare the boat. Come back at sunset. Leave your horses at the stable yonder." Without noteworthy incident, the Sweet Lupus made a brisk crossing of the Lear and put in to Shercliffe, halfway along the Troyes coast, 2 hours before midnight, with lights still showing in the dockside taverns. The master of the Sweet Lupus tied up to the pier with a notable lack of apprehension. Cargus asked, "What of the Troyes authorities? Won't they seize your boat?" "Aha, that is a tempest in a teapot. Why should we inconvenience each other over foolishness? We stay on good terms and do favors for each other, and affairs proceed as always." "Well, then, good luck to you." The 4 applied to the hostelry for horses, and woke the ostler from his bed on the straw. At first he was inclined to peevishness. "Why not wait for morning like sensible men? Why this bustling about at all hours and denying honest men their sleep?" Cargus growled even more peevishly. "Hold your complaints and provide us 4 sound horses." "If I must, I must. Whither go you?" "To Domrace at best speed." "For the coronation?" You are starting late for a ceremony which begins at noon. King Ospero is dead? The ostler made a reverent sign. To our sorrow, for he was a good king, free of cruelty or vain display. And the new king? He is to be King Trewan. I wish him prosperity and a long life, since only a churl would do otherwise. Hurry with the horses. You are already too late. You will founder the horses if you hope to arrive for the coronation. Hurry, cried Ailus in a passion. Bestir yourself. The ostler, muttering to himself, saddled the horses and led them to the street. And now my money. Shimrod paid over his price, and the ostler retired. Ailus told his fellows, At this moment, I am king of Troysinet. If we arrive at Dumrace before noon, I will be king tomorrow. And if we are late, then the crown has been set on Trewan's head, and he is king. Let us be off. The four rode west beside the coast, past quiet fishing villages and long beaches. At dawn, with the horses stumbling from fatigue, they arrived at Slalloch, where they changed horses and rode through the morning toward Domrace. The sun rose toward the zenith, and ahead the road curved down a slope, across a park to the temple of Gia, where 1,000 notables attended the coronation. At the edge of the temple grounds, the four were halted by a guard of 8 cadets from the College of Dukes, wearing blue and silver ceremonial armor, with tall scarlet plumes at the side of their helmets. They dropped halberds to bar the way of the 4 travelers. You may not enter! From within came the peal of clarions, a processional fanfare signaling the appearance of the king-designate. Ailus spurred his horses into motion, and broke past the crossed halberds, followed by his 3 companions. Before them stood the temple of Gia. A heavy entablature rested on columns in the classical style. The interior was open to the winds. On a central altar burned the dynastic fire. From the vantage of horseback, Ailus saw Prince Trewan mount steps, walk with ritual solemnity across the terrace, and kneel on a cushioned bench. Between Ailus and the altar stood the quality of Troysinet in formal caparison. Those at the back turned in outrage as the 4 rode up behind them. Ailus called out, Make way! Make way! He sought to ride through the ranked nobility, but angry hands seized his bridle and jerked his horse to a halt. Ailus jumped to the ground and thrust forward, pushing the rapt and reverent onlookers roughly from his way, to their shock and disapproval. The high priest stood before the kneeling Trewan. He held high the crown and uttered a sonorous benediction in the ancient Danaan tongue. Thrusting, dodging, sidestepping, careless of whom he shouldered aside, striking down the aristocratic arms which reached to stay him, swearing and gasping, Ailus gained the steps. The high priest brought forward the ceremonial sword and placed it before Trewan, who, as custom ordained, placed his hands on the crosspiece of the handle. The priest scratched Trewan's forehead with a knife, drawing a drop of blood. Trewan, bowing his head, pressed the blood to the sword handle, to symbolize his will to defend Troysinet with blood and steel. The priest raised the crown on high and held it over Trewan's head as Ailus gained the steps. 2 guards rushed to seize him. Ailus pushed them aside, ran to the altar, thrust the high priest's arm aside before the crown could touch Trewan's head. "Stop the ceremony! This is not your king!" Trewan, blinking in confusion, rose to his feet, and turning, looked into Ailus' face. His jaw dropped, his eyes widened. Then, feigning outrage, he cried out, "What means this sorry intrusion? Guards, drag off this madman. He has committed sacrilege. Take him aside and cut him loose from his head." Ailus pushed the guards aside. He called out, "Look at me. Do you not know me? I am Prince Ailus." Trewan stood heavy-browed and indecisive, his mouth twitching and red spots burning in his cheeks. At last he called out in a nasal voice, "Ailus drowned at sea! You can't be Ailus! Guards, hither! This is an impostor!" "Wait!" A portly old man wearing a suit of black velvet slowly climbed the steps. Ailus recognized Sir Esti, who had been seneschal at the court of King Granis. Sir Esti gazed a moment into Ailus' face. He turned and spoke to the assembled nobility, who had pressed forward to the steps. "This is no impostor. This is Prince Ailus." He turned to stare at Trewan. "Who should know it better than you?" Trewan made no reply. The seneschal turned back to Ailus.
I cannot believe that you absented yourself from Troysinet, and gave us all to mourn from sheer frivolity, nor that you arrived at this instant merely to create a sensation.
Sir, I have only just returned to Troysinet. I rode here as fast as horses could carry me, as my comrades here will attest. Before this time I was prisoner to King Casimir. I escaped only to be captured by the Ska. There is more to tell, but with the aid of my comrades I have arrived in time to preserve my crown from the murderer Trewan, who pushed me into the dark sea." Trewan gave a cry of rage. "No man may besmirch my honor and live!" He swung the ancient ceremonial sword in an arc to cleave Aillas' head from his body. Nearby stood Cargus. He flung out his forearm. Through the air flew his broad Galician dagger to strike deep into Trewan's throat, so that the point protruded from the side opposite. The sword clattered to the stone floor. Trewan's eyes rolled upward to show the whites, and he dropped in a spraddle-legged heap, to kick and convulse, and at last lay quiet on his back. The seneschal signaled to the guards, "Remove the corpse." Then to the assembly, "Noble folk of Troysinet, I recognize Prince Aillas as the proper and rightful king. Who disputes or gainsays my judgment, let him step forward to declare his impeachment." He waited half a minute. "Let the ceremony proceed." Chapter 29. Aillas and Shimrod, departing the Palace Meraudra before dawn, rode eastward along the coast road. Late in the afternoon they passed through Green Man's Gap, where they halted to look across the view. The Kield spread away before them in bands of many colors: hazy black-green, grayed yellow and fusk, smoky blue lavender. Aillas pointed across the distance to a glint of placid silver. "There is Janglin water and water shade. 100 times I have sat just here with my father. Always he was happier to be coming home than going. I doubt if he was comfortable in his kingship." "What of you?" Aillas considered, then said, "I have been prisoner, slave, fugitive, and now king, which I prefer. Still, it is not the life I would have chosen for myself." "If nothing else," said Shimrod, "you have seen the world from its underside, which perhaps might be to your advantage." Aillas laughed. "My experience has not made me more amiable, that is certain." "Still, you are young and presumably resilient," said Shimrod. "Most of your life lies ahead of you. Marriage, sons and daughters, who knows what else?" Aillas grunted. "Small chance of that. There is no one I wish to marry, except—" An image came to Aillas' mind, unbidden and unpremeditated. A dark-haired girl, slender as a wand, olive-pale of complexion, with long sea-green eyes. "Except for whom? No matter, I will never see her again. Time we were on our way. There are 8 miles yet to ride." The two men rode down upon the Kield, past a pair of drowsy villages, through a forest, over old bridges. They rode beside a marsh of 100 waterways fringed with cattails, willows, and alder. Birds thronged the marsh: herons, hawks perched high in the trees, blackbirds among the reeds, coots, bitterns, ducks. The waterways became deeper and wider, the reeds submerged. The marsh opened upon Janglin water, and the road, passing through an orchard of ancient pear trees, arrived at Watershade Castle. Aillas and Shimrod dismounted at the door. A groom came up to take their horses. When Aillas had departed Watershade for the court of King Granis, the groom had been Kern, the stable boy. Kern now greeted Aillas with a broad, if nervous, smile of pleasure. "Welcome home, Sir Aillas, though now it seems it must be your Majesty. That doesn't come comfortable to the tongue, when what I remember best is swimming in the lake and wrestling in the barn." Aillas threw his arms around Kern's neck. "I'll still wrestle you, but now that I'm king, you've got to let me win." Kern tilted his head sidewise to consider. "That's how it must be, since it's only proper to show respect for the office. So then, one way or the other, Aillas, Sir, your Majesty, however you are to be called, it's good to see you home. I'll take the horses. They're like a rub and a feed." The front doors were flung open. In the aperture stood a tall, white-haired man in black, with a ring of keys at his waist. Weir, the chamberlain at Watershade for as long as Ailess could remember, and long before. "Welcome home, Sir Ailess." "Thank you, Weir." Ailess embraced him. "In the last 2 years I've often wished to be here." "You'll find nothing changed, except that good Sir Ospero is no longer with us, so that it's been quiet and lonely. How often I've longed for the good days, before first you, then Sir Ospero went to the court." Weir took a step back and gazed into Ailess' face. "You left here a boy without a care, handsome and easy, with never a harsh thought." "And I have changed? In truth, Weir, I am older." Weir studied him a moment. "I still see the gallant lad, and also something dark. I fear you have known trouble." "True enough, but I am here, and the bad days are behind us." "So I hope, Sir Ailess." Ailess once again embraced him. "Here is my comrade, the noble Shimrod, who I hope will be our guest long and often." "I am happy to know you, sir. I've put you in the blue chamber with a nice view across the lake. Sir Ailess, tonight I thought you would prefer to use the red chamber. You'd hardly be for your old rooms, nor for Sir Ospero's chambers quite so soon." "Exactly right, Weir. How well you know my feelings. You've always been kind to me, Weir." "You've always been a good boy, Sir Ailess." An hour later, Ailess and Shimrod went out upon the terrace to watch the sun settle behind the far hills. Weir served wine from a stoneware jug. "This is our own Sansue, which you like so well. This year we've laid down 86 tuppets. I won't serve nut cakes, because Flora wants you with your best appetite for supper." "I hope she's not producing anything too lavish." "Merely a few of your favorites." Weir departed. Ailess leaned back in his chair. "I've been king a week. I have talked and listened from morning till night. I have knighted Cargus and Yane, and invested them with property. I have sent for a Hermie and all her family. She will live out her life in comfort. I have inspected the shipyards, the armories, the barracks. From my spy-masters I have heard secrets and revelations, so that my mind throbs. I learn that King Casimir is building war galleys at inland shipyards. He hopes to assemble 100 galleys and invade Troysinet. King Granis intended to land an army at Cape Farewell and occupy Tremblance up into the Troags. He might have succeeded. Casimir expected nothing so bold, but spies saw the flotilla, and Casimir rushed his army to Cape Farewell and arranged an ambush. But Granis was warned by his own spies and called off the operation. The war apparently is controlled by spies." Ailess agreed that this might seem to be the case. "On balance, the advantage has been ours. Our assault force remains intact, with new catapults to throw 300 yards. So Casimir stands first on one foot, then the other, because our transports are ready to sail, and the spies could never warn Casimir in time." "So you intend to prosecute the war?" Ailess looked out across the lake. "Sometimes, for an hour or two, I forget the hole where Casimir put me. I never escaped for long." "Casimir still does not know who fathered Suldrun's child?" "Only by a name in the priest's register. If even he has troubled to learn so much, he thinks me mouldering at the bottom of his hole. Some day he will know differently. Here is Weir, and we are summoned to our supper." At the table, Ailess sat in his father's chair, and Shimrod occupied the place opposite. Weir served them trout from the lake, and duck from the marsh, with salad from the kitchen garden. Over wine and nuts, with legs stretched out to the fire, Ailess said, "I have brooded much on Carfiliot. He still does not know that Drun is my son." "The affair is complicated," said Shimrod. "Tamarello is ultimately at fault. His intent is to work through me against Mergen. He forced the witch Melanthe to beguile me that I might be killed or marooned in Irerly, while Carfiliot stole my magic." "Will not Mergen act to recover your magic?" "Not unless Tamarello acts first." "But Tamarello already has acted." "Not demonstrably." "Then we should provoke Tamarello to a demonstration more overt." "Easier said than done. Tamarello is a cautious man." Not cautious enough, he overlooked a possible situation which would allow me to act in all proper justice against both Carfiliot and Casimir. Shimrod thought a moment. There you leave me behind. My great-grandfather, Helm, was brother to Laughing, Duke of South Ulfland. I have had news from Oaldes that King Quilci is dead, drowned in his own bathwater. I am next in line to the kingdom of South Ulfland, which Casimir does not realize. I intend to assert my claim by the most immediate and definite process. Then, as Carfiliot's lawful king, I will demand that he come down from Tinsinfirel to render homage. And if he refuses, then we will attack his castle. It is said to be impregnable. So it is said. When the Ska failed, they reinforced that conviction. Why should you have better luck? Aelus threw a handful of nutshells into the fire. I will be acting as his rightful sovereign. The factors of Ys will welcome me, as will the barons. Only Casimir would oppose us, but he is sluggish, and we plan to catch him napping. If you are able to surprise me, and you have, then you should surprise Casimir. So I hope. Our ships are loading. We are giving false information to the spies. Casimir presently will discover an unpleasant surprise. Chapter 30. King Casimir of Lyonesse, who never took comfort in half measures, had established spies in every quarter of Troysinet, including the Palace Meraldra. He assumed, correctly, that Troy's spies subjected his own activities to a scrutiny equally pervasive. Therefore, when taking information from one of his secret agents, he used careful procedures to safeguard the agent's identity. Information arrived by various methods. One morning at breakfast he found a small white stone beside his plate. Without comment, Casimir put the stone in his pocket. It had been placed there, so he knew, by Sir Mungo, the seneschal, who would have received it from a messenger. After taking his breakfast, Casimir swathed himself in a hooded cloak of brown fustian, and departed Hydian by a private way through the old armory and out into the Spher Arched. After ensuring that no one followed, Casimir went by lanes and alleys to the warehouse of a wine merchant. He fitted a key into the lock of a heavy oak door, and so entered a dusty little tasting room, smelling heavily vinous. A man, squat and grey-haired, with crooked legs and a broken nose, gave him a casual salute. Casimir knew the man only as Valdez, and he himself used the name Sir Eben. Valdez might or might not know him as Casimir. His manner at all times was totally impersonal, which suited Casimir very well. Valdez pointed him to one of the chairs and seated himself in another. He poured wine from an earthenware jug into a pair of mugs. I have important information. The new Troy's king intends a naval operation. He has massed his ships in the Hob Hook, and at Cape Hayes troops are moving aboard. An assault is imminent. An assault where? Valdez, whose face was that of a man clever and cool, ruthless and saturnine, gave an indifferent shrug. No one has troubled to tell me. The shipmasters are to sail when the weather shifts south, which gives them west, east, and north for their sailing. They are trying Cape Farewell again, that is my guess. It might well be, if defense has been relaxed. Casimir nodded thoughtfully. Just so. Another possibility. Each ship has been supplied with a heavy grapple and hawser. Casimir leaned back in his chair. What purpose would these serve? They can't expect a naval battle. They might hope to prevent one. They are taking aboard fire-pots, and remember, south wind blows them up the river Seim. To the shipyards? Casimir was instantly aroused. To the new ships! Valdez raised the cup of wine to his crooked slash of a mouth. I can only report facts. The Troyes are preparing to attack with 100 ships and at least 5,000 troops, well armed. Casimir muttered. Balt Bay is guarded, but not that well. They could work disaster if they took us by surprise. How can I know when their first fleet puts to sea? Beacons are chancy. If one fails, through fog or rain, the whole system fails. In any case, there is no time to set up such a chain. Pigeons will not fly 100 miles of water. I know no other system, save those propelled by magic. Casimir jumped to his feet. He dropped a leather purse upon the table. Return to Troysinet. Send me news as often as practical. Valdez lifted the purse and seemed satisfied by its weight. I will do so. Casimir returned to Hydian. and within the hour couriers rode from Lioness Town at speed. The Dukes of Jong and Twarsbane were ordered to take armies, knights, and armoured cavalry to Cape Farewell, to reinforce the garrison already on the scene. Other troops, in the number of 8,000, were dispatched in haste to the Sime River shipyards, and everywhere along the coast watches were set. The harbours were sealed, and all boats restricted to moorings, save that single vessel which would carry Valdez back to Troysenet, in order that spies might not apprise the Troyes that the forces of Lyonesse had been mobilized against the secret assault. The winds shifted south, and 80 ships with 6,000 soldiers took departure. Leaning to the port tack, they sailed into the west. Passing through the straits of Palisidra, the fleet kept well to the south, beyond the purview of Casimir's vigilant garrisons, then swung north to coast easily downwind, with blue water gurgling under the bows and surging up behind the transoms. Meanwhile, Troy's emissaries traversed the length and breadth of South Ulfland. To cold castles along the moors, to walled towns and mountain keeps, they brought news of the new king and his ordinances, which must now be obeyed. Often they won immediate and grateful acquiescence. As often they were forced to overcome hatreds fomented by the murders, treacheries, and torments of centuries. These were emotions so bitter as to dominate all other thought. Feuds which were to the participants as water to a fish, vengeances and hoped-for vengeances so sweet as to obsess the mind. In such cases, logic had no power. "Peace in Ulfland? There shall be no peace for me until Keghorn Keep is broken stone by stone, and Melidot blood soaks the rubble." Thereupon the envoys used tactics more direct. "You must, for your own security, put aside these hatreds. A heavy hand rules Ulfland, and if you will not conform to the order, you will find your enemies in favor, with the might of the realm at their call, and you will pay a hard price for worthless goods." "Ha! And who is to rule Ulfland? King Aelus already rules by right and might, and the old bad times are gone. Make your choice, join with your peers, and bring peace to this land, or you will be named renegade. Your castle will be taken and burned. You, if you survive, will live out your life as a thrall with your sons and daughters. Cast your lot with us, you cannot but gain." Thereupon the person so addressed might try to procrastinate, or declare himself concerned only with his own domain, without interest in the land at large. If his nature were cautious, he might assert that he must wait to see how others conducted themselves. To each case the envoy replied, "Choose now. You are either with us in law or against us as an outlaw. There is no middle way." In the end, almost all the gentry of South Ulfland gave acquiescence to the demands, if only out of hatred for Fod Carfiliot. They arrayed themselves in their ancient armor, mustered their troops, and rode out from their old keeps with banners fluttering above their heads to assemble on the field near Cleedstone Castle. In his workroom, Fod Carfiliot sat absorbed in the moving figures on his map. What could such a conclave portend? Certainly nothing to his advantage. He summoned his captains and sent them riding down the valley to mobilize his army. 2 hours before dawn the wind died, and the sea became calm. With east close at hand, the sails were brailed, and the oarsmen bent their backs to the sweeps. Point Istea and the temple of Atlante interposed their silhouettes across the pre-dawn sky. The ships slid over pewter water, close by the steps descending from the temple to the sea, then turned where the beach curved down from the north into the estuary of the Evander, and grounded upon the sand to discharge troops. Then the transports eased close up to the docks at Ys to unload cargo. From their garden terraces, the factors of Ys watched the debarkation with no more than languid interest, and the folk of the town went about their affairs as if incursions from the sea were a daily occurrence. At the balustrade of her own palace, Melanthe watched the ships arrive. Presently she turned and slipped into the dim interior of her palace. Sir Glyde of Fairstead, with a single companion, took horse and rode at speed up the vale, through fields and orchards, with mountains rising steep to right and left. Through a dozen villages and hamlets the two men rode, with no one giving so much as curiosity to their passage. The mountains converged upon the valley, which finally terminated under that flat-topped height known as Tac Tor, with Tinsinfirel to the side. A taint on the air grew ever stronger, and presently the two riders discovered the source. 6 poles, 50 feet tall, supporting as many impaled corpses. The road passing under the poles crossed a meadow which displayed further evidences of Carfilhiot's severity toward his enemies. A gantry 20 feet high, from which hung 4 men with heavy stones dangling from their feet. Beside each stood a marker, measured off in inches. A sentry-house guarded the way. A pair of soldiers in the black and purple of Tincinfirel marched out to cross halberds. A captain followed them and spoke to Sir Glyde. "Sir, why do you make approach to Tincinfirel?" "We are a deputation in the service of King Ailus," said Sir Glyde. "We request a conference with Sir Fod Carfiliot, and we solicit the safety of his protection before, during, and after this conference, in order to achieve the full freedom of our expression." The captain performed a somewhat casual salute. "Sirs, I will transmit your message at once." He mounted a horse and rode up a narrow way cut so as to traverse the cliff. The 2 soldiers continued to bar the road with crossed halberds. Sir Glyde spoke to one of the guards. "You have served Sir Fod Carfiliot over a long period?"
"Only a year, sir."
"Your nationality is Ulf?"
"North Ulf, sir."
Sir Glyde indicated the gantry. "What is the reason for this exercise?"
The guard gave an indifferent shrug. "Sir Fod is persecuted by the gentry of the region. They will not abide his rule. We scour the land, keen as wolves, and whenever they go abroad to hunt or inspect their lands, we take them into custody, and then Sir Fod makes an example, to deter and frighten the others."
"His punishments show ingenuity."
Again the guard shrugged. "It makes no great difference. One way or another it is death, and simple hangings or even impalings at last become a bore for all concerned."
"Why are these men measured by markers?"
"They are great enemies. You see there Sir Jahan of Femus, his sons Waldrop and Hambol, and his cousin Sir Basil. They were taken, and Sir Fod sentenced them to punitive display, but also showed clemency. He said, 'Let markers be placed, then when these miscreants have stretched to double their length, let them be released, and allowed to run freely back over the fells to Castle Femus.'"
"And how goes it with them?"
The guard shook his head. "They are weak and suffer anguish, and all have at least 2 feet still to grow." Sir Glyde looked back along the valley and up and down the mountain-sides.
"It would seem no great matter to ride up the valley with 30 men and effect a rescue."
The guard, grinning, showed a mouthful of broken teeth. "So it would seem. Never forget Sir Fod is a master of crafty tricks. No one invades his valley to escape free and harmless." Sir Glyde again considered the mountains rising steep from the valley floor. No doubt they were riddled with tunnels, vantages, and sally-holes. He told the guard, "I would suspect that Sir Fod's enemies gather faster than he can kill them." "It may be so," said the guard. "Mithra keep us safe." The conversation, from his point of view, had run its course. Perhaps already he had been too garrulous. Sir Glyde joined his companion, a tall man dressed in a black cloak and broad-brimmed black hat pulled low over his forehead to shadow a spare, long-nosed face. This person, though armed only with a sword and lacking armor, none the less carried himself with the ease of a nobleman, and Sir Glyde treated him as an equal. The captain came down from the castle. He addressed Sir Glyde. "Sir, I have faithfully delivered your message to Sir Fod Carfiliot. He gives you entrance to Tincinfirel, and warrants your safety. Follow, if you will. He can receive you at once." So saying, he put his horse through a grand caracole and galloped away. The deputation followed at a more moderate pace. Up the cliff they rode, back and forth, and at every stage discovered instruments of defence, embrasures, traps, stone tumbles, timbers pivoted to sweep the intruder into space, sally-ports, and trip-holes. Back, forth, again and again, and the road widened. The 2 men dismounted and gave over their horses to stable-boys. The captain took them into the lower hall of Tincinfirel, where Carfiliot waited.
"Gentlemen, you are dignitaries of Troysinet?"
Sir Glyde assented. "That is correct. I am Sir Glyde of Fairstead, and I carry credentials from King Ailus of Troysinet, which I now put before you." He tendered a parchment at which Carfiliot glanced, then handed over to a small fat chamberlain.
"Read."
The chamberlain read in a reedy voice,
To Sir Fod Carfiliot at Tinsinfirel. By the law of South Ulfland, by might and by right, I have become King of South Ulfland, and I hereby require of you the fealty due the sovereign ruler. I present to you Lord Glyde of Fairstead, and another, both trusted counsellors. Sir Glyde will enlarge upon my requirements, and in general speak with my voice. He may be entrusted with whatever messages, even the most confidential, you may care to impart. I trust that you will make quick response to my demands as expressed by Sir Glyde. Below I append my signature and the seal of the kingdom. Aelus, of South Ulfland and Troysinet, King. The chamberlain returned the parchment to Carfiliot, who studied it with a thoughtful frown, obviously arranging his thoughts. At last he spoke in tones of great gravity. "I am naturally interested in the concepts of King Aelus. Let us conduct this business in my small saloon." Carfiliot led Sir Glyde and his companion up a low flight of steps, past a kind of aviary 30 feet high and 15 feet in diameter, equipped with perches, nests, feeders, and swings. The human denizens of the aviary exemplified Carfiliot's whimsy at its most pungent. He had amputated the limbs of several captives, both male and female, and had substituted iron claws and hooks, with which they clung to the perches. Each was adorned with plumage of one sort or another. All twittered, whistled, and sang bird-songs. Chief among the group, splendid in bright green feathers, sat Mad King Duel. Now he hunched on his perch, an aggrieved expression on his face. At the sight of Carfiliot he became alert and hopped briskly along the perch. "One moment, if you will. I have a serious complaint." Carfiliot paused. "Well, what now? Of late you have been querulous." "And why should I not? Today I was promised worms. In spite of all, I was served only barley." "Patience," said Carfiliot. "Tomorrow you will have your worms." Mad King Duel muttered peevishly, hopped to another perch, and sat brooding. Carfiliot led his company into a room panelled in pale wood, with a green rug on the floor and windows overlooking the valley. He gestured to a table. "Be seated, if you please. Have you dined?" Sir Glyde seated himself. His companion remained standing at the back of the room. "We already have taken our meal," said Sir Glyde. "If you like, we will go directly to our business." "Please do so." Carfiliot leaned back in his chair and thrust out his long, strong legs. "My message is simple. The new king of South Ulfland has arrived in force at Ys. King Aelus brings a strong rule to the land, and all must obey him." Carfiliot gave a metallic laugh. "I know nothing of this. To the best of my information, Quilcy left no heirs. The line is dead. Where then does Aelus derive his right?" "He is king of South Ulfland by collateral lineage and by proper law of the land. Already he comes up the vale, and he bids you to descend and meet him, and to give over any thoughts of resisting his rule from the strength of this your castle, Tinsinfirel, since in this case he will reduce it." "That has been tried before," said Carfiliot, smiling. "The assailants are gone, and Tinsinfirel remains. In any event, King Casimir of Lyonesse will not allow a Troy's presence here." "He has no choice. We have already sent a force to take Col Bocach, and so deny Casimir his thoroughfare." Carfiliot sat brooding. He gave his fingers a contemptuous flick. "I must move with deliberation. The circumstances are still uncertain." "I beg to contradict you. Aelus rules South Ulfland. The barons have acceded to his rule with gratitude, and they have marshalled their troops at Cleedstone Castle in case they are needed against Tinsinfirel." Carfiliot, startled and stung, jumped to his feet. Here was the message of the magic chart. "Already you have incited them against me? In vain. The plot will fail. I have powerful friends." Sir Glyde's companion spoke for the first time. "You have a single friend, your lover Tamarello. He will not help you." Carfiliot whirled about. "Who are you? Come forward. Somewhere I have seen you." "You know me well, because you have done me great wrongs. I am Shimrod." Carfiliot stared. "Shimrod!" "You hold the 2 children, Glyneth and Drun, who are dear to me. You will return them now into my custody. You robbed my man Strilda and took my possessions. Bring them to me now." Carfiliot drew his lips back in a ghastly grin. "And what do you offer in return?" Shimrod spoke in a soft, dull voice. I swore that the villains who looted Trilda would die after first suffering some of the torment they had visited upon my friend Groffinet. I took Rughalt the assassin through his sore knees. He died in great pain, but first he named you as his accomplice. Return me now my goods and the 2 children. I will reluctantly forswear myself. You will not die by my hand, nor by the pain I would give you. I have nothing more to offer, but it is a great deal. Carfiliot, with eyebrows raised and lids half lowered, contrived an expression of austere distaste. He spoke patiently, like one explaining self-evident truths to a lackwit. You are nothing to me. I have taken your goods because I wanted them. I will do so again, perchance. Beware of me, Shimrod. Sir Glyde spoke. Sir, once more I cite you the orders of your liege lord King Aelus. He bids you come down from your palace and submit yourself to his justice. He is not a harsh man, and prefers to spill no blood. Ha ha! So there is how the wind blows, and what does he offer me for this merciful service? The benefits are very real. The noble Shimrod has made requests. If you oblige him, he undertakes not to take your life. Comply with his proposals. By syllogism, we offer you life itself, the most valuable and concrete advantage possible to offer. Carfiliot flung himself down in his chair. After a moment he chuckled. Sir Glyde, you have a deft tongue. One less tolerant than myself might even consider you insolent. Even I am taken aback. You come here naked of protection, but for a safe conduct which teeters upon discretion and propriety. Next, you seek to extort large concessions through taunts and threats, which rankle harshly on the ear. In my aviary you would quickly learn to warble more pleasing songs. Sir, my intent is not to exasperate, but to persuade. I had hoped to address your reason rather than your emotions. Carfiliot jumped again to his feet. Sir, I am losing patience with your glibness. Very well, sir, I will say no more. What specific response shall I take to King Aelus? You may tell him that Ford Carfiliot, Duke of Vale Evander, reacts negatively to his proposals. In his forthcoming war with King Casimir, I consider myself neutral. I will relay to him these exact words. Shimrod spoke. And my requests? Carfiliot's eyes seemed to show a yellow light. Like Sir Glyde, you offer me nothing and expect all. I cannot oblige you. Sir Glyde performed the minimal bow required by chivalric protocol. Our thanks, at least, for your attention. If you hoped to arouse my deep antipathy, you have succeeded, said Carfiliot. Otherwise, the occasion has been time wasted. This way, if you please. He ushered the 2 past the aviary, where Mad King Duel hopped forward with an urgent new complaint, and into the lower hall, where Carfiliot summoned his chamberlain. Conduct these gentlemen to their horses. He turned to face the 2. I bid you farewell. My parole guards you while you pass down the valley. Should you return, I will consider you hostile interlopers. Shimrod said, A final word with you. As you wish. Let us step outside. What I have to say to you sounds sickly and muffled inside your hall. Carfiliot ushered Shimrod out upon the terrace. Speak, then. They stood in the full light of afternoon. I am a magician of the 11th level, said Shimrod. When you robbed me at Trilda, you diverted me from my studies. Now they will resume. How will you protect yourself against me? Would you dare pit yourself against Tamorello? He will not protect you against me. He stands in fear of Mergen. I am secure. Not so. At Trilda you committed the provocation. I am allowed my revenge. That is the law. Carfiliot's mouth drooped. It does not apply. No? Who protected Rughalt when his body burned from inside out? Who will protect you, Tamorello? Ask him. He will give you assurances, but their falsity will be easy to detect. One last time, give me my possessions and my 2 children. I submit to no man's orders. Shimrod turned away. He crossed the terrace and mounted his horse. The 2 emissaries rode down the zigzag way, past the gantry and the 4 taut men from Themis Castle, and so down the road toward Ys. A band of 15 ragged mendicants straggled south along the elf passway. Some walked hunched, others hopped on crippled legs, others wore bandages stained by festering sores. Approaching the fortress at Kolbokach, they noted the soldiers on guard and shambled forward at best speed, groaning piteously and demanding alms. The soldiers drew back in distaste and passed the group through quickly. Once beyond the fort, the mendicants recovered their health. They straightened, discarded bandages, and hobbled no more. In a forest a mile from the fortress, they brought axes from under their garments, cut poles, and built 4 long ladders. The afternoon passed. At dusk, another group approached Kolbokach, this time a troop of vagabond entertainers. They made camp in front of the fort, broached a keg of wine, set meat to cooking on spits, and presently began to play music while 6 comely maidens danced jigs in the firelight. The soldiers of the fort went to watch the merriment and to call out compliments to the maidens. Meanwhile the first group returned in stealth. They raised their ladders, climbed unseen and unheard to the parapets. Quickly and quietly they knifed a pair of luckless guards, whose attention had been fixed on the dancing, then descended to the wardroom, where they killed several more soldiers at rest on their pallets, then leapt upon the backs of those who watched the entertainment. The performance came to an instant halt. The entertainers joined the fight, and in 3 minutes the forces of South Ulfland once more controlled the fortress at Kolbokach. The commander and 4 survivors were sent south with a message. Casimir, King of Lyonesse, take note. The fortress Kolbokach is once more ours, and the interlopers from Lyonesse have been killed and expelled. Neither trickery nor all the valor of Lyonesse will again take Kolbokach from us. Enter South Ulfland at your peril. Do you wish to test your armies against our Ulfish might? Come by way of Poelitets. You will find it safer and easier. I sign myself Goals of Cleedstone Castle, captain of the Ulf armies at Kolbokach. The night was dark and moonless. Around Tinsinfirel the mountains bulked black against the stars. In his high tower Carfiliet sat brooding. His attitude suggested impatience, as if he were waiting for some signal or occurrence which had failed to show itself. At last he jumped to his feet and went to his workroom. On the wall hung a circular frame something less than a foot in diameter, surrounding a grey membrane. Carfiliet plucked at the center of the membrane to draw out a button of substance which grew rapidly under his hand to become a nose of first vulgar, then extremely large size, a great red-hooked member with flaring, hairy nostrils. Carfiliet gave a hiss of exasperation. Tonight the Sandestin was restless and frolicsome. He seized the great red nose, twisted and kneaded it to the form of a crude and lumpy ear, which squirmed under his fingers to become a lank green foot. Carfiliet used both hands to cope with the object, and again produced an ear, into which he uttered a sharp command. "Hear! Listen and hear! Speak my words to Tamarello at Feroli. Tamarello, do you hear? Tamarello, make response." The ear altered to become an ear of ordinary configuration. To the side a nubbin twisted and curled to form a mouth, shaped precisely like Tamarello's own mouth. The organ spoke in Tamarello's voice. "Ford, I am here. Sandestin, show a face." The membrane coiled and twisted to become Tamarello's face, save for the nose, where the Sandestin from carelessness or perhaps caprice placed the ear it had already created. Carfiliet spoke earnestly. "Events are fast in progress. Troy's armies have landed at Ys, and the Troy's king now calls himself King of South Ulfland. The barons have not stayed him, and I am isolated." Tamarello made a reflective sound. "Interesting." "More than interesting," cried Carfiliet. "Today 2 emissaries came to me. The first ordered that I surrender myself to the new king. He uttered no compliments and no guarantees, which I regard as a sinister sign. Naturally, I refused to do this. Unwise! You should have declared yourself a loyal vassal, but far too ill either to receive visitors or come down from your castle, thereby offering neither challenge nor pretext." "I obey no man's bidding," said Carfiliet fretfully. Tamarello made no comment. Carfiliet went on. "The second emissary was Shimrod." "Shimrod!" "Indeed. He came in company with the first, skulking in the shadows like a ghost, then springing forth to demand his 2 children and his magic stuff. Again I gave refusal."
Unwise, unwise. You must learn the art of graceful acquiescence when it becomes a useful option. The children are useless to you, as are Shimrod's stuffs. You might have ensured his neutrality."
"Bah," said Carfiliot, "he is a trifle compared to you, whom incidentally he maligned and scorned. In what wise? He said that you were undependable, that your word was not true, and that you would not secure me from harm. I laughed at him."
"Yes, just so," said Tamarello in an abstracted voice. "Still, what can Shimrod do against you?"
"He can visit an awful magic upon me."
"So to violate the edict? Never. Are you not the thing of dismay? Are you not possessed of magical apparatus? Thereby you become a magician."
"The magic is locked in a puzzle. It is useless. Murgen may not be convinced. After all, the apparatus was stolen from Shimrod, which must be regarded as provocation of one magician by another."
Tamarello chuckled. "But remember this, at that time you lacked magical implements, and so were a layman."
"The argument seems strained."
"It is logic, no more, no less." Carfiliot was still dubious.
"I kidnapped his children, which again could be construed as incitement."
Tamarello's response, even transmitted through the lips of the Sandestin, seemed rather dry. "In that case, return Shimrod his children and his goods."
Carfiliot said coldly, "I now regard the children as hostages to guarantee my own safety. As for the magical stuffs, would you prefer that I use them in tandem with you, or that Shimrod use them to support Murgen? Remember, that was our original concept."
Tamarello sighed. "It is the dilemma reduced to its starkest terms," he admitted. "On this basis, if no other, I must support you. Still, under no circumstances may the children be harmed, since the chain of events would, at the end, certainly confront me with Murgen's fury."
Carfiliot spoke in his usual airy tones. "I suspect that you exaggerate their significance."
"Nevertheless, you must obey."
Carfiliot shrugged. "Oh, I shall humor your whims right enough."
The Sandestin precisely reproduced Tamarello's small, tremulous laugh. "Call them what you like."
Chapter 31.
With the coming of daylight, the Ulf army, still a mutually suspicious set of small companies, struck camp and mustered in the meadow before Cleedstone Castle, 2,000 knights and men-at-arms. There they were shaped into a coherent force by Sir Fenterel of Grey Castle, who of all the barons was most generally respected. The army then set off across the moors. Late the following day they established themselves on that ridge overlooking Tinzinfirel from which the Ska had previously attempted an assault. Meanwhile the Troyes army moved up the vale, encountering only incurious stares from the inhabitants. The valley seemed almost uncanny in its stillness. Late in the day the army arrived at the village Sarquin, within view of Tinzinfirel. At the behest of Aelus, elders of the town came to a colloquy. Aelus introduced himself and defined his goals.
"Now I wish to establish a fact. Speak in candor. The truth will not hurt you. Are you antagonistic to Carfiliot, or neutral? Or do you support him?"
The elders muttered among themselves and looked over their shoulders toward Tinzinfirel. One said, "Carfiliot is a man-witch. It is best that we take no stance in the matter. You are able to strike off our heads if we displease you. Carfiliot can do worse when you are gone."
Aelus laughed. "You overlook the reason for our presence. When we leave, Carfiliot will be dead."
Yes, yes, others have said the same. They are gone, Carfiliot remains. Even the Ska failed so much as to trouble him.
"I remember the occasion well," said Aelus. "The Ska retired because of an approaching army."
"That is true. Carfiliot mobilized the valley against them. We prefer Carfiliot, who is a known if erratic evil, to the Ska, who are more thorough. This time there will be no army to succor Carfiliot. Not from north or south or east or west will help come." The elders again muttered among themselves. "Then, let us suppose that Carfiliot falls. What then?"
"You will know a just and even rule. I assure you of this."
The elder pulled at his beard. "It makes good hearing," he admitted. Then, after a glance at his fellows, he said,
The situation is of this nature. We are staunchly faithful to Carfiliet, but you have terrified us to the point of panic, and therefore we must do your bidding despite our inclinations, if Carfiliet ever should ask. So be it. What then can you tell us of Carfiliet's strength? Recently he has augmented his castle guard with wolf heads and cutthroats. They will fight to the death because they can expect nothing better elsewhere. Carfiliet forbids them to molest the folk of the valley. Still, girls often disappear and are never again heard from, and they are permitted to take women from the moors, and they also practice indescribable vices among themselves, or so it is said. What is their present number? I guess between 300 and 400. That is not a large force. So much the better for Carfiliet. He needs only 10 men to hold off your entire army. The others are extra mouths to feed. And beware Carfiliet's tricks. It is said that he uses magic to his advantage, and he is an expert at his ambushes. How so? In what fashion? Notice yonder. Bluffs extend into the valley with little more than an arrow flight between. They are riddled with tunnels. Were you to march past, a hail of arrows would strike down, and in 1 minute you would lose 1,000 men. Just so, if we were rash enough to march under the bluffs. What else can you tell us? There is little else to tell. If you are captured, you will sit a high pole until your flesh rots away in rags. That is how Carfiliet pays off his enemies. Gentlemen, you may go. I thank you for your advice. Remember, I spoke only in a hysteria of fear. That will be the way of it. Aelus marched his army another half-mile. The elf army occupied the heights behind Tinsinfirel. No word had yet arrived from the force which had set out to take Corbocach. Presumably it had succeeded. The exits and entrances to Tinsinfirel were sealed. Carfiliet must now trust his life to the impregnability of his castle. In the morning a herald carrying a white flag rode up the valley. He halted before the gate and cried out, "Who will hear me? I bring a message for Sir Fod Carfiliet." On top the wall stepped the captain of the guard, wearing Carfiliet's black and lavender, a massive man with grey hair flowing back on the wind. He cried out in booming tones, "Who brings messages to Sir Fod?" The herald stepped forward. "The armies of Troysinet and South Ulfland surround the castle. They are led by Aelus, king of Troysinet and South Ulfland. Will you convey the message I bring, or will the miscreant descend to hear with his own ears and answer with his own tongue?" "I will convey your message. Tell Fod Carfiliet that by order of the king his rule at Tinsinfirel is ended, and that he remains in occupation as an outlaw, without franchise from his king. Tell him that his crimes are notorious, and bring great shame to him and his henchmen, and that a requital is forthcoming. Tell him that he may ameliorate his fate by surrendering at this instant. Tell him, further, that Ulf troops control Corbocach to bar the armies of Lyonesse from Ulfland, so that he may expect no succor from King Casimir nor anyone else." "Enough!" cried the captain in a vast, roaring voice. "I can remember no more." He turned and jumped down from the wall. Presently he could be seen riding up the road to the castle. 20 minutes passed. The captain returned down the road and once more ascended the wall. He called, "Sir Herald, listen well. Sir Fod Carfiliet, Duke of Valevander and Prince of Ulfland, knows nothing of Aelus, King of Troysinet, and does not acknowledge his authority. He requires the invaders to leave this domain which is alien to them, on pain of bitter war and awful defeat. Remind King Aelus that Tinsinfirel has known 12 sieges, and has succumbed to none." "Will he or will he not surrender?" "He will not surrender." "In that case, make announcement to your fellows, and all those who bear arms for Carfiliet. Tell them that all who fight for Carfiliet and shed blood on his behalf will be deemed no less guilty than Carfiliet, and will share his fate." Dark, moonless night fell across Valevander. Carfiliet climbed to the flat roof of his high tower and stood in the wind. 2 miles down the valley, 1,000 campfires created a flickering carpet, like a drift of red stars. Much closer, a dozen other fires rimmed the northern ridge and suggested the presence of many more across the ridge, away from the wind. Carfiliet turned, and to his startled dismay, at the top of Tak Tor he saw 3 more fires. They might well have been built only to daunt him, and so they did. For the first time he felt fear. First a gnawing edge of wonder, if possibly by some tragic failure of fate Tincinfiral might on this occasion fall to a siege. The thought of what would happen were he captured sent a clammy coldness down through his bowels. Carfiliet touched the harsh stone of the parapets for reassurance. He was secure. How could his magnificent castle fall? In the vaults were stores for a year or even longer. He had ample water from an underground spring. A gang of 1,000 sappers, working night and day, in theory, might excavate the base of the cliff so as to topple the castle. Practically, the idea was absurd. And what could his enemies hope to achieve from the top of Tak Tor? The castle was protected by the width of the chasm. A long bowshot. Archers on Tak Tor might cause a harassment until screens were raised against the arrows, whereupon their efforts became futile. Only from the north would Tincinfiral seem vulnerable. Since the Ska attack, Carfiliet had augmented his defenses, providing ingenious new systems against any who might hope to use a battering ram. So Carfiliet reassured himself. Further, and superseding all else, Tamarello had avowed support. Should supplies run short, Tamarello could replenish them by magic. In effect, Tincinfiral might stand secure forever. Carfiliet looked once more around the circle of night, then descended to his workroom. But Tamarello, through absence, neglect, or design, would not talk with him. In the morning, Carfiliet watched as the Trois army advanced almost to the base of Tincinfiral, evading his ambush by marching single file behind a screen of shields. They cut down his impaling poles, released the stretched men of Femus Castle from their weights, and set up camp on the meadow. Trains of supplies moved up the valley and along the ridge, preparations of an unhurried and methodical sort, which caused Carfiliet new apprehension despite all logic to the contrary. There was peculiar activity on top of Tak Tor, and Carfiliet watched the skeletons of 3 enormous catapults take shape. He had thought Tak Tor a place of no danger by reason of its steep slopes, but the cursed Trois had found the trail, and with ant-like industry, piece by piece, had carried to the summit the 3 great catapults now rearing against the sky. Surely the range was too far. Thrown boulders would simply bounce away from the castle walls and menace the Trois encampment below. So Carfiliet assured himself. On the north ridge, 6 other siege engines were under construction, and again Carfiliet felt queasiness to see the efficiency of the Trois engineers. The engines were massive, designed with great precision. They would in due course be brought close to the edge of the cliff. In just such a fashion the Ska had ranged their engines. As the day wore on, Carfiliet began to doubt, and the doubts deepened to rage. The engines were set up well to the safe side of his collapsible platform. How had they learned of this danger? From the Ska? Reverses from all directions? A thud and a shock as something struck the side of the tower. Carfiliet swung around aghast. On Tak Tor he saw the arm of one of the great catapults swing up and snap to halt. A boulder climbed high into the air, made a slow arc, and slanted down toward the castle. Carfiliet threw his hands over his head and crouched. The stone missed the tower by 5 feet and hissed past to land near the drawbridge. Carfiliet took no pleasure in the miss. These were ranging shots. He ran down the stairs and ordered a squad of archers to the roof. They went to the battlements, they placed their bows to the merlons, lay back and held the bows with a foot. They drew to the fullest draught and loosened. The arrows arched high across the gulf, then slanted down to strike the slopes of Tak Tor. A futile exercise. Carfiliet cried out a curse and waved his arms in defiance. 2 of the catapults launched together. 2 boulders hurtled high, completed their arcs, slanted down their final courses, and plunged into the roof. The first killed 2 archers and broke the roof. The second missed Carfiliet by 10 feet to plunge through the roof and into his high parlor. The surviving archers scrambled down the stairs, followed by Carfiliet. For an hour boulders struck down upon the roof of the tower, destroying the battlements, bursting in the roof and breaking the roof beams, so that they protruded half in the air, half down to the floor below. The engineers altered the aim of their machines and began to break in the walls of the tower. It became clear that in a period of time to be measured in days, the engines on Taktor alone could batter the tower of Tinsinfiral to its foundation. Carfilliot ran to the frame in his workroom, and now succeeded in making contact with Tamarello. "The army is attacking from the heights with enormous weapons. Help me, or I am doomed." "Very well," said Tamarello in a heavy voice. "I will do what must be done." On Taktor, Aelus stood where he had stood before, during a different era of his life. He watched as the flung stones crossed the gulf to batter Tinsinfiral, then spoke to Shimrod. "The war is over. He has nowhere to go. Stone by stone we dismantle his castle. It is time for another parley." "Let's give him another hour of it. I feel his mood. It is fury, but not yet despair." Across the sky moved a crepuscule. It settled to the top of Taktor and exploded with a small sound. Tamarello, taller by a head than ordinary men, stood facing them. He wore a suit of gleaming black scales and a silver fish-head helmet. Under black brows his eyes glared round with rings of white surrounding the black iris. He stood on a ball of flickering force, which subsided, lowering him to the ground. He looked from Aelus to Shimrod and back to Aelus. "When we met at Faroli, I failed to recognize your high estate. At that time I lacked such estate. Now you expand your grasp across South Ulfland. The land is mine by right of lineage, and now by force of conquest. Both are valid entitlements." Tamarello made a sign. "In peaceful Vale Evander, Sir Fort Carfilliot maintains a popular rule. Conquer elsewhere, but stay your hand here. Carfilliot is my friend and ally. Call away your armies, or I must exert my magic against you." Shimrod spoke. "Desist before you cause yourself embarrassment. I am Shimrod. I need speak a single word to summon Mergen. I was forbidden to do so unless you made prior interference. Since you have done so, I now call on Mergen to intercede." A flash of blue flame illuminated the mountain-top. Mergen stepped forward. "Tamarello, you violate my edict. I protect one dear to me. You may not do so in this case. You have played a wicked game, and I tremble with the urge to destroy you at this moment." Tamarello's eyes seemed to glare with black radiance. He took a step forward. "Do you dare such threats to me, Mergen? You are senile and flaccid. You cringe at imaginary fears. Meanwhile I wax in strength." Mergen seemed to smile. "I will cite first the wastes of Phalanx. Second, the flesh cape of Miscus. Third, the Totnes squallings. Reflect, then go your way and be grateful for my restraint." "What of Shimrod? He is your creature." "No longer. In any event, the offense was engendered by you. It is his right to restore the equipoise. Your deeds were not overt, and I punish you thus. Return to Faroli. Do not in any guise venture from its precincts for 5 years on pain of expunction." Tamarello made a wild gesture and disappeared in a whirl of smoke which became a crepuscule drifting eastward with speed. Aelus turned to Mergen. "Can you help us further? I would hope not to risk the lives of honest men, nor yet my son." "Your wishes do you credit, but I am bound by my own edict. No more than Tamarello may I interfere for those whom I love. I walk a narrow way, with a dozen eyes judging my conduct." He laid his hand on Shimrod's head. "Already you have altered from my concepts. I am as much Dr. Fidelius the mountebank as I am Shimrod the magician." Mergen, smiling, drew back. The blue flame in which he had arrived came into being and enveloped him. He was gone. On the ground where he had stood remained a small object. Shimrod picked it up. Aelus asked, "What is it?" "A spool. It is wound with a fine thread." "To what purpose?" Shimrod tested the cord. "It is very strong." Carfilliot stood in his workroom, shuddering to the shock and thud of boulders striking down from the sky. The circular frame altered to become the face of Tamarello, mottled and distorted with emotion. "Fod, I have been thwarted. I may not intercede for you. But they destroy the fabric of my castle, and next they will tear me to pieces." Tamarello's silence hung more heavily in the air than words. After a moment Carfiliet spoke on in a voice breathless, soft, and exalted with emotion. "So great a loss, and then my death. Is it tolerable to you, who so often have declared your love? I cannot believe it." "It is not tolerable, but love cannot melt mountains. All reasonable things and more will I do. So now make yourself ready. I will bring you here at Feroli." Carfiliet cried out in a piteous voice, "My wonderful castle! I will never leave. You must drive them away." Tamarello made a sad sound. "Take flight or give surrender. Which will you do?" "Neither. I trust you. In the name of our love, help me." Tamarello's voice became practical. "For best terms, surrender now. The worse you hurt them, the harder will be your fate." His face receded into the grey membrane, which now snapped away from the frame and disappeared, leaving only the beechwood backing panel. Carfiliet cursed and dashed the frame to the floor. He descended to the floor below and walked back and forth with hands clasped behind his back. He turned and called to his servant, "The 2 children, bring them here at once." On top of Taktor, the captain of the engineers suddenly leapt in front of the catapults. "Hold your fire!" Alis came forward. "What goes on?" "Look!" The captain pointed. "They have put someone up on what is left of the roof." Shimrod said, "There are 2, Glyneth and Drun." Alis, looking across the gulf for the first time, saw his son. Shimrod, beside him, said, "He is a handsome boy, and strong and brave as well. You will be proud of him." "But how to make rescue? They are at Carfiliet's mercy. He has cancelled our catapults. Tinsinfiral is once more invulnerable." Glyneth and Drun, dirty, bewildered, unhappy, and frightened, were seized from the room where they had been confined and ordered up the spiral staircase. As they climbed, they became aware of a recurrent impact which sent vibrations down the stone walls of the tower. Glyneth stopped to rest, and the servant made urgent gestures. "Quick, Sir Ford is in haste." "What is happening?" Glyneth asked. "The castle is under attack, that is all I know. Come now, there is no time to waste." The 2 were thrust into a parlour. Carfiliet paused in his pacing to survey them. His easy elegance was absent. He seemed dishevelled and distraught. "Come this way. At last you will be of use to me." Glyneth and Drun recoiled before him. He urged them up the staircase, into the upper levels of the tower, above a boulder plunged down through the broken roof to batter at the far wall. "Quick now, up with you!" Carfiliet shoved them up the sagging and broken staircase, out into afternoon sunlight, where they stood cowering in expectation of another projectile. Drun cried out, "Look to the mountain yonder!" "That's Shimrod up there!" cried Glyneth. "He's come to rescue us!" She waved her arms. "Here we are! Come get us!" The roof groaned as a beam gave way and the staircase sagged. "Hurry!" cried Glyneth. "The roof is falling under us!" "This way," said Drun. He led Glyneth close to the broken battlements, and the 2 gazed in fascinated hope across the chasm. Shimrod came to the edge of the cliff. He held a bow in one hand and an arrow in the other. He gave them to an archer. Glyneth and Drun watched him in wonder. "He's trying to signal us," said Glyneth. "I wonder what he wants us to do." "The archer is going to shoot the arrow. He's telling us to be careful." "But why shoot an arrow?" The line from Murgen's spool, so fine as almost to float in the air, could not be broken by the strength of human arms. Shimrod carefully laid the thread along the ground, back and forth in 10-foot bites, so that it might extend freely. He held up bow and arrow so that the 2 wistful figures, so near and yet so far, might divine his purpose, then tied an end of the thread to the arrow. Shimrod turned to Cargus. "Can you flight this arrow over the tower?" Cargus fitted arrow to bow. "If I fail, pull back the cord and let a better man make the attempt." He drew back the arrow to arch the bow, raised it so that the arrow might fly its farthest course, and released. High through the sky, down and over the roof of Tinsinfiral, flew the arrow, the thread floating behind. Glyneth and Drun ran to catch the thread. At Shimrod's signal they tied it to a sound merlin at the far side of the roof. At once the thread thickened to become a cable of braided fibers 2 inches in diameter. On Tor, a squad of men, putting their shoulders to the rope, pulled up the slack and drew it taut. In the parlor, 3 floors below, Carfilliot sat glumly, but relieved that he had so ingeniously halted the barrage. What next? All was in flux. Conditions must change. He would exercise his keenest ingenuity, his best talents for agile improvisation, that from this dreary situation he might salvage the most and best for himself. But despite all, a dismal conviction began to ease across his mind, like a dark shadow. He had very little scope for maneuver. His best hope, Tamarello, had failed him. Even if he could keep Drun and Glyneth on the roof indefinitely, he still could not endure a siege forever. He made a petulant sound of distress. It had become a time for compromise, for amiability and a clever bargain. What terms would his enemies offer him? If he surrendered his captives and Shimrod's goods, might he be left in control of the Vale? Probably not. Of the castle itself? Again, probably not. Silence from above. What might be happening on Tor? In his mind's eye, Carfilliot imagined his enemies standing at the edge of the cliff, calling ineffectual curses across the wind. He went to the window and looked up. He stared at the line across the sky and uttered a startled cry. Already from the edge of Tor he detected men preparing to slide down the rope. He ran to the stairs and bellowed down to his captain. "Robnet, a squad to the roof in haste!" He ran up to the wreck of his private quarters. The stairs to the roof sagged under his weight, groaning and swaying. With a tread as light as possible, he climbed up. He heard Glyneth's exclamation and tried to hurry, and felt the stairs give way beneath his feet. He lunged and, catching a splintered roof beam, pulled himself up. Glyneth, white-faced, stood above him. She swung a length of broken timber and struck at his head with all her strength. Dazed, he fell back and hung with one arm over the roof beam. Then, making a wild grasp with the other arm, he caught Glyneth's ankle and pulled her toward him. Drun ran forward. He held his hand into the air. "Dasenach! My sword, Dasenach! Come to me!" From far across the forest of Tantravallis, from the thicket into which Carfilliot had flung it, came Dasenach the sword, to Drun's hand. He raised it high and thrust it down at Carfilliot's wrist and pinned it to the roof beam. Glyneth kicked herself free and scrambled to safety. Carfilliot gave a poignant cry, slipped to hang by his pinned wrist. Down the rope, riding a loop, came a squat, broad-shouldered man with a dark, dour countenance. He dropped upon the roof, went to look at Carfilliot. Another man slid down from Tor. They lifted Carfilliot to the roof and bound his arms and legs with a rope, and then turned to Glyneth and Drun. The smaller of the 2 men said, "I am Yane. This is Cargus. We are your father's friends." This was said to Drun. "My father?" "There he stands, next to Shimrod." Down the line slid man after man. Carfilliot's soldiers tried to fire arrows from below, but the embrasures were set unsuitably in the walls, and the arrows went astray. Tinsinfirel was empty. The defenders were dead, by sword, fire, asphyxiation in sealed tunnels, and the executioner's axe. Robnet, captain of the guard, had climbed atop the wall which enclosed the parade grounds. He stood spraddle-legged, wind blowing his grey locks. He roared challenge in his vast, hoarse voice. "Come, who will meet me, sword in hand? Where are your brave champions, your heroes, your noble knights? Come, clash steel with me." For a few moments the Troyes warriors stood watching him. Sir Cargus called up, "Come down, old man, the axe awaits you." "Come up and take me, come test your steel against mine." Cargus made a motion to the archers. Robnet died with 6 arrows protruding from neck, chest, and eye. The aviary presented special problems. Certain of the captives fluttered, dodged, and climbed to high perches to avoid those who came to release them. Mad King Duel attempted a gallant flight across the cage, but his wings failed him. He fell to the floor and broke his neck. The dungeons yielded stuff forever to haunt the thoughts of those who explored them. The torturers were dragged screaming out on the parade ground. The elves cried out for the impaling poles, but King Aelus of Troysinet and South Ulfland had prescribed torment, and their heads were taken by the axe. Carfiliot occupied a cage on the parade ground at the base of the castle. A great gibbet was erected, with the arms 60 feet from the ground. At noon, on a raw, overcast day, with wind blowing strangely from the east, Carfiliot was carried to the gibbet, and again passionate voices were heard. "He escapes too easily." Ailus paid no heed. "Hang him high." The executioner bound Carfiliot's hands behind him, fitted the noose over his head, and Carfiliot was taken aloft to dangle, kicking and jerking, a grotesque black shadow on the grey sky. The impaling poles were broken, and the fragments set afire. Carfiliot's body was cast on the flames, where it twitched and crawled as if dying a second time. From the flames rose a sickly green vapor, which blew away on the wind, down Vale Evander and over the sea. The vapor failed to dissipate. It clotted and coalesced, to become an object like a large green pearl, which fell into the ocean, where it was swallowed by a turbot. Shimrod packed into cases his stolen apparatus, and other items as well. He loaded the cases into a wagon, and with Glyneth beside him drove the wagon down the vale to Old Ys. Ailus and Drun rode on horses to the side. The cases were loaded aboard the ship which would convey them back to Troysinet. An hour before sailing, Shimrod, motivated by caprice, mounted a horse and rode north along the beach, a way he had come long ago in dreams. He approached the low palace beside the sea, and found Melanthe standing on the terrace, almost as if she had been awaiting him. 20 feet from Melanthe, Shimrod halted his horse. He sat in the saddle looking at her. She said nothing, nor did he. Presently he turned his horse about and rode slowly back down the beach to Ys. Chapter 32. Early in the spring of the year, envoys from King Casimir arrived at Miraldra and requested audience with King Ailus. A herald announced their names. "May it please your highness to receive Sir Nonus Roman, nephew to King Casimir, and Duke Aldrudin of Twarsbane, and Duke Rubarth of Jong, and Earl Fanish of Stranlip Castle." Ailus stepped down from the throne and came forward. "Sirs, I bid you welcome to Miraldra." "Your highness is most gracious," said Sir Nonus Roman. "I carry with me a scroll indited with the words of His Majesty King Casimir of Lyonesse. If you permit, I will read them to you." "Please do so." The squire tendered Sir Nonus Roman a tube carved from the ivory of an elephant's tusk. Sir Nonus Roman withdrew a scroll. The squire stepped smartly forward, and Sir Nonus Roman handed him the scroll. Sir Nonus Roman addressed Ailus. "Your Highness, the words of Casimir, King of Lyonesse." The squire, in a sonorous voice, read, "For His Majesty King Ailus, in his palace Miraldra, Domrace, these words. I trust that the occasion finds you in good health. I have come to deplore those conditions which have adversely affected the traditional friendship existing between our realms. The present suspicion and discord brings advantage to neither side. I therefore propose an immediate cessation to hostility, said truce to persist for at least 1 year, during which time neither side shall engage in armed effort or military initiatives of any sort, without prior consultation with the other side, except in the event of exterior attack. After 1 year, the truce shall continue in effect unless one side notifies the other to the contrary. During this time I hope that our differences may be resolved, and that our future relations shall be in terms of fraternal love and concord. Again, with compliments and best regards, I am Casimir at Hydian in Lyonesse Town." Returning to Lyonesse Town, Sir Nonus Roman delivered the response of King Ailus. To Casimir, King of Lyonesse, these words from Ailus, King of Troysinet, Dacinet, and South Ulfland. I accede to your proposal of a truce, subject to the following conditions. We in Troysinet have no desire to defeat, conquer, or occupy the kingdom of Lyonesse. We are deterred not only by the superior force of your armies, but also by our basic disinclinations. We cannot feel secure if Lyonesse uses the respite afforded by a truce to construct a naval force of a strength sufficient to challenge our own. Therefore, I agree to the truce if you desist from all naval construction, which we must consider as preparation for an invasion of Troysinet. You are secure in the strength of your armies, and we in the force of our fleet. Neither is now a threat to the other. Let us make this mutual security the basis for the truce. Aelus. With the truce in effect, the kings of Troysonet and Lyonesse exchanged ceremonial visits, Casimir coming first to Miraldra. Upon meeting Aelus face to face, he smiled, then frowned and looked in puzzlement. "Somewhere I have seen you before. I never forget a face." Aelus returned only a noncommittal shrug. "I will not dispute your Majesty's powers of recollection. Remember, I visited Hydian as a child." "Yes, perhaps so." During the remainder of the visit, Aelus often found Casimir's gaze upon him, curious and speculative. Sailing across the Lyre on their reciprocal visit to Lyonesse, Aelus and Drun went to stand on the bow of the ship. Ahead, Lyonesse was a dark, irregular outline across the horizon. "I have never spoken to you of your mother," said Aelus. "Perhaps it is time that you knew the tale of how things went." He looked to the west, to the east, and then once more to the north. He pointed. "Yonder, perhaps 10 or 20 miles, I cannot be sure. I was pushed into the water of the gulf by my murderous cousin. The currents carried me ashore, as I hung on the very verge of death. I came back to life, and thought that indeed I had died, and that my soul had drifted into paradise. I was in a garden where a beautiful maiden, through the cruelty of her father, lived alone. The father was King Casimir. The maiden was the Princess Suldrun. We fell deeply in love, and planned to escape the garden. We were betrayed. I was dropped by Casimir's orders into a deep hole, and he must yet believe that I died there. Your mother gave birth to you, and you were taken away that you might be secure from Casimir. In grief and utter woe your mother gave herself to death. And for this anguish visited upon someone as blameless as moonlight, I will forever in my bones hate Casimir. And that is the way of it." Drun looked away across the water. "What was my mother like?" "It is hard to describe her. She was unworldly and not unhappy in her solitude. I thought her the most beautiful creature I had ever seen." As Aelus moved through the halls of Hydian, he was haunted by images of the past, of himself and Suldrun, so vivid that he seemed to hear the whisper of their voices and the rustle of their garments. And as the images passed, the two lovers seemed to glance sidewise at Aelus, smiling enigmatically, with eyes glowing, as if the two had been playing in all innocence no more than a dangerous game. On the afternoon of the third day, Aelus and Drun departed Hydian through the orangery. They went up the arcade, through the sagging timber portal, down through the rocks and into the old garden. Slowly they descended the path, through silence which, like the silence of dreams, was imminent to the place. At the ruins they stopped, while Drun looked around him in awe and wonder. Heliotrope scented the air. Drun would never smell the perfume again without a quick clutch of emotion. As the sun settled among golden clouds, the two went down to the shore and watched the surf play over the shingle. Twilight would soon be coming. They turned up the hill. At the lime tree, Aelus slowed his steps and stopped. Away from Drun's hearing, he whispered, "Suldrun, are you here? Suldrun?" He listened, and imagined a whisper, perhaps only a stirring of wind in the leaves. Aelus spoke aloud. "Suldrun?" Drun came to him and hugged his arm. Already Drun deeply loved his father. "Are you talking to my mother?" "I spoke, but she does not answer." Drun looked about him down to the cold sea. "Let's go. I don't like this place." "Nor do I." Aelus and Drun departed the garden, two creatures, living and quick. And if something by the old lime tree had whispered, now it whispered no more, and the garden throughout the night was silent. The Troyes ships had sailed. Casimir on the terrace in front of Hydian watched the sails grow small. Brother Umfred came up to him. "Sire, a word with you." Casimir regarded him without favour. Solace, ever more fervent in her faith, had suggested the construction of a Christian cathedral for the worship of three entities she called the Holy Trinity. Casimir suspected the influence of Brother Umfred, whom he detested. He asked, "What do you want?" "Last night I chanced to notice King Aelus as he came in for the banquet." "Well, then?" "Did you find his face familiar?" An arch and meaningful smile trembled along Brother Umfred's lips. Casimir glared at him. "As a matter of fact, I did. What of it?"
"Do you recall the young man who insisted that I marry him to the Princess Suldrun?"
Casimir's mouth sagged. He stared thunderstruck, first at Brother Umfred, then out across the sea. "I dropped him into the hole. He is dead."
"He escaped. He remembers."
Casimir snorted. "It is impossible. Prince Drun is all of 10 years old."
"And how old do you make King Aelus?"
"He is at a guess 22 or 23, no more."
"And he fathered a child at the age of 12 or 13?
Casimir paced the floor, hands behind his back. "It is possible. There is mystery here." He paused and looked out to sea, where the Troy's sails had now disappeared from view. He signaled to Sir Mungo, his seneschal. "Do you recall the woman who was put to question in connection with Princess Suldrun?"
"Sire, I do so remember."
"Fetch her here." In due course, Sir Mungo reported to Casimir.
"Sire, I have tried to implement your will, but in vain. Hermie, her spouse, her family, each and all, they have vacated their premises, and it is said that they have removed to Troysinet, where they are now landed gentry."
Casimir made no response. He leaned back in his chair, lifted a goblet of red wine, and studied the dancing reflections from the flames in the fireplace. To himself he muttered, "There is mystery here." Epilogue. What now? King Casimir and his ambitions have temporarily been thwarted. Aelus, whom once he attempted to kill, is responsible, and Casimir already has developed a great detestation for Aelus. His intrigues continue. Tamarello, fearing Mergen, refers Casimir to the wizard Shan Farway. In their plotting they use the name Joald, and both fall silent. Princess Madouk, half fairy, is a long-legged urchin with dark curls and a face of fascinating mobility. She is a creature of unorthodox habits. What will become of her? Who is her father? At her behest, an adventurous boy named Traven undertakes a quest. If he succeeds, she must grant him whatever boon he demands. Traven is captured by Osmond the ogre, but Traven saves himself by teaching his captor chess. What of Glyneth, who loves Watershade and Miraldra, but yearns for her vagabond life with Dr. Fidelius? Who will woo and who will win her? Aelus is king of South Ulfland, and now he must reckon with the Ska, who wage war against the world. When he thinks of the Ska, he thinks of Tatzel, who lives at Castle Sank. He knows a secret way into the fortress Poelitets. How will this knowledge serve him? Who nets the turbot who swallowed the green pearl? Who proudly wears the pearl in her locket, and is impelled to curious excesses of conduct? Many affairs remain unsettled. Drun can never forget the wrongs done him at Thripsy by Faliel, even though Faliel has been punished well by King Throbius. From motives of sheer perversity, Faliel provokes the trolls of Comin Beg to war, in which they are led by a ferocious imp named Dardaloy. What of Shimrod? How does he deal with the witch Melanthe? And what of the Knight of the Empty Helmet, and how does he comport himself at Castle Rack? At Swersmod, Mergen works to elucidate the mysteries of doom, but each clarification propounds a new puzzle. Meanwhile, the adversary stands back in the shadows, smiling his smile. He is potent, and Mergen must presently tire, and in great sorrow concede defeat. Glossary I. Ireland and the Elder Isles. Few definite facts are related of Partholon, a rebel prince of Dahote, who after killing his father fled to Leinster. The Fomoir derived from North Ulfland, then known as Fomoiri. King Nemed arrived with his folk from Norway, fought 3 great battles with the Fomoir near Donegal. The Ska, as the Nemedians called themselves, were fierce warriors. The Fomoir, defeated twice, gained final victory only through the magic of 3 one-legged witches, Cuch, Gadish, and Fehor, a battle in which Nemed was killed. The Ska had fought with honor and valor. Even in defeat they commanded the respect of the victors, so that they were allowed a year and a day to make their black ships ready for an onward voyage. At length, after 3 weeks of banquets, games, and songs, and the drinking of mead, they set sail from Ireland, with Starn, first son of Nemed, as their king. Starn led the surviving Ska south to Skaghain, northernmost of the Hesperians, at the western verge of the Elder Isles. Nemed's second son, Fergus, sailed to Amorica and assembled an army of a Celtic people known as the Firbolg, which he led back to Ireland. Along the way, the Firbolg put into Flaw at the tip of Wisrod, but so vast an army came to confront them that they left without a battle and continued to Ireland, where they became preeminent across the land. A century later, the Tuatha de Danann, after an epic migration from Central Europe through Asia Minor, Sicily, and Spain, crossed the Cantabrian Gulf to the Elder Isles and established themselves in Dasenet, Troysenet, and Lyonesse. 60 years later, the Tuatha split into 2 factions, one of which moved on to Ireland, to fight the Firbolg at the first and second battles of Mag Tuired. The second Celtic surge, which propelled the Milesians into Ireland and the Brythni into Britain, bypassed the Elder Isles. Celts nonetheless migrated into Hybris in small groups and spread everywhere, as Celtic place names across the Isles attested. Tribes fleeing Britain after the defeat of Boudicca forced their presence upon the rocky northern foreshore of Hybris and established the Celtic kingdom Godelia. Glossary II. The Fairies. Fairies are halflings, like trolls, falloys, ogres, and goblins, and unlike Merryhues, Sandestins, Quists, and Darklings. Merryhues and Sandestins both may manifest human semblance, but the occasion is one of caprice and always fugitive. Quists are always as they are, and Darklings prefer only to hint of their presence. Fairies, like the other halflings, are functionally hybrids, with varying proportions of earth stuff. With the passage of time, the proportion of earth stuff increases, if only through the ingestion of air and water, though occasional coition of man and halfling hastens the process. As the halfling becomes heavy with earth stuff, it converges toward humanity and loses some or all of its magic. The heavy fairy is abusively ejected from the she as a boor and lummox, to wander the countryside and eventually merge into the human community, where it lives disconsolately and only rarely exercises its fading magic. The offspring of these creatures are peculiarly sensitive to magic and often become witches or wizards. So with all the magicians of the Elder Isles. Slowly, slowly the halflings dwindle, the shes grow dark, and the halfling life-stuff dissipates into the human race. Every person alive inherits more or less halfling stuff from thousands of quiet infusions. In human interrelationships, the presence of this quality is a matter of general knowledge, but sensed subliminally, and seldom accurately identified. The fairy of the she often seems childlike by reason of intemperate acts. His character varies, of course, from individual to individual, but is always capricious and often cruel. Similarly, the fairy's sympathies are quickly aroused, whereupon he becomes extravagantly generous. The fairy is inclined to be boastful. He is given to dramatic postures and quick sulks. He is sensitive in regard to his self-image and cannot tolerate ridicule, which prompts him to a prancing, demonstrative fury. He admires beauty and also grotesque oddity in the same degree. To the fairy, these are equivalent attributes. The fairy is erotically unpredictable and often remarkably promiscuous. Charm, youth, beauty are not cogent considerations. Above all, the fairy craves novelty. His attachments are seldom lasting, in common with all his moods. He quickly shifts from joy to woe, from wrath through hysteria to laughter, or any of a dozen other affections unknown to the more stolid human race. Fairies love tricks. Woe to the giant or ogre the fairies decide to molest. They give him no peace. His own magic is of a gross sort, easily evaded. The fairies torment him with cruel glee until he hides in his den or castle. Fairies are great musicians, and use 100 quaint instruments, some of which, like fiddles, bagpipes, and flutes, have been adopted by men. Sometimes they played jigs and knockabouts to put wings on the heels, sometimes mournful tunes by moonlight, which once heard may never be forgotten. For processions and investitures, the musicians play noble harmonies of great complexity, using themes beyond the human understanding. Fairies are jealous and impatient, and intolerant of intrusion. A boy or girl innocently trespassing upon a fairy meadow might be cruelly whipped with hazel twigs. On the other hand, if the fairies were somnolent, the child might be ignored, or even showered with a rain of gold coins, since the fairies enjoy confounding men and women with sudden fortune, no less than with sudden disaster. Glossary III. The Ska. For 10,000 years or longer, the Ska maintained racial purity and continuity of tradition, using the same language so conservatively that the most ancient chronicles, both oral and written, were intelligible at all times across the years without archaic flavor. Their myths recalled migrations north behind the Würm glaciers. Their oldest bestiaries included mastodons, cave bears, and dire wolves. Their sagas celebrated battles with cannibal Neanderthals, with a culminating victory of extermination where the red blood ran deep over the ice of Lake Ko in Denmark. They followed the glaciers north into the virgin wilderness of Scandinavia, which they claimed as their homeland. Here they learned to smelt bog iron, forge tools, weapons, and structural pieces. They built seagoing boats and guided themselves by the compass. About 2500 BC, an Aryan horde, the Goths, migrated north into Scandinavia, driving the relatively civilized Ska west to the fringes of Norway and eventually into the sea. The remnants of the Ska descended upon Ireland and entered Irish myth as Nemedians, the sons of Nemed. The Goths adopted the Ska folkways and became ancestors to the various Gothic peoples, most notably the Germans and the Vikings. From Fomori, North Ulfland, the Fomor migrated into Ireland and engaged the Ska in 3 great battles, forcing them to depart Ireland. This time the Ska moved south to Skaghain, which they vowed never to leave. Molded by bitter adversity, they had become a race of aristocratic warriors and considered themselves actively at war with all the rest of the world. All other peoples they deemed subhuman and only marginally superior to animals. With each other they were fair, mild, and reasonable. With others they were dispassionately pitiless. This philosophy became their tool for survival. Their culture was unique and unlike any other of Europe, in certain aspects spare or even austere, in other ways richly detailed. Every person was trained to be potentially capable of any achievement. No one would think to admit himself or herself a dullard or inept at any conceivable skill. As a Ska, his universal competence was taken for granted. Words like artist and creativity were unknown. Each man and woman crafted beautiful handiworks without thinking the activity unusual. On the battlefield, the Ska were fearless in the fullest meaning of the word, for a variety of reasons. An ordinary might become a knight only by destroying 3 enemies. No Ska could survive in the contempt of his fellows. Under such circumstances he would sicken and die through sheer self-loathing. Despite Ska conviction of basic equality, Ska society was highly stratified. The Ska king was privileged to appoint his successor, usually but not always his eldest son. After a year the new king must be approved by a moot of the upper nobility, and once again after 3 years of reign. Ska law by contemporary standards was reasonable and enlightened. The Ska never used torture, and a slave was treated with the tolerant if impersonal kindness a farm animal might be given. If obstreperous, he was punished either by a flogging of no great severity, imprisonment in a pen on bread and water, or sudden death. Among themselves the Ska were open, generous, and nakedly honest. Duels were illegal. Rape, adultery, sexual perversions were considered bizarre aberrations, and the offenders were killed to sustain the general welfare. The Ska regarded themselves as the only enlightened folk of the age. Others saw them as merciless brigands, thieves, and murderers. The Ska knew no organized religion, though they recognized a pantheon of divinities representing natural forces. End of Lioness, Book 1, Suldrun's Garden, by Jack Vance. Narrated by Suzanne Toren in the studios of American Foundation for the Blind, Incorporated, for the Library of Congress, April 1984. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Berkeley Publishing Corporation, 200 Madison Avenue, New York, New York, 10016.
End of book.